The Monsters Within, written by Kody Boye. Read for you by Keith McCarthy. Prologue. They say that love is both the most beautiful and terrible emotion. This is because at any point it has the chance to simply and inexplicably end. That was the danger I faced when I met the man I would one day fall in love with. Don't get me wrong, what I'm about to tell you will probably be the greatest love story you've ever heard. It is also, without a doubt, the most tragic. As I sit here writing these words about a time I will never forget, I think back to the first time I met Brad and wonder, what could I have done differently? And if I could go back and change anything, would I? A part of me believes that I would not change a thing. So, without further ado, this is the story of how I met Brad Michelson and how the monsters within him changed my life. Chapter 1. I would be the first to admit that I was scared of heights. Flying, I'd say, was for the birds and the other winged beings that coasted the skies with them. That was why, on the day my life was going to change forever, I sat with my hands clenched tightly along the airline seat's armrest and waited in horrible anticipation for the plane to take off. "Don't worry," the man beside me said. "It's only bad at first." The nervous laughter his words inspired for me was enough to make the man chuckle. "Sorry," I said, and turned my eyes toward the window in an attempt to avoid his gaze. "Don't be," he replied. "First time?" "What?" "First time, on a plane." "Sort of," I replied, unwilling to admit that it was not, in fact, the first time I'd been in one. He chuckled and said, "I see." When I returned my gaze to him in the moments thereafter, I found that he was not staring at me like I'd expected him to. Rather, the smartly dressed man in the dark jeans and green blazer was reading something on the tablet in his grasp, his lips pursed, his gaze set. It took me only a moment to realize that he was fully immersed in what he was doing, and was likely only giving me the benefit of the doubt because of my age. It was only a day after my 18th birthday, and I was already leaving home. Just remember, I thought, that this is your time to shine. I'd taken to calling the day the Emancipation of Dean McAllen, but not just because I was leaving home to pursue my dream of becoming a writer. No, I was leaving to escape a truly haunting past. As the plane started to roll down the runway, and as my anxiety took hold like a beast intent on dragging me to the darkest depths of hell, I could feel the knot in my chest tightening like a vice, and I tried my hardest to keep my emotions in check. You would have thought that, after being on no less than 3 planes in a row, I would have gotten used to the sensation of a plane lifting off the ground. "Hey," the man beside me said. "You all right?" I started to say, "Fine, A series of images bombarded me out of nowhere. Plates broken, words thrown, insults made, hate spewed. They'd called me all sorts of names, both my parents, and tried their hardest to keep me there. They'd yelled, they'd screamed, they'd said that I'd never make it on my own. But I'd said no, that was wrong, that was not okay. And in the end, I'd locked myself in my room with one promise, and one promise only. I was 18, and I was done. I'd spent most of the night listening to the sound of my mother crying in the room opposite mine, while I'd waited for my father to take a screwdriver and remove the hinges from my door, an act that, on any normal day back then, and after any typical argument, would have been completely familiar. Somehow, though, I'd managed to make it through that night. And there I'd been, on my last plane to South Texas. Beside me, the man looked on with cautious eyes, his mouth slightly agape as he considered the sight of me, hoping, to whatever God might have been listening, that I would survive the plane ride. I tried not to hyperventilate in that moment, and for that reason found myself breathing slowly, in through my mouth and out my nose. "Sir," he said, "are you all right?" "I'm okay," I replied. The plane lifted in the air. I almost cried out, but I didn't. Instead, I merely exhaled, long and hard, before turning to look at the man beside me with gritted teeth. He merely smiled before saying, "I told you." "Told me what?" I replied. "That it wasn't that bad." "Oh," I said, then replied, "Thank you," before straightening my posture and leaning back in my seat. "I don't mean to be a bother." "You're not, young man." The gentleman leaned back in his seat and considered me for a moment before adding, "I take it you're leaving home for the first time?" "How do you—" He smiled, cutting me off before I could finish. "I'm a counselor, and it's my job to read people." "I see," I said. He turned his head back to his tablet. "Where are you heading, friend?" "Edinburgh," I replied. "What takes you there?" "School." "Do you mind if I ask what you'll be studying?" "Creative writing." "Ah, a patron of the arts." The man leaned back and appeared to consider the situation for a moment before turning his head to look out the window beside me. "See those clouds out there?" "I'd rather not," I admitted, but turned my head to look anyway. We were above them now, and coasting the currents as if we were little more than the birds I once believed were the only ones meant to fly. "The skies are your limit, friend. I don't know what's happened in your life to make you so afraid, but I'll promise you something. They'll get better." Would they, though? It seemed impossible for them not to, all things considering. But then and there, it felt like I'd forever be trapped in the past. No, I then thought. I wasn't trapped in the past. I wouldn't be. I was moving forward, toward the next phase of my life. And as I reminisced on everything that had happened, I realized something. Things could only get better from there. Chapter 2. We arrived at the McAllen International Airport in the early hours of the evening, when the sun had just fallen and the heat was sweltering. Tired, a bit scared, but unable to control my excitement and relief over the fact that I was finally there, I disembarked from the plane and made my way into the terminal, with the knowledge that I would soon be in my new home, and the belief that change, as prevalent as it was quickly becoming in my life, would soon allow me peace of mind. I was so caught up in my feelings that I barely sensed the people around me, let alone anticipated the hand falling on my shoulder. I instantly stiffened. "I apologize," the kind man from the airplane said, leaning down to look at me. "I just wanted to make sure that you had a ride." "I'm going to call a cab," I said, before turning to face him. "School doesn't start until Monday, so I'll be stuck in a hotel until then." "I take it you've already planned this whole thing out?" "Yes, sir, I have." The man smiled and reached into his breast pocket. Shortly thereafter, he withdrew what appeared to be a business card and extended it to me before saying, "I don't know your story, my friend, but I'd like to, if you have need of me." "Thank you," I said, unsure how or if I was supposed to respond. "Farewell and safe travels." "Yeah," I replied as the man walked away. "Safe travels." It took a moment for his compassion to settle in, for his concern to drift over me like waters across a barren shoreline. When it did, I looked down at the business card. Taylor Green, it said in fine gold lettering. Psychiatric Services of Edinburgh. There was a brief moment that I felt at a complete loss. I didn't know what to do, how to think, how to act. I felt an explosive panic set in, blossoming like a flower whose hopes and dreams were only to be exposed to the ever-violent sun. Like that flower, I'd wanted only to flourish, and because of that, I'd found myself sliding the business card into one pocket while withdrawing my phone from the other. Within moments, I left the terminal behind, my suitcase in one hand, my hopes and dreams in the other. It wasn't long before I was sliding into the back seat of a cab and making my way to Edinburgh. We traveled slowly, effortlessly, and calmly, hindered only by the congested streets of South Texas, and offered me the time to sit back and try to piece together how it was I would survive my first few days alone in a city thousands of miles away from home. "You'll meet people," my conscience was quick to assure me. "Maybe even make friends." Friends, I then thought, and frowned. I'd never been one to get close to people. This was because, deep down, I always felt a certain disconnect from them, from the way they'd talk, the way they'd act, the way they'd breathe. I knew a part of that came from the fact that I lived in such a toxic household, especially in a state where I was not welcomed, but another came from the certainty that I would never keep the friends that I made. A sigh passed from my lips in the moments that followed and caused me to lean back and close my eyes. I was so tired, so very, very tired of everything. Realistically, all I wanted to do was crawl into bed, But I knew that wouldn't happen. I'd have to check in, set the Wi-Fi up, unpack a few clothes, shower, maybe even order something in to eat. The thought of food caused my stomach to rumble. In the end, I just wanted the day to be over. I wanted a fresh start. Chapter 3. Checking into the hotel was simple enough, as was gaining access to, and then setting up, the Wi-Fi. Showering was a blessing, and the food, once it arrived from the delivery service, was filling. I sat cross-legged with a blanket wrapped around my dew-covered shoulders as I scrolled through my social media on my smartphone, only to find a longing for something familiar in my life. For so long, I'd become accustomed to violence. Now that I was no longer entrenched in it, it seemed wrong almost, like I was missing something. The danger quotient was no longer there, the need to remain composed, all but gone. The tension, however, had not left my shoulder blades, and like an ache that could not be shaken, it remained. I wouldn't realize until much later that it wouldn't leave for quite some time, if ever. Still, sitting there on that bed, half naked, full and content, I was far more at peace than I'd ever experienced before. You're safe, I'd thought, and hundreds of miles away from your parents. They can't bother you, trap you, control you. Not anymore, I whispered. I allowed myself to bathe in this knowledge for quite some time before finally spreading out along the mattress and closing my eyes. I didn't bother to turn the bedside lamp off for the whole night. No, I'd left it on to chase my thoughts away. Chapter 4. My student advisor, who I did not know at the time would ultimately change my life by allowing me to live on campus on such short notice, was a woman by the name of Tiffany Lambert, who, with sky-high blonde hair, had taken the time out of her personal schedule to meet and guide me across the university's grounds on the Saturday after I arrived. "It's so great to finally meet you," I remember the woman saying for the umpteenth time. "It's not very often a young student gets awarded such a prestigious fellowship." "Yeah," I'd replied, a bit embarrassed over being so heavily lauded over. "I guess I just got lucky." "Lucky?" she scoffed. "You weren't lucky. Mr. McAllen, you're talented. Be thankful that you got into this program. Not many young people do." I could offer little more than a nod as she continued to lead me across campus. Her sunny disposition was almost dizzying, to the point where, while following her, I had a hard time remaining calm and composed in light of everything that had happened. I felt completely overdressed in the blue jeans, black tee, and red vest I was wearing, especially when other people were walking around in tank tops and shorts. But I knew most of that came from the fact that it was scorching hot outside. I wanted to dress to impress. In hindsight, I should have opted for comfort over style. "As you can see," Miss Lambert had continued, spinning while extending a hand at her side, "the campus is sprawling, but once you get your schedule and become accustomed to your weekly routine, you'll get used to it fairly quickly. The dormitories you're assigned to are all along Sugar Road. The majority of the student service buildings are situated nearby, and all of your classes and their locations can be found in your pamphlet or on your interactive smartphone map. Plus, there's a supermarket right down the road, and everything you could possibly need, from food, entertainment, to essentials and more, can be found along University Drive. Now, do you have any questions for me?" "When will I get my hall pass and room key?" I asked. I'm anxious to get out of my hotel. "You're in a hotel?" she asked, frowning. "Do you not have any family in the area, Mr. McAllen?" "No, I don't," I said. "I forgot that you came from out of state," she said, and sighed. "I'm sorry for being so intrusive, Dean. I just want you to succeed, and would hate to see such a bright student suffer in discomfort, even if it's only for a few short days." "I'll make do," I replied. "I've learned to deal with rough times." She frowned but didn't say anything, though whether that was because she sensed that I might not have as wholesome a background as she originally believed, or for some other reason, I couldn't be sure. Instead, she took a moment to compose herself, smiled a smile that I found was typical of people trying to avoid troubling circumstances, and said, "Welcome to the Rio Grande Valley. I know you'll do great here." "Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate all of your help." "If you need anything from me, please feel free to reach out. I'd be more than happy to assist." With that, She turned and made her way into the university, leaving me with a sinking and unsettling feeling within my gut. For several long moments, I'd simply stood there, unsure how to, or even if I should, feel. In the end, I realized something. Things could only improve from there on out. Chapter 5. It didn't take long for the realization that I was completely and utterly alone to sink in. I didn't mind, though. Contrary to what most people would have thought, a person could exist perfectly fine in isolation, especially when they'd become used to treading lightly over the landmines of their war-torn world. For someone like me, who'd lived and breathed in that sort of environment for nearly 11 years of my life, the worst I'd felt was an eerie sense of calm. A calm, I would have normally thought, before the storm. Only there'd been no lightning, no thunder, no rain, no chaos seed planted within my brain. There was simply silence, which in hindsight was possibly the most terrifying thing of all. As I sat there, in that hotel room, on the last day before I was meant to move into my dorm, living and breathing and dreaming of all the things that were supposed to come, I'd taken a moment to consider everything that could happen, and as a result, dreamed about what the future might hold. A fine career, a loving home, a man who'd... I'd blinked, stunned. I'm still not exactly sure why my thoughts were interrupted. Maybe it was because it was strange to be able to think so freely, or even daydream without persecution. For in a house that was not a home, in a world that was not my own, dreams were meant to be broken, shattered like an hourglass, counting down the moments to my future. For that reason, a tickle of anxiety that had pulled at my chest seemed erroneous, especially considering that no one, and no thing, could hurt me. "They're gone," I whispered. "You're gone." Alone but afraid of what the future could hold. Still, a person, I realized, could dream, and for that reason, I thought anew. A fine career, a loving home, a life to cherish, and a man, I realized, to love, together forever through the rest of time. I'd smiled as I considered this mystery of life, this undeniable aspect that could eventually be my reality, and found a warmth spreading throughout me. Was that, I wonder, what it was like to be free? At that moment, I realized that only time would tell. Chapter 6. I explicitly remember the following morning being spent in complete and utter disarray. Between packing my belongings and hailing a cab so I could get to the school and meet with Miss Lambert, I felt as though I would explode from nerves. Thankfully, though, I didn't. I was somehow, some way, able to relocate my belongings into the dorm without much hassle. By the time the morning was up, I collapsed atop the twin bed that had been provided by the university and let loose an exhale that could have ruined the test of time. "You're fine," I was quick to mumble to myself. "You made it." The fact that I was there, of all places, was nothing short of a miracle, given my background and the fact that I was not always the best student in high school. Still, I had thought, something got you here, and you know it wasn't luck. Luck? No. Talents? Possibly. I didn't consider myself to be the best at what I did at the time, mostly because of my age, but also because of my isolated upbringing. But I felt I must have had something. Why else would I have been picked for such a prestigious writing fellowship? There'd been so many people, so many talented applicants, that they'd pick me out of everyone who'd applied. But why? I didn't know, and in the end, I guess it didn't matter, because I was there. There, in the Rio Grande Valley. A smile parted my lips as I thought about everything that had led up to that moment, as I remembered all the hopes, dreams, sweat, tears, and long nights that had led to me getting on that plane and making my way cross-country, and wondered, was I blessed? And by blessed, I mean really, truly blessed. I didn't know, and in the end, it didn't really matter. As the thoughts drifted from my brain and the subtle pull of acknowledgement over what was to come entered my mind, I'd drawn my cell phone from my pocket and was just about to lift it to double-check my schedule when a knock came at the door, startling me from thought. "Hello?" I asked, convinced that I was just hearing things. "Is someone there?" The knock came again, confirming its authenticity. Frowning, I'd thrown my legs over the side of the bed, then began to make my way toward the door. "Sorry to bother you," a deep voice outside my door said. "I figured that, since we're going to be sharing a living space, that I might as well introduce myself." "You can hear me through the door?" I'd asked, incredulous. "Walls are thin," the man replied with a laugh. "You could drop a tack and hear it here." I leaned forward then to open the door, and would only find out later that that single action would change my life forever. The stranger was a Goliath of a man, or at least he was to me at the time. Given my height of 5'5", it wasn't, and still isn't, hard to find guys taller than me. But still, to a guy like me, scared of the world and most of the men in it, he seemed monstrous in comparison. His bare arms were muscled, his chest broad, his skin finely tanned from the sun. His chin was riddled with a few days' worth of stubble, and his gray eyes instantly captured and reminded me of rain on a cool summer day. He was undeniably handsome, and to my cautious eyes, the most beautiful man I'd ever laid eyes on. I was so dumbstruck by his appearance that I could only offer a, "Hey." "Hey," he replied, peering into the room. "I got word that someone was finally moving in, so I thought I'd come over and see who my new neighbor was. You just get here?" "Yeah, I did." "Cool." He extended a hand. "My name's Brad. And you are?"
"Dean," I replied. "Dean McAllen."
"Oh, like the city right next to us." He paused. "Nice to meet you, Dean."
"You too," I said, and took hold of his hand. I still remember it to this day. His palm was warm, his grip strong, his fingers secure around mine. He'd kept eye contact as we shook, and as the magnetism that I know draws all living creatures together took hold of me, I looked into his eyes and felt something then that I don't even know how to describe now. All I knew is that, as his hand left mine, I felt as though I was missing something, and at the same time, that something had been found. I tried not to think about it too much as the man named Brad crossed his muscular arms across his chest and leaned against the door jamb. He'd waited several long moments, as if considering me for what I was worth, before clearing his throat and saying, "I thought I'd ask if you needed help moving anything in. I know it's hard to move into a new place, especially if you're lugging in practically everything you own."
"About that," I started, and turned to survey the room. This is it." Brad frowned as I turned to face him once more. "You mean you don't have anything else to bring in?" "I literally just got into town the other day." "Wait a minute. You're not from around here?" I shook my head. "Where the hell did you come in from then?"
"Utah?" I replied.
"Utah?" he asked. I nodded. "What possessed you to come all the way down here?"
"It's a long story," I said, and took a step back into the room.
"Do you want to come in, or?"
Brad stepped inside, but not without closing the door behind him. He spun about slowly to view the dorm, bland as it happened to be, and smiled before saying,
"I remember when I first got here, and my dorm was like this. I couldn't wait to fix it up."
"I don't mind it," I replied. "It's, well, not horrible."
"It may not be horrible, but it sure as hell is boring."
He laughed and turned his head to face me.
"Is there anything I can do for you, Mr. Dean McAllen? Can I give you the grand tour? Take you to your first class? Help you set up the internet here?"
"I've already been given the tour. I may take you up on the other two things, though, especially given that my first class is in," I paused to consider my phone, "1 hour."
"Cool. Let's get you online and then get you to your class. What's up first?"
"Ugh, math."
"Come on. Smart guy like you should be good at math."
"What makes you think I'm smart?" I asked.
"Would you rather I think you're dumb?" he replied.
"Point taken," I said. And all Brad could do was laugh.
Chapter 7. My next-door neighbor was a complete gentleman. He led me to my first class without hesitation, braving the heat and the ever-malevolent sun, and offering me his number without so much as batting an eye. "In case you need something," he was quick to add as we finished exchanging digits, and winked at me before turning and walking back down the road. A part of me was unsure how to respond. On one hand, I was relieved, because without Brad's guidance, I would have been completely lost. On the other, though, I couldn't help but wonder if he was just being friendly. Or flirty? I shook my head. No, I'd thought. There was no way Brad was flirting with me. I mean, why would he, a muscular jock type with the arms of an Olympian god, be interested in me? I was nothing special, at least as far as I could tell, and even if I was, that wouldn't explain the connection, or even the attraction. I tried my hardest to ignore the possibilities as I entered and located a seat within the math lab, but found myself doing just that. Maybe Brad really was interested in me that first day, or maybe he was just being friendly. I mean, there was a thing as overly friendly straight men. That was all this was, right? Right? I thought, content with that knowledge. Besides, I was smarter than that, even then. I knew that falling for a straight guy would only result in a broken heart. Because of that, I'd merely opened my notebook and waited for my professor to arrive. Chapter 8. I was left to my own devices in the hours following my math class. Knowing that Brad was likely to be preoccupied with his own schoolwork and obligations, I made my way through the day without so much as a second thought as to what might happen come time to return to the dorms, and found myself actually enjoying my time on campus. By the time I finally got home, I was fulfilled, but exhausted. Thank God, I breathed as I settled atop my bed. The urge to sleep was beyond measure. My body was tired, my skin flush with warmth, my head swimming from the dying excitement of my first day's worth of work, and nerves. Most of all, though, I was happy, and beyond thrilled, I could say, to finally be out on my own. This isn't so bad, I thought. A new world, a new home, a new life, a new friend. This last thought left me feeling swimmy, not only because I had truly and genuinely connected with someone, but because I had done so without fear of repercussion from either of my parents. There was no need to worry about what they would do, what they would say, what they would think, how they would act. In the end, I could interact with Brad as I saw fit, and no one, absolutely no one, would be able to stop me. In the moments following that thought, I drew my phone from my pocket and considered the blank text panel with Brad's name at the top. Do I text him? I thought. Do I not? I didn't see any reason not to. I mean, he had given me his number, and offering my thanks for his earlier assistance wouldn't be seen as intrusive. At least it wouldn't be to me. But would it to him? As I thought about what I would do, lying there, phone in hand, brows furrowed, lips pursed, I tried to decipher what was keeping me from texting him without a second thought. He seemed nice enough, and as a result, wasn't likely to react badly, so why was I so afraid? It took several moments for me to finally piece it together, but when I did, I was met with a stunning revelation. It was my parents. My parents were the ones keeping me from texting Brad my thanks, but not in the physical sense. No, it was because, like a machine previously coded to follow only certain commands, I'd been conditioned to believe that I was a burden upon people, that my thoughts, my feelings, my desires were all inconsequential to those around me, even to the people who wanted to know things about me, who wanted to be my friend. This was one of them. It was a horrifying thought to behold, a terrible thing to even begin to fathom, and for that reason, I trembled long and hard. Filled with fright over what my thoughts would inspire, I allowed the phone to slide out of my grasp and onto the mattress beside my head. I could only pray that my thoughts would not assault me. Still they did, and still I thought of that last night at home, when as a plate was thrown, and as it barely missed my head, I'd become fully immersed in the violence of a chaotic home. "Why?" my mother had demanded. "Why are you leaving? Why aren't you staying here?" "Because," I'd started, "I don't want this anymore." "Want what?" "This." My voice, small as it normally was, had triggered an instinctual defense mechanism within my mother, causing tears to run down her face and a horrible, ugly snarl to appear on her mouth. She looked like a beast then, all snot and tears and rage and pain. Its image, scarred in my mind as it happened to be, would not leave, no matter how hard I tried. Stop, I thought. Just stop. Yet the images still came. My mother, crying. My father, screaming. And me? What could I do but tremble? For in the face of utmost danger, of hate incarnate, of greed malicious, what could I have done?
but simply stand there and face down the two people who were supposed to give, but took so much. The episode seemed to last forever, but was likely only several moments. When it finally came to a screeching halt, it was only because a group of rowdy men were passing outside my door, whooping, cheering, and proclaiming that their team had won. The shock to my conscience was enough to dispel all but the hint of feelings from my brain. I looked down at my phone, only to find a message had appeared from Brad. "Hey," it simply said, "how was your first day?" I blinked. Could I have been seeing things? Had he really messaged me? I closed my eyes in an effort to clear the haze of doubt from my vision, then grabbed my phone and leaned forward to view the touchscreen. Sure enough, Brad had texted to ask how my day was. A smile curved my lips. A flicker of hesitation filled my mind. My heart, though, sung. Someone actually cared enough to ask me how my day had gone. And this someone was someone I had just met. "It went fine," I typed. "Great, actually. Why?" A string of ellipses appeared on my screen, prompting me to wait for his response. When it finally came, it simply said, "You want to come tell me about it?" His response, unexpected as it happened to be at the time, was enough to jar my senses and make me feel smaller than I already did. On one hand, a part of me did want to go see him, because after the emotional assault I'd experienced, I wanted nothing more than to be in the company of another. On the other hand, I doubted his intentions and questioned the authenticity. "What's wrong with you?" I thought. "He wants to be your friend. Why aren't you responding?" I knew why. I knew I did. Yet at the time, it was hard to admit, because in the forefront of my mind, my conscience was yelling me to go get him, to claim the friendship that was rightfully being extended to me. What occurred to me then, however, was that I was completely, utterly, and undeniably scared out of my mind. I didn't want to screw up. I didn't want to let him down. I didn't want him to think I was weird or clingy or even something that I was not. And yet, something told me that he wouldn't think that Brad, so seemingly calm and collected, but also kind, would not care if I seemed a little off. I mean, I had just moved into a new environment, and I imagined he understood that I would be nervous, that I would be afraid. Because of that, I lifted my phone, stared at his message long and hard, and waited for inspiration to strike me. When finally it did, I typed 3 simple words. "Yeah, I do." Little did I know that those 3 words would start something extraordinary. Chapter 9. Brad was dressed in a simple pair of khaki shorts and a black tee when I arrived at his dorm. Short hair spiked up, his face freshly shaven. He offered me a smile that could have crumbled mountains before saying, "You want to take a walk?" "A walk?" I asked. "Where?" "I don't know. Anywhere. There's a trail down the road if you're okay with walking a distance." "I don't mind," I replied, slipping my hands into my pants pockets. "Are you ready?" "Yeah, just let me lock up." He spent only a few moments in his room, gathering his cell phone, his wallet, his keys, and then locked up before leading me down the corridor into the front hall. Brad was quick to step forward and open the door, then held it open as I walked into the humid evening air. "The weather gets better as it gets darker," Brad said as he stepped outside and came to stand beside me. "This is what, your 3rd day?" "Yeah, I still haven't gotten used to the heat." "It didn't get hot up in Utah?" "Not like this," I replied, and laughed, a sound that brought a smile to Brad's face, but almost immediately disarmed me. I drew in a breath in an effort to keep my face clear of emotion, and forced a smile of my own before saying, "Where are we headed?" "This way," he said, and began to lead on. He took me down a long road that was flanked by 2 sprawling parking lots meant to house the vehicles belonging to those students attending the University of Texas in the Rio Grande Valley. As we walked, he with his hands in his pockets, mine at my sides, I tried my hardest to summon the urge to speak, but found that any time I did, I was wrought with tension and plagued by the worst of nerves. "So," Brad said, drawing his word out to draw my attention, "you were going to tell me how classes went?" "Oh," I replied, thankful for the lead-in that I was unable to commit to. "Yeah, sorry, I was just thinking." "About what?" "My day, being here, living here,
How do you like it so far?
I haven't explored much beyond the campus, I said, drawing up alongside him to avoid a bicyclist using the sidewalk as their own personal road. But so far I like it here. It has a lot more culture than I was used to up there.
How do you mean?
This is going to sound a bit insensitive, but the people in northern Utah were just... I paused. What's the word I'm looking for? Not friendly.
Why do you think that is?
I think it has a lot to do with the fact that strangers are meant to be regarded with suspicion. You're either one of us or one of them. And in my case, the one of them meant that I didn't belong.
Your parents weren't Mormon or something?
It's not that. It's just I never really belonged for a variety of reasons.
Tell me about it, Brad said.
We came to a stop at an intersection and waited for the lights to turn red before crossing the street. Here we paused, and here Brad viewed the quickly darkening sky before turning and leading me down a sidewalk into a residential area.
I like to walk here, he said, because of all the trees. It's relaxing, peaceful, takes my mind off schoolwork.
What are you studying? I asked.
Graphic design.
You're an artist?
I like to think of myself as one, yeah.
That's cool.
What about you? Why are you here at school, other than to escape the North? He laughed.
I got a fellowship to study English and, well, to write.
You're a writer?
I nodded.
That's fucking cool, man.
I don't get that a lot, I admit. Seems like everyone and their dog is a writer nowadays.
But to get a fellowship that moved you cross-country and got you into school, that takes skill and talent.
You're blowing smoke up my ass.
Hey, I never said you were a good writer, but I can't judge, since I haven't read any of your work. You'll have to let me read some of it sometime.
Only if I can come see your art, I replied.
Deal.
The smile that parted Brad's lips made my heart swell, and even though I was just beginning to get to know him, it didn't take much to deduce that I had a crush on him. Though whether he could sense that, or even cared, I wasn't sure. However, at that point, it didn't particularly matter. Simply being near him put me at ease, which was something considering that I had developed what I believed to be a chronic fear of men, all thanks to my father. My father. A sigh had escaped my lips, long, hard, and filled with dread. But thankfully Brad didn't notice, or didn't seem to catch on that it was because I had thought of something rather troubling. No. At that moment, during which I began to realize that my attraction to the man was primarily due to the fact that he didn't want to beat the shit out of me, Brad had stopped walking. Given that he'd been a few paces in front of me, it was easy enough to determine that something had caught his eye. "Brad?" I asked as I came to a halt beside him. "What are you looking at?" He didn't respond. Instead, he blinked several times, then frowned. I lifted my eyes. I trailed them across the street. I thought, for one brief moment, that I could see something, anything. But I didn't. And, oddly enough, Brad's hand was bundled into a fist. "Brad?" I said.
"Yeah,"
he asked, his tone so abrupt that it startled even me. "Are you all right?"
"Fine," he said. "Just thinking."
He started walking shortly thereafter, but didn't wait for me to catch up. No, he simply kept on going. Chapter 10. Though Brad's mood improved not long after the strange episode, I was unsure how I was supposed to respond. Doubtful that anything had even happened, and knowing that I couldn't allow it to get the best of me, I did my best to keep myself from thinking about it while I was walking with him, and managed to do so until the moment I stepped into my dorm room.
"See you tomorrow?"
Brad asked as I turned to close the door behind me. "Yeah," I said. "Thanks, Brad."
"For what?"
"Walking with me? Talking to me?"
"Nothing to thank me for," he replied.
"You're cool, Dean." All I could do was smile before saying, "Good night," and closing the door. Shortly thereafter, my heart swelled with both pride and nerves. There was no more denying it now. I had a friend, a real, honest-to-God friend. My only problem? I was afraid of fucking it all up. But how would I wondered, given that I had just met him? I was being as cordial as I could possibly be, not mentioning my past, not being overbearing, not being clingy, not asking too much. I mean, on the one hand, you could say that I was being exceptional, and in that sense, had nothing to worry about, but On another, I remember thinking there were so many what-ifs that it was hard to gauge what exactly could go wrong. I could say the wrong thing. I could do the wrong thing. I could respond the wrong way. In that regard, I had all the things in the world to worry about. But still, I kept going back to the fact that I hadn't done anything wrong, except when Brad had his brief moment earlier that night. His moment, I thought. What had happened? Had he seen something and just not bothered to tell me? Was he concerned about something going on in his personal life and had been struck by a troubling thought as a result of it? As I considered this, and as I tried not to dwell on it too deeply for fear of driving myself crazy, I contemplated the fact that I could do nothing about it, and as such, did my best not to concern myself with it. Besides, in the end, I could do nothing if he didn't open up to me, which I guess was something I also had to be concerned about with myself. Though I was in no way ready to open myself up to another person, especially not to another man, I knew that in time I would be forced to air my laundry and pull the skeletons from deep within my closet. But until that time came, I could keep to myself. That was my only consolation over the matter. Chapter 11. My next set of classes weren't until 2 days later. Because of that, I busied myself by unpacking, arranging clothes about the dressers in the room, and doing homework in preparation for my next meeting, not only math, but my social sciences and history classes. I also had my next project to consider, especially considering that I was here exclusively as the result of the fellowship. They'll want to see pages, I thought. Something substantial, something definitive. The only problem was, I was, in part, petrified over failing, or at the very least, turning in subpar work. While I knew that the revision process could change everything when it came to a piece, the fact that they wanted me to check in every month was a bit sobering, especially considering that I was not one to normally rush into anything. It has to be perfect storm, I once remember thinking. The lightning, the thunder, the rain, all had to align within the sky and fall upon the unfortunate earth in which the fruits of my labor were meant to grow, adding to the fact that I then had to cultivate the manuscript and work under a deadline to boot, and I thought that I would suffer a horrendous and miserable defeat. But you won't, I thought. You're here because of your merit as a writer. Remember that. I should have had that tattooed on my wrist, or at least written it down in a place where it would never be forgotten. At least then I would be forever reminded of it. Still, despite my unease over the matter, I did manage to scribble some notes down and began to roughly snowball outline something that I felt could come to fruition, so as long as I allowed it to germinate within my mind. The act of organizing, my schoolwork, and the work on my personal project carried me throughout the early morning and well into the afternoon. Come time I realized I was hungry, however, a new sort of apprehension arose. Going to the common room. Though I imagined that it wouldn't be too bad, all things considering, I did have to note that I would be interacting with complete strangers, men who, by all definitions, had grown up in normal homes, and as a result, might not take kindly to me if they sensed that something was wrong. What are you concerning yourself over? I thought. There's no bullies here. You have absolutely nothing to worry about. And even if something did happen, which I highly doubted it would, I could handle it on my own. I was a big boy, technically a man if I wanted to be honest, even though I didn't really feel like one. With that thought in mind, I grabbed my room key, locked the door behind me, and made my way down the hall to the common room. At this hour of the afternoon, most people seemed to be in class or busy with schoolwork, maybe even sleeping. This left me the perfect opportunity to make my way into the common room, withdraw one of the few microwavable meals I'd purchased before arriving at the dorm in the previous days, and eat in peace. By the time I arrived, the room was completely empty, offering me the peace of mind I needed to adjust to the place and the fact that I was now living in a shared living space. I opened the freezer, withdrew my frozen macaroni and cheese from a box with my name on it, then walked to the microwave, all the while listening for the sound of footsteps or voices that would signal the arrival of strangers in my midst. The microwave, as it counted down the minutes, seemed excruciatingly loud, far louder than I could have ever anticipated. Don't think about it, I thought. You're here now, safe, somewhere you can't get yelled at, or hurt, or made to feel guilty. Unfortunately for me, my thoughts began to cycle to nights in the past, when, under the cover of darkness, I would dread using the microwave, for fear of waking my sleeping father and suffering his wrath as a result. My chest tightened, my back tensed up, my throat felt dry. By the time the microwave dinged, I was ready to explode. I had just leaned forward to withdraw my food when the sound of footsteps entered my ears and instantly made me squirm. Thankfully, the student who acknowledged me was merely passing by. He offered me little more than a "hey" before grabbing a water from the fridge and exiting the common room. That interaction, inconsequential as it happened to be, forced me to flee to my room. By the time I unlocked, passed through, and shut the door behind me, I felt like I hadn't drawn air for ages. As rich oxygen entered my lungs, I came to a realization so painful I couldn't even bear it. This behavior, typical of me as it happened to be, was not normal. But what could I do to stop it? At that moment, I realized only one thing could happen. I had to go to the doctor. Chapter 12. Unfortunately, doctors happen to be expensive, and it would not be easy getting in to see one on a fixed income. "You're fine," my conscience kept trying to convince me after looking up typical first-time patient visits online. Why do you even have to go to a doctor? Aren't you getting worked up for no reason? That was the point, though. I was, in fact, getting myself worked up for no reason, and that was not normal. But then again, what was normal? Was any of what I was experiencing normal? On the one hand, you could say that the college experience, being out on my own, living in a dorm, managing my own money, my own bills, was in fact as normal as it could possibly be. But having to flee my home in the early hours of the morning, after having been screamed at and a plate thrown at my head, was that normal? In the end, I came to only one conclusion. The answer was no. No, this wasn't normal. It couldn't be. Because for this to be normal, I would have had to leave home on good terms, to have moved away of my own volition, not have been scared that I wouldn't survive the night, and then call my cousin only to have them question why exactly I was leaving. For any of this to be normal, for any of this to be sane, I would have had to not been afraid. Afraid. That 6-letter word was what had governed my life for the longest time, but I decided would no longer. With that in mind, I turned to looking up county assistance programs. Chapter 13. My search seemed to take me to the ends of the internet, and through the miasma of links, resources, and everything else the Rio Grande Valley of South Texas had to offer. Thankfully, it seemed I was eligible for many of the services due to the fact that I was low income as well as a student, and as a result, I had an appointment to see a doctor within the next few days. I was just finishing my call when a text from Brad came through. "Want to hang?" it asked. Truth be told, I wasn't sure. A part of me wanted to, because at least with someone's support, I might be able to calm the raging storm of doubt within my heart. The other part of me, hesitant as hell to even respond to him, doubted that accepting help would leave our potential friendship at a disadvantage. I'd known him for only 3 days, and already I questioned how he would respond. But I wondered, why would he respond negatively? Was it because I believed he would? Because I thought he would have reason to? Nothing he'd said or done had indicated that he would be unkind, especially if I asked for emotional support. But in the end, was he ready to know my deepest, darkest secrets? A sigh escaped me as I considered the realities. On one hand, this could bring our friendship closer. On another, though, it could leave me feeling lost and completely and utterly alone. Was that really what I was so afraid of in the end? Being alone? In the end, I knew it wouldn't matter. He would find out anyway, and if it was time, then so be it. With that thought in mind, I texted, "Sure," and tossed the phone beside me on my bed. It wouldn't be long before Brad arrived. For that reason, I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and waited for the knock on the door. Chapter 14. I was a nervous wreck by the time Brad arrived several minutes later. Cautious with my optimism, but unsure how he would respond, I approached the door hesitantly and with regret I could have never imagined, and waited several long moments before I opened the door. The first words out of his mouth were, "Is everything okay?" I paused, only to ask, "Why?" "You look like you've seen a ghost." Metaphorically, I had.
Confronting the past, even if it's recent, can at times be incredibly disarming, to the point where, when looking at another person, they can see your every flaw, your every hurt, your every insecurity. It's almost baffling to believe that such a thing could occur, yet at the same time, it's impossible to ignore. So in looking at Brad and seeing that he could see everything, all I could say was, "Come in." He stepped inside with the hesitancy of a cautious prey animal, slowly but surely easing into the room before closing the door behind him. As he came to stand inside, he paused, and while looking at me, waited for me to say anything further before asking, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," I said. "I'm just tired is all." "Why'd you have me come over then?" I began. I don't... Brad's frown instantly brought the reality of the situation home. Sighing, I ran a hand through my close-cut hair, then closed my eyes before expelling a breath and then saying, "It's a long story." "I don't have class tomorrow," he said. "I'm willing to listen if you're willing to talk." I wasn't exactly willing. I had, by presence alone, indicated that I wanted something from him, be it company or a friendly ear. Because of that, I couldn't exactly refuse. I settled onto my bed and gestured to the chair across from me before saying, "If you want to sit." Brad did, easing himself into the chair before leaning forward to examine me. "What's on your mind?" he asked. "Truth be told," I said, "a lot of things." "I'm here to listen." "I just don't want to overwhelm you with my life story." "Why would you overwhelm me?" "Because it's not a good one, Brad." He frowned, but didn't say anything. Rather, he studied me for several long moments, then expelled a breath that could have parted the sea. He then said, "Okay, I can understand that." Could he, though? Could he really? I knew so little about him, and yet, at the same time, couldn't doubt his intentions, or his past, or even his present. For all I knew, he could have a past like me. Which would have made us two peas in a pod, I thought, the fruit not fallen far from the tree. I leaned forward to study the expression on his face, to try and read just what it was he would think come time I began to reveal my truth for what it was. His gaze was set, his lips pursed, his eyes determined. Nothing about him made me feel as though I had anything to worry about, which was why, in looking at him, and in realizing that I had nothing to lose, I sighed and said, "I really don't know how to begin." "Begin however you want," he replied. "I'm here for you." Here. For me. The words were enough to make me tremble. Somehow, though, I was able to fight the urge to display it through my body, and instead allowed it to cycle through my mind as I prepared myself for what would undoubtedly be a test of endurance I had never anticipated. "Dean," Brad asked, "you okay?" "I grew up in a toxic household, Brad." There it was, the bombshell, the explosion, the irradiated wasteland, the desolated fields. The gust, as it drifted out from the place of impact, was chaotic. Fire ruled the skies, lava what remained on the concrete streets. And worse yet, the world was burned asunder. Because of the last of the living beings on the godforsaken planet were made to suffer, I was left to wander. Because the truth was, no one ever really got over their past. It just became easier to deal with. While waiting for Brad to respond, and while slowly but surely losing my mind over the reality that this could be the deal killer for our friendship, I tried, without success, to block out some of the more troubling aspects of my past, but found myself thinking of them regardless. My father with the gun, my mother with the words, myself as I tried not to cry, myself as I wished to die. A torrent of emotions assaulted me at that moment, when sitting there, I was made to bare my soul for the one person who could make or break everything I had come to anticipate was wholesome about him as a person, or even as a man. He could rebuke you, my conscience offered, and make you feel like you're nothing. Or maybe, it also added, he could be your savior, an angel or guardian, watching over your life. I didn't know what the case would be. For all I knew, he could turn and walk out. I wouldn't blame him if he did, because as toxic as my backstory was, it was likely he didn't want to get burned, even if in a metaphorical sense. But Brad would not burn.
No. Somehow, I knew he wouldn't. Knew that, despite what I had just said, he would not turn to ash. When he finally sighed, and when finally I was pulled from the darkest depths of my personal suffering, I lifted my eyes to face him, only to see a twisted dichotomy of emotions upon his face. All I could say was, "I'm sorry, Dean." For that, in the end, rocked my world. While waiting for the emotions to either lift me up or drag me down, I watched him for any signs of regret, only to find a sadness in his features that made me wonder whether or not he truly wanted to continue this conversation. I said, "No." He asked, "What?" And I replied, "I'm the one who should be sorry. I was having a moment when you texted, and while I needed someone to distract me." "From what?" "The chaos, the pain." "Do you want to talk about it?" "Emotionally vomiting isn't going to do any good," I said, crossing my arms over my chest and grimacing as Brad leaned forward to rise. "Are you?" "No, I'm not." I'm not sure he knew what I was going to ask, if he was going to leave, but as he stood and as he came to sit on the bed beside me, I grimaced, unsure what to expect. "Don't panic," I kept telling myself. "He isn't going to hurt you. If he made it this far, he's not going to stop you now." But I'd started, "I don't." He set a hand between my shoulder blades, then said, "I'm here if you need anything." "Honestly," I said, taking a slow, deep breath, "I'm not sure what I need." "Like I said, you can talk if you want. There's nothing really I can say that would make me feel better." "Do you want to go out?" "Out?" "Walking, or somewhere, anywhere?" No, I don't think I'm in the best state of mind to be going anywhere." "Have you thought about seeing a counselor?" "I actually scheduled a doctor's appointment," I said, and laughed. "Can you believe it? I, Dean McAllen, scheduled a doctor's appointment? What's wrong with that?" "My parents were terrified of letting me go for anything, even vaccines." "Were they, anti-vax or something?" "They were something. I just don't know what." "We could catch a cab," he said, "and make our way to wherever it is you need to go when you need to." "We?" I asked. He nodded. "Yeah, we." "You'd go with me?" "You'd get lost without someone familiar with the cities." "I have my smartphone, Brad." "Still," he paused, "I figured it'd probably be better if someone went with you, considering, everything you've gone through." "You do that for me?" "Yeah, of course I would. I mean, you're my friend. Why wouldn't I help you?" My friend, I thought, as the words circled through my head, repeating endlessly and without regret. I wasn't sure what to say, or even how to feel, let alone act. For that, I simply nodded and said, "Yeah, okay." "When's your appointment?" "In 2 days." "It's not going to conflict with your classes?" "No, it won't." "Okay. Let me figure out what we're doing. Then we'll arrange to go, okay?" "Okay." Brad stood. "I'll leave you be," he said as he started for the door. "Unless you need me to stay." "No, Brad, you've done enough." His smile was a piece of heaven fallen on our godforsaken earth, and it made me realize that I was not truly alone. Chapter 15. I was terrified. Of what, I couldn't be sure. I knew that everything would be fine, that for all intents and purposes, everything would be okay. Yet, I knew that facing my past would inspire all sorts of demons to come rising to the surface, and as a result, leave me feeling reeling in the aftermath of personal devastation. Nothing's going to hurt you, I remember thinking. You're done with that phase of your life. The looks, the stares, the incessant questioning glares, no longer were they present within my life. Gone like the wind, they were on a cold winter's day. Something to be remembered, but nothing to be experienced again. At least for now, I then thought. When the knock came at the door at about 12:30 p.m. that day, signaling not only Brad's arrival, but the coming of my personal suffering, I steeled myself for what was to come, then opened the door and said, "Hey." "Hey," he replied. He clutched an umbrella in one hand. "Everything okay?" "It's gonna rain?" I asked. "Smells like it. he said. I sighed but nodded and said, "Yeah, everything's fine." Then I stepped out of my dorm and locked the door behind me. "You ready?"
"Ready when you are, bud."
The word was enough to instill a small amount of comfort in me, regardless of the way I felt. With that thought firmly implanted in mind, we made our way out of the dormitory into the street, where waiting for us in a sleek black car was our driver, whose gaze was set on the cell phone in his grasp. It took less than a minute for us to climb into the car and begin making our way to our destination. As we traveled, slowly maneuvering through the traffic along the university before making our way to the main roads that would take us to the McAllen Medical Center, I tried, with little success, to keep my mind off the possibilities that could occur come time when we arrived, but found that was nearly impossible considering the circumstance at hand. What if they don't believe you? What if they think you're a fraud? That you're just trying to get medicine? That you're lying? Lying. That word triggered something in me, something that deep down made me feel small and insignificant, weak and stripped of power. I drew in a breath and considered this and slowly but surely expelled it in an effort to keep my emotions from running rampant, but found that they threatened to do so anyway.
"Everything okay?"
Brad asked. "Yeah," I lied. "Everything's fine." Whether or not Brad saw through me, I couldn't be sure. Perhaps he was simply being quiet for the sake of my conscience, or because we were in a cab with a stranger who didn't need to know my business. Either way, he didn't say anything. He simply nodded and pursed his lips before looking over the center console and out the windshield. This left me to my own devices, which in a way was both comforting and disarming at the same time. I didn't want to think of everything that could happen come time that I arrived at the medical center and the time I walked in to see the doctor. I'd heard horror stories of medical diagnoses being mishandled in general practitioners' offices or of medical professionals being cruel due to ignorance. There seemed to be no shortage of mean people in the world, so when a doctor happened to be one of them, it made the whole process even more complicated. But I realized I couldn't afford to think about that, because if I did, there was a chance that I would simply turn and walk out of the office come time we arrived. Thankfully, the trip took less than 15 minutes. By the time we arrived, I paid the cab fare without so much as a second thought before climbing out, and waited for Brad to depart in kind before turning toward the building.
"You ready for this?" my companion said.
"I think so," I replied. He placed a hand on my upper back and held it there for several long moments before pushing forward and saying,
"Go."
"What about you?" I asked, turning to face him.
"I'll be right behind you."
That knowledge was enough to spur me forward and through the medical center's front doors. I went through a routine I'd never experienced before. I checked in, I paid, I filled out paperwork, what little medical history I could, consented to be treated, then returned the paperwork before seating myself beside Brad, whose gaze was fixed on his cell phone.
"Are you okay?" I asked as I looked at him.
"I'm fine," he replied. "Why?" "You seem a little too calm for this whole thing."
"I don't like doctors' offices," he admitted.
"Is there a—" I started to say, but before I could finish, a nurse opened a nearby door and said, "Dean McAllen?" I stood and immediately felt beads of nervous sweat pool down my spine.
"You'll be fine," Brad said as I started forward.
I could only nod in response. Chapter 16. A waiting room is a form of torture. I was convinced of this even before I stepped foot in the hospital, and definitely was even more so after entering the McAllen Medical Center. This is because as I sat there, ruminating on what could or could not happen, the drone of the AC unit began to get on my nerves, and the silence penetrated me like a knife attempting to puncture the eye of a needle. I hate to admit it, but I squirmed, not only because I anticipated something bad happening, but because I believed I was stupid for being here in the first place. Remain calm, I remember thinking. Everything will be just fine. But would it, though? Would the doctor not come in and see right through me, see all my doubts, my fears, my worries? It seemed likely, since at times I was transparent as glass, but I couldn't know. I didn't want to know, to be perfectly honest. This is why, when the door opened and a tall black man walked in, I froze.
"Mr. McAllen?"
he asked as he looked down at my file. "Yes, sir?" I asked.
"My name is Dr. Miguel Jackson. I'm here to discuss whatever issues you feel you may have today."
"Okay."
"I see you're a bit nervous,"
he said as he walked into the room and then sat down upon a rolling stool. "Your blood pressure was also a bit high when you came in. Are you feeling any better?" "I'm terrified," I admitted and laughed. "Of what?" Dr. Jackson frowned. "Of being here, with you, in this office." "I'm sorry to hear that. I can assure you that we'll get to the root of the problem you've come in here for today." He wheeled himself over to a computer and then punched a series of keys, rather jarringly at that, before leaning forward and saying, "You're here because you're experiencing heightened anxiety issues." Yes, sir, I am." "Tell me, what are you anxious about?" "Everything," I admitted. The doctor raised a brow. Sighing, I reached up to press a hand over my mouth, then inhaled a long, deep breath before lifting my eyes and saying, "I just got here." "Where? The hospital?" "Texas." "From where?" "Utah." "That's a pretty drastic move. Tell me, though, why are you here? Says on your chart that you're a full-time student. Couldn't you have enrolled in a school in the area where you're from?" I don't." The doctor frowned at me. I sighed once more. "I'm sorry," I said. I guess I'll just come out and admit it." "Admit what?" "My parents, they terrorized me. Growing up, I mean." "How so?" It was here that I remember looking at him and trying, without success, to keep my emotional barriers from crumbling around me. It was like watching stars fall in the atmosphere, only to strike the walls of the most beautiful palace ever to be built, and as the marbling fell slowly but surely into the sea of despair, I was left to watch, for it was here, at this hour, in this place, that I knew my emotions were going to get the best of me. I swallowed, trembled, then, slowly but surely said, "They yelled at me, scolded me, threatened me." "Threatened you?" the doctor asked. I responded with a nod. "In what way?" he continued. "My dad was prone to carrying a gun around the house," I said. "He beat my mother at times, and when I tried to intervene sometimes, he'd hit me too." "You are aware that any time a parent does what you're describing to a child, that is considered abuse, right, Mr. McAllen?" I started to say, "I don't..." Then I stopped. It hadn't dawned upon me until that moment, when, while sitting there, looking Dr. Jackson in the eyes, it came shooting toward me, a silver bullet in the night. Striking the beast head on, it revealed it for all it was worth, and it could be said, in all its horrible glory. Why hadn't I been able to see it before? Why wasn't I able to admit it until that moment? I, Dean McAllen, was abused as a child. How was that possible? Was it even true? And if it was true, had I heard it correctly? "Of course you did," my conscience said. "You just don't want to believe it." Why didn't I, though? Was there a reason? A cause? A certainty that I didn't want to admit? Why, of all things, did I not want to believe this man who seemed to know it all? While staring at him, waiting for either me or him to respond, a tightness seized my chest, and a slate that had once been blank ran red. "Mr. McAllen?" the man asked. Yes," I asked, swallowing the ever-thickening lump in my throat. "Are you all right?" "It's just," I started, I didn't believe you were abused," the doctor said, and nodded. "It's common for victims of abuse to not see that they were, at least not until they are told, sometimes not even then. It's a coping mechanism they develop in order to normalize the horrible events taking place." "But I wasn't what? Hurt that badly?" "That's the other thing," the doctor said. "Victims of childhood abuse almost always compare their experiences to others. Sometimes they claim that others had it worse than them. So they downplay their own experiences. Others think that, if something in particular didn't happen to them, they won't feel like they deserve to feel the way they do." The man pauses and leans forward to examine me from behind his thick-framed glasses. "I will tell you right now, Mr. McAllen, that you have a right to feel that you've been wronged. No child should have to endure any type of abuse or neglect from their parents." "Thank you," I managed. "Do you need access to a counselor by chance, or did you just want to try treatment?" "I don't think I'm ready to face what I've gone through yet," I said. "It's still so fresh, so close." "I understand," he says, and with that, he rolled back to his computer, then proceeded to type onto his keyboard.
Chapter 17. I left the examination room with an anti-anxiety prescription and the promise of a follow-up visit in 2 weeks. As I proceeded into the waiting room, Brad rose to face me, only to frown a short moment later. "What?" I asked, startled by his expression.
"It's nothing," he replied, before looking down at the prescription I held in my hand. "You all right?" "I'm as okay as I think I can be, all things considering." "I'm glad to hear that." He paused once more. "He gave you something."
"He did."
"Good. You probably need it."
"Probably," I thought, and somehow resisted the urge to laugh. We stared at each other for several long moments, barely breathing, not speaking. When Brad cleared his throat and said, "We should go," all I could do was nod and follow him out of the clinic. The moment we stepped outside, Brad exhaled and said,
"Thank God."
"Something wrong?" I asked, unsure how to feel about the sudden expression.
"I don't like doctors," he replied.
"I don't think anyone does."
"I've got my reasons," he said.
Unfortunately, he didn't elaborate. However, given that I didn't ask him to, I couldn't blame him. I was so caught up in my own thoughts that I wasn't bothering to think about anyone else's, no matter how odd or out of the blue they happened to be. As Brad withdrew his cell phone and hailed a ride through his smartphone app, I looked down at the medication I was being prescribed and sighed. It was one of the few times in my life that I'd ever had to take prescription medication. I wasn't sure how I'd react to it. My parents, especially my mother, had been notorious about not letting me even take pain medication if it wasn't necessary, even for the smallest of headaches. "It'll pass," she'd say, even when I was sick and in the throes of what felt like death, that ship disembarking across the ocean of my personal pain and suffering. I shook my head in an attempt to dispel the memory, only to find that it lingered persistently. Even when the cab pulled up and we climbed inside, I found myself thinking about what would happen come time I started to take the medication, come time it finally began to cycle through my bloodstream. "You'll be fine," I thought. "Everything's going to be okay." Was it, though? Truth be told, I didn't know, and for that reason, could only wonder. Chapter 18. That evening, long after the sun had fallen beyond the fiery horizon and darkness had come to claim our world, I stood beside my bedside dresser and stared at the single pill I held within the palm of my hand. "You'll be fine," I distinctly remember thinking. "You're just going to get a little sleepy, that's all." "That's all," I laughed. Getting sleepy as a result of my new medication was the least of my worries. It was the nightmares that could potentially follow that bothered me more than anything. Still, I knew that I couldn't stand here forever, and knew for certain that I could lose the pill if I didn't take it sooner rather than later. For that reason, I tightened my hand around my fist one more time, pressed the pill to my mouth, then slid it between my lips before grabbing my glass of water and swallowing. By the time it reached my stomach, I could already feel my anxiety taking hold. "Don't think about it," I mumbled under my breath, before turning my lamp off and crawling into bed. "Everything will be just fine." I wasn't sure what to expect, how it would work, whether or not its effect would be instantly felt, or if I would have to wait for it to accumulate within my system before I would see any true benefit. For that reason, I slid my legs beneath the sheets, settled down atop the mattress, then closed my eyes and tried to sleep. Unfortunately for me, sleep would not come easy. But it was not because of the medication. No, it was because of Brad. When his text first came in, I wasn't sure what to expect. I thought my phone was simply going off due to an electronic grade being submitted, or because an email had just come in. But when I saw that the notification that had come in was from Brad, I instantly lifted my phone to unlock my touchscreen.
I expected him to ask how I was doing. Instead, all he asked was, "Can I come over?" I looked up at the clock in the upper right-hand corner of my screen, only to find that it was already 10:30 at night. What could he want at this hour of the evening? I felt that ignoring him would be idiotic, especially considering my phone had slipped in my grasp and my thumb had landed on a key, like signaling that I was typing a reply. Because of that, I typed, "Yeah, come over." Then I waited for him to arrive. He didn't come through the front door, however. Instead, he knocked on the door that bridged the shared bedroom between us, and entered in only an undershirt and a pair of boxers. "Brad?" I asked, lifting myself up to get a better look at him. "Are you all right?" I could see that he guided himself over by the light of his cell phone and could see only minute details about him, mainly being the fine hairs on his chin and the dark hollows of his eyes, which were almost obscured by shadow. What was even odder was that he didn't immediately respond, but instead lingered there for a moment before saying, "Yeah." "You're sure?" I asked, leaning over to reach for the light. He cleared his throat and said, "Keep it dark." "Why?" "I've got a migraine." A migraine, I thought, but decided not to say anything. Instead, I sat upright and considered what I could of his face before saying, "What's wrong, other than the migraine, I mean?" "I don't like being alone when I get like this. I hear things sometimes." "Hear things?" I asked. Brad nodded. "Yeah, hear things." I wasn't sure how to respond to that. A part of me was immediately on edge because in my mind, something about this didn't feel right. Another part of me, though, knew that he was likely just suffering from delirium. I'd heard headaches, when bad enough, could make you see artifacts, shards of light, and other phantom auras. Why wouldn't they cause you to hear things too? I didn't know, and because of that, I didn't bother to question him any further. Rather, I asked, "You want to sit down?" He did, but instead of sliding into a chair, chose to settle down on the bed next to me. His added weight caused the box spring to creak. "You okay?" I asked. "I'll be fine," he replied. "I just need to be around someone. I figured you'd understand." "Yeah, I guess." He leaned back against the wall and closed his eyes. The light from his phone cast a glow across his face, and for a moment he sighed, a low, pleasant sound that caused him to hum before his lips parted. "This is nice," he said. "Yeah," I said. I guess so." He chuckled. I smiled. He tilted his head back to expose his unshaven neck and hummed again. "Are you okay?" I asked. "I'm fine," he offered in kind. "Why?" "I just wasn't sure why you were humming." "It calms me down and keeps me from hearing them." "Who?" "Well, it, I should say." "Who's it?" "Armoire." The word, pretty, like the French armoire, tugged my lips down into yet another frown. Brad's low hum pulled me from my thought. "Do you hear it often?" I asked. "Since I was a kid." "What does it, say?" "I never remember." "You don't?" He shook his head. "No." "Is it saying anything right now?" "It's saying, hello." "Hello." Brad nods. "Yeah, hello." The shiver that ran up my spine may have in part been caused by the AC unit streaming cool air across my back, but at the same time, I couldn't help but feel creeped out by the whole ordeal. In the end, though, I knew it was nothing to worry about. Since when did hallucinations harm people? Chapter 19. I woke the following morning to find Brad gone, and a text that said, "Sorry for last night. Thanks for helping me get through it." The bed smelled like two people had been in it, but the spare pillow, which I'd expected to have been askew, was still in its ordinary spot. "Guess that pill really knocked me out," I mumbled while running a hand through my dark hair. I considered the room, undisturbed as it happened to be, and frowned as memories of last night flooded back to me. The medication, Brad's text, his revelation, armoire. The name haunted me,
like a siren song meant to pull me to the depths of the ocean. Beautiful, yet at the same time chaotic. It caused a flicker of unease to spark at the base of my neck and trail down my spine. A shiver naturally followed, and though it was obviously not cold in the middle of summer, I felt an immense discomfort in light of everything that had occurred to me the night before. But what did it all mean? Nothing, I thought. It meant nothing at all. Brad simply suffered auditory hallucinations as a result of his migraines. Nothing more, nothing less. And as to his coming to my room in his underwear, well, that didn't mean anything either, other than he was comfortable with me. Or off his gourd, I thought. I couldn't blame him, though. He wasn't feeling well, and likely not in the best headspace to begin with. I decided then and there that I was better off not dwelling on it. If Brad wanted to bring it up at a later date, he could. Until then, I had other things to worry about. Chapter 20. The next time I saw Brad, he was standing at my door, holding an ice pack to his head. All he could say was, "I'm sorry about the other night." I stared at him for several long moments, contemplating whether or not I should invite him in. Then I decided it would be rude not to, and said, "Come in." He entered, grimacing as he did so, and turned away from the faint light streaming in through the cracks in the dark curtains. He then settled himself onto the bed. "You okay?" I asked. "Still nursing this damn headache," he replied. "I didn't come over here for sympathy, by the way. I came to apologize." "For what?" "Intruding on your personal space, bothering you when you needed alone time." "I would have asked you to leave if I thought you were bothering me, Brad." "I know, but still," he sighed. "I feel like a dick for doing it." "Don't. You needed a friend. I was there. It all worked out in the end." "Yeah, I guess it did." He remained silent for several moments, intermittently grimacing as the sound of footsteps in the hall or a car honking pierced through the thin walls. When he did speak again, it was to say, "How's your writing coming?" "It's coming," I replied. "I feel a bit overwhelmed with everything that's been going on, but, well," I lifted the bottle of pills. "I guess that's what these are for." "Anti-anxiety meds, right?" "Right. They should help. From what I understand, it takes a little while for them to get in your system, but once they do, you're golden." "I hope so. It sucks to be anxious about everything all the time." I could only imagine. Brad leaned back against the wall and closed his eyes. He waited a moment, then said, "I'm doing it again." "Doing what?" "Intruding on your space." "It's fine, Brad. Besides, He cracked one eye open before I could speak further. I swallowed and continued by saying, "I've never really had a friend I could just sit with and talk to before." "No?" "No." He frowned but said, "I'm glad I can be that friend." That same flicker of warmth I'd felt before returned. "Just remember," my conscience offered, "not to fall for a straight guy." I couldn't, wouldn't. In the end, I didn't want my heart to be broken. That would have been the worst pain of all. Chapter 21. My attempts to ignore my feelings were futile. I, Dean McAllen, had a crush on Brad Michelson, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. Like water from rain, it flowed over me, effortlessly and without regret. And through it all, I only had one question. Why? Why did I have a crush on Brad? Why was he doing these things to me? And why was I stupid enough to allow my emotions to consume me? I was not dumb, at least not in mind. But matter? I shook my head. In matter, it could be said, I was consumed by the ever-longing need to be wanted, to belong, to be loved. As I lay there on my bed that afternoon, I dwelled upon the realities at hand and tried to piece together exactly why Brad Michelson was consuming my heart, my brain, and my soul, and came to a few simple conclusions. The first conclusion was that I was at the mercy of my hormones. Still 18 and full of testosterone, the sight of a man was enough to give me pause and, quite frankly, a rise. And the fact that Brad was handsome as hell and nice to boot, and he was a dream come true for any boy from the Mormon Midwest, the fact that he had dozed in my bed right next to me,
probably didn't help much either. Synapses firing, hormones surging, thoughts running. It could be said that I was the man of the hour, that through time and principle, I was meant to feel this way about the man who'd just come into my life. Yet because of that, I wondered, was it right? Right, I remembered wondering, to have a crush, or right to have a crush on him. Straight men weren't game. Any reasonable gay man knew this, and yet I wanted so badly to get to know him better, to touch him, feel him, taste him. His lips were like candy, pink with lines and oh so fine, and imagining them on my own sent my thoughts racing. With a shake of my head, I rolled onto my side and pulled the blankets over my prone form, not wanting or willing to accept the fact that I was so dumb. Are you, though? My conscience offered. Are you really? The boner I had would have said otherwise. God damn it, I mumbled. Just goddamn. The sound of the shower sounding in our attached bathroom entered my ears. I groaned in frustration. I knew I would learn at some point to get over this stupid feeling of longing, yet right now, I just wanted to tell someone to tell me that everything was going to be all right, that everything would be okay. I wanted validation. I knew I was not unattractive per se. If anything, I was simply average in looks, pale white, of European descent, and dark-eyed and haired. I looked exactly like everyone else who'd immigrated to the United States from that part of the world. Brad, though, he was something else. And because of that, I knew that, even if he were gay, I wouldn't have a shot in hell. Sighing, I tilted my head to regard the work in progress staring back at me from my laptop and tried, with little success, to keep from thinking how much of a failure I was going to be because of all this. You're not a failure, I was quick to remind myself. You're just stuck, is all. Stuck. What an ample word to describe not only my work, but my life. As I rolled over, as I threw my legs over the side of the bed, I thought of all that had happened over the past week and felt only one emotion. Victory. I had come this far, from so very far away, and had managed to make it through my first week on my own. I'd moved cross-country, enrolled in school, managed my own affairs, made my first new strides, made a friend. It was for this reason that I knew I couldn't fuck things up with Brad, knew without a shadow of doubt that I could not afford to waste a friendship over feelings I had for someone who would never return them in a million years. Never. Because of that, I knew what I had to do. I had to get over myself, but most importantly, I had to get over Brad. Chapter 22. You want to walk? Brad asked. Huh? I replied, lifting my eyes from where I stood in the common room. The young man watched me with his stormy gray eyes and waited for a response. Silence ruled supreme, making the lapse in conversation awkward. As a result, I found it hard to swallow what he just asked. Walking? I asked. Yeah, Brad replied. Walking. Isn't it like 90 degrees outside? What, you'd rather drive? Do you have a car? My dad does. I don't think he'd mind if we walked over and picked it up. He only lives a few blocks away. Your dad lets you borrow his car? I said, unsure how to respond or if I should even consider accepting. Yeah, why? It's just, I paused. Well, what? I don't want to impose. Trust me, my dad's cool. He'd let us take the car. Where would you want to go? I asked as I sunk my teeth into the Mexican cookie I'd forgotten I'd been holding. I don't know, just wherever, I guess. He paused. I'm trying to come up with ways to get you out of here. You think I'm going stir-crazy or something? I think, Brad laughed. I know, Mr. McAllen, sir. A smile parted my lips and caused a laugh to rise from my chest. All right. You win, Mr. Michelson. I'll go get my wallet. I'll follow you. We left the common room and made our way back to our dorms, wherein we both prepared for the night. While Brad went to get whatever he needed, I grabbed my wallet, my cell phone, and my dorm key, convinced, without a shadow of a doubt, that this was nothing unusual. But the more I continued to think about it, and the more I considered what we were about to do, I couldn't help but wonder if this meant something more. Of course it doesn't, I'd explicitly thought. He just wants company after a long day. What's wrong with that? Nothing. Nothing was wrong with that. It was just so intrinsically ingrained within me to be skeptical that I was bound to speculate on everything, even things that were inconsequential. But still, my devilish thoughts offered, this will be the first time you'll truly be alone with him. Maybe that wasn't a bad thing. Maybe he just wanted to talk, without the company of ears or the danger of being heard through thin walls. Maybe. I was just about to think further on it when a knock came at the threshold, startling me from thought. "Ready?" Brad asked. "Yeah," I said. "I'm ready." "Cool. Let's get out of here." Within moments, we were stepping out of the dorm hall and into the early evening. At this hour of the night, people were still coming from classes, walking, biking, driving. As such, Brad and I kept close and made our way down the street without so much as looking back. His gaze was set ahead, looking, it seemed, toward the quiet night we would be spending together. I was still recovering from my paranoid episode, and as a result, remained quiet as we came to the crosswalk. "You feeling okay?" Brad asked. "Yeah," I replied. "Why do you ask?" He waited a moment for a person to cross in front of us, then started forward before saying, "The meds." "Oh, those," I laughed. "Yeah, I'm doing fine. Don't worry about me." "We gotta look out for each other, right?" I started, then stopped and paused before saying, "Yeah, we do." Brad nodded and gestured toward the street we were making our way toward. "Dad lives in one of these townhouses right around here." "It's nice that you have your parents nearby," I replied. "Oh, it's just Dad. Mom, she died when I was little." "I'm sorry," I said. "It's okay. I was really young when it happened. Breast cancer." "That's unfortunate." He chewed on his bottom lip for a moment, part, I imagined, in contemplation, part not, before lifting his eyes and saying, "There it is." The townhouses were plain, like most of the other homes in the area, surrounded by bricks and guarded by wrought iron fencing. The row we approached lay behind a series of privacy hedges meant to block the view of the streets from the east. A gnome looked at us from one home. "Dad hates those things," Brad said as we approached the door to the house on our left. "Why?" I asked. "He thinks they're tacky. And bad luck." I could only laugh as Brad knocked on the door and waited for the man within to respond. Several moments passed, during which time I took a step back so as not to disarm the man when he opened the door. Brad, meanwhile, crossed his arms over his chest and lifted his head to keep it level with the peephole so the man inside could see. The door opened. A man who resembled the spitting image of Brad peered out. "Hey," Brad's father said. "Long time no see." "Sorry about that," Brad replied, stepping into his father's embrace. "Been busy with school and stuff." "I know, don't sweat it." He patted his son's back before turning his head to face me. "Is this a friend of yours?" "Yeah, Dad, this is Dean. Dean, Dad." "Nice to meet you, Mr. Michelson," I said, extending a hand. "Pleasure, son. The name's Robert." He gripped my hand firmly and shook it before relinquishing his hold. He turned his attention back to his son shortly thereafter. "What brings you kids here today?" "Dean's new in town and wanted to see the sights," Brad replied. "I was wondering if we could borrow the car." "New in town, eh?" Robert Michelson asked, turning his attention toward me. He offered a small smile. "Where are you from, Dean?" "Utah." "Wow, you came quite a ways for school, I take it." "Yes, sir, I did." "You'll have to tell me more about it sometime." Robert turned his gaze on his son. "You're welcome to take the car, son. Just don't wreck it while you're out." "You know I won't," Brad replied. "I know." Robert chuckled and lifted a set of keys from the ring nearby. "All I ask is that you kids bring it back before the morning. Wouldn't want to be late for work." "We understand." "Thank you, sir," I said. Robert merely nodded and moved to close the door. "Nice meeting you, Dean," he said, then offered a single wink. "You too," I said, and couldn't help but frown as he closed the door.
What was that supposed to mean? I thought. But Brad stepping out to the row of cars alongside the townhouses caught me off guard. "You ready to go?" he asked. Yeah," I said. "Sorry, just thinking." "About what?" "My book," I lied. Brad smiled and said, "Ah." Then he unlocked the car with a clicker before sliding into the driver's seat and starting it up. As I climbed in after him, and as we began to pull away from the townhouses, I tried not to wonder just what that wink had meant. Was it a sign of things to come? I didn't know. All I knew was that, for the first time since meeting Brad, I would really, truly be alone with him. I continued to pray that I would not screw our friendship up. Chapter 23. We drove along a dark road that night. Flanked by cars that slowly but surely fell behind, I watched the vehicles traveling alongside us disappear as we advanced out of the city limits and onto the lost stretches taken only by farmers and their equipment. Beside me, Brad drove with the window down, one arm braced along the frame, his free hand around the wheel. He drove without a care in the world, humming softly to Top 100 on the radio, and I, left only to observe, watched the fields before us extend forever into the distance. "This is nice," Brad said, tossing his fringe away from his eyes. "Isn't it?" "Yeah," I replied, "it is." His hair, which was lengthier on top, but shorn along the sides of his head, blew haphazardly in the wind, creating the impression that we were two kids doing nothing more than enjoying the world for what it was. He was 21, I 18, fresh and new, and completely and utterly enamored. I tried my hardest not to watch him out of my peripheral, but found myself doing that regardless. Remember. Remember the code to remember, I thought. Straight men get a pass because their love doesn't last. Of course it didn't. That was why it was stupid for me to even consider that this was anything more than just a casual outing. Besides, if anyone was going to make the first move, if they even were, it would be him. Which wasn't going to happen. I drew in a long breath of the cool night air and smiled as the scent of grass and wildflowers entered my nose. "They have much of this up in Utah?" Brad asked. "I lived at the edge of Salt Lake," I replied, "so it was mostly a lot of flatlands, mostly farms." "There's a lot of that here. But this is absolutely beautiful." Brad smiled as he turned his high beams on. "You see?" The world bloomed before me. Wild, untamed, uninhabited, the grass extended on both sides of the road and was marked only by the separation of land with wooden fences and wire. Flowers dotted the area at various intervals, creating the impression that this place, though encroached upon by humanity, was untouched. It was utterly magical, in a sense, and in a way, haunting. So far out, there were no lights to be seen, and with no traffic behind us, it was dark as it could be. Normally, I wasn't afraid of the night. Something, however, gave me cause for concern. But what was it? Was it the belief that we would simply pull over alongside the road and stop? Was it the fact that we could get stranded out here and not be found for hours? What exactly was it? I brushed the thought off as I considered it and cleared my throat as Brad continued to drive. "Something up?" he asked. "I just realized that I haven't asked you about your art." "Oh, that," Brad laughed. "No need to worry. It's not like we've exchanged notes or anything like that." "Still," I said, "I'd like to see some of it sometime." "My phone's in the back seat if you want to reach back and grab it." "You have it on your phone?" "All my stuff's digital, and the files are in the cloud. So go ahead, grab it." I twisted around, located his phone, then loosened the seatbelt around my waist before leaning back and clawing at his phone. "What's your PIN?" I asked, lowering my head and tilting the phone at an angle to avoid blindsiding him. 0434, he replied. I started typing the numbers in. Brad inhaled. I looked up. He asked, "What the hell is that?" And I paled. Hovering alongside the road was what I had first assumed to be the rear lights of a car. The only problem was they were too small to be from a car and lower to the ground.
And worse yet, they were moving. What in the world? I started to say. Brad pressed his foot down on the accelerator. The headlights shifted. A brief glimpse of fur could be seen. Then, whatever it was, lunged for the car. Brad jerked the wheel. We swerved to the left. He corrected. We centered along the middle of the lane. "What the fuck was that?" I asked. "I don't know," Brad replied. He paused. "What?" I asked, turning my head to face him. "Brad, why are you—" "Look behind us," he said. I did, and saw that the red lights were moving, directly behind us. "It's just the light reflecting off of its eyes," I said as Brad slowly began to accelerate the car. "Slow down, Brad. Everything's going to be fine." "It's chasing us," he said. "It's fucking chasing us." "Yeah, it is, but we're going to outrun it. Brad increased his speed. The car continued to accelerate. The lights, or more aptly, eyes, continued to pursue. But what was even more haunting was that they weren't slowing down. No, they were speeding up. A low, trembling breath escaped me, and Brad, seemingly aware of this, pressed his foot even harder on the accelerator. Even as the car began to pick up speed and the wind whipped through the open window, the figure kept pace, and I, so enraptured by its presence, could only watch as it continued to pick up speed. "It's following," I said. "It's following us, Brad." "It's fucking chasing us," the man yelled. "The goddamn thing is fucking chasing us." "Go faster, faster." "I'm trying," Brad screamed. "I'm fucking trying, Dean." I twisted my head back toward the window, saw that it was moving toward my side of the vehicle, saw that it was attempting to come up alongside us. Brad, hysterically laughing, or should I say crying, at this point, refused to turn his gaze to the side as the figure continued to pick up speed. "Faster," I said. "Faster!" He slammed his foot on the accelerator. We went sailing forward. The speedometer passed 60, 70, 80, 90. When we coasted 100, I thought for sure that he was going to lose control and crash. But somehow, some way, he didn't. He was able to maintain control of the vehicle. "We're coming up on a curve," I said. "Brad! Brad!" "I see it," he cried. "I see the damn thing." "Slow down." "We can't." "Why?" I refused to turn my head, but apparently he could still see it, because he continued to accelerate to a speed we shouldn't have been going regardless of whatever was chasing us. We came along a curve. He began to slow. Then, suddenly, he lost control. Somehow we didn't flip. Instead, we began to spin at an alarming rate. Once, twice, a third time, then a fourth. When the fifth and sixth revolutions took place, I opened my eyes and saw a flash of red before them. "Brad!" I cried. "Brad!" Something grabbed me. I screamed. He screamed. The car spun 3 more times, then came to a stop. Head spinning, stomach lurching, I opened my eyes to find that there was absolutely nothing to be seen. Whatever was chasing us was gone. "Brad?" I asked, trembling. "Are you all right?" "I'm okay," he said. I'm fine." "What the hell just happened?" "I don't know, Dean. I don't know." Chapter 24. Our skid marks scarred the road like marks in a child's coloring book. Long, dark, and obscure, they were a bleak reminder of the accident that could have occurred, had we not been lucky. From my place in the passenger seat, I could only watch as Brad leaned against the wheel and breathed. "Are you okay?" I asked, pressing a hand against his back. He slammed his fist along the side of the wheel and said, "No, damn it, I'm not okay." I withdrew my hand. With a long, drawn-out exhale, he lifted his eyes to face me, then said, "I'm sorry." "Don't be," I said. "I was scared too." "But I'm the one who was driving like a maniac," he said. "Who did that?" He waved his hand at the road. "We should probably get out of here," I said, lifting my eyes to scan the darkened path before us. "We don't want any cops pulling up and asking questions." Yeah. Brad reached forward and shifted the vehicle into drive. Then he turned the car around and started back the way we came. "Do you know what that thing was?" I asked in the moments after we started back down the road. "No," he replied. I don't. Is this place, like, haunted or something?" "It was probably just a damn dog, Dean." "We both know it wasn't a dog, Brad." He gritted his teeth and tightened his jaw, but didn't say anything. Instead, he simply remained silent and continued to drive, his eyes set, his lips pulled into a frown. I, in response, could only remain silent. Gone was the jovial nature that had been the start of this trip. In its place remained an unease that permeated the air and caused me to slowly but surely cross my arms over my chest. Throughout the drive, I could only think of one thing. What happened? I'd been too afraid to look back, too afraid to even think of turning my head to look out the window, to see whatever had been chasing us, and in that sense, I could be called a coward. But what would someone else have done in my place? Would they have stared fate in the face and in turn made it stare right back at them? Or would they have simply cowered in fear like me? I didn't know, couldn't know, the more I thought about it. As a result, I decided that the question was better off left unspoken. It took less than 15 minutes to drive back into town and pull into the parking lot outside of Robert Michelson's house. "Should I started to say as I climbed out of the car. "Just go," Brad said. "I'll be right behind you." I didn't bother to question him. I simply turned and began to walk back toward the dorms. Chapter 25. Brad and I didn't speak for at least a week. He claimed he was engrossed in schoolwork on a project that was required for one of his art appreciation classes and dismissed any attempts I made to try and hang out. But I knew better. I knew this wasn't simply him shrugging me off. No. He was still spooked by what had happened. Hell, I was too, at that point, especially since all my research had led me to the sole conclusion that what we had seen was not, in fact, a common occurrence out on those roads, but an isolated event limited exclusively to us. Just us. I feared as I thought about it on the 7th day after the event, as I considered what all could have happened had Brad been driving alone that night, and found myself trembling as a result of it. I knew I couldn't think about it. I had to let it go. And yet, it haunted me, like a past I could not escape. Sitting at my desk, studying my coursework, I contemplated picking up the phone and texting Brad, but realized it would be fruitless. I'd already tried this morning, and he'd yet to respond. You could just go over, I thought. I knew I could, but bothering him would do me no good. Brad, he seemed like the kind of guy who would come around to an idea, could not be forced into it. Because of that, I bowed my head and continued to work. Time got away from me rather quickly. With my head buried in a textbook, one hand braced along the page, the other holding firm with pen with which I took my notes, it was impossible for me to concentrate on anything else. Even the sound of the other men coming in from their late afternoon or early evening classes didn't faze me like it normally did. I was so entrenched within my studies that I barely heard the knock at the door. "Hello?" I asked, frowning as I lifted my eyes to look at the door. "Someone there?" I was up and at the door almost instantly. As I opened it, Brad smiled, adjusted the massive tablet he had in his grasp, and said, "Can I come in?" "You're more than welcome to," I said, stepping back so he could brush beside me. "What have you got there?" "My massive pain-in-the-ass art tablet," he replied. "I realized that you never got a chance to see any of my work, so I thought I'd share it with you." He walked over to where I had my laptop splayed out in the built-in desk, then set the tablet down before thumbing through several open windows on the touchscreen. "Come here," he said. I stepped forward and was instantly breathless. Painted upon the screen was an icon of perfection. Bare skin, dark hair, unsure eyes, a frowning mouth, a lean body, around which were 2 white wings. The man depicted in the golden backdrop of what could only be serenity looked out at me and pierced my soul. But it wasn't the composition that startled me. It was the fact that the man, the angel, if ever there was one, looked like me. I started.
Yeah, Brad said, cutting me off before I could say more. I wasn't sure what he should look like, so I kinda used your face.
It's beautiful, I said, leaning forward to examine the piece of artwork. How did you do this, Brad?
Do what? Paint it?
No, I mean, how did you replicate my face?
I'm good at remembering details, Brad said.
Details. The way he said it instantly tugged at my heartstrings. He smiled as he considered the piece and said,
I've been spending way too much time on it, especially considering it's my first piece in the class. But he said to draw something that tugged at people's emotions. I figured, why not an angel?
It's beautiful.
Thank you.
Brad leaned forward and thumbed the tablet's display off. He then sighed and said,
About what happened the other night.
Don't worry about it, I said. We both got spooked. It's only natural we'd need time to process.
Still, Brad frowned. I feel like leaving you to process it in your own way was a shitty thing to do.
Really, Brad, it's fine.
You sure?
I'm sure, I replied, then reached out to touch his arm. The act was so instantaneous that I barely realized I did it at first. But when I felt his flesh beneath mine, hard and muscled and warm from the hot afternoon, I swallowed the lump in my throat and drew my hand away. Brad merely nodded and said,
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that.
Do you need anything else from me? I asked. I was finishing up some schoolwork.
Nah, just wanted to come by and say hi.
Brad lifted his tablet.
Later, Dean.
Later, I said. The moment he closed the door, I placed a hand over my face and expelled 2 lungs worth of air.
All I could think was, shit.
I had it for him.
Bad.
Chapter 26. Our respective classes kept us from getting together very often. Between getting up, walking to the school, returning home, showering, eating, and doing homework, it seemed as though I had very little time to myself, and as a result, did not force communication with Brad beyond simple text messages. It'll be okay, I remember thinking. He's right next door if you need him. Still, I found myself not needing Brad that often, and because of that, continued to wonder if I had made too big an impression on him. But then I wondered, was there such a thing as making too big of an impression? I didn't know, and for that reason, knew I couldn't dwell on it. Because of that, I dedicated myself to both my schoolwork and my fellowship. One night, while knee-deep in research for my paper, a notification chimed on my phone. However, given that I was so engrossed with what I was doing, I did not bother to lift my head to view it. Emails can wait, I thought, and anyone who needs me can call. When a second notification came in, I lifted a brow. When a third chimed, I realized that it was likely something important. After sliding my glasses off my face and spinning my revolving chair to look at my phone, I found the texts were coming from none other than Brad. "Can you come over?" the message asked. Come over, I thought, and frowned. What for? Unless... I inhaled a deep breath and steeled myself for what was likely to occur. Hallucinations, migraines, auras, armoire. I shivered at the thought of the hallucination's name, but did not bother to wait and dwell on the matter at hand. Instead, I grabbed my keys, my phone, and made my way into the hallway. The door to Brad's room was already cracked open. Nothing but darkness could be seen. "Brad?" I asked as I edged forward, then knocked on the door. "Are you there?" "Come in," he said in a low voice. I stepped inside, though hesitantly at that. I closed the door shortly thereafter. "Where are you?" The light from his phone appeared a short moment later, dim as it could possibly be. It was pointed at the floor and gave me no indication as to what was happening, or even if Brad was in a state. "Is everything all right?" I asked, unsure whether or not I should step further into the room. "Yeah," he replied. "Come in." I entered, the pad of my bare feet along the tiles enough to stir movement from the corner of the room. Brad was obviously lying in his bed, and judging from the fact that the lights were down, it was more than clear that he was suffering from yet another migraine. "You okay, Brad?" "I'm okay, Dean." "You have another headache, don't you?" Not Not really. He pushed himself up on one elbow. Sit? He asked. I carefully eased myself onto the mattress beside him and looked down at his phone. You're getting one, though, aren't you? Getting what? A headache. I think it's stress from school, he replies. And, well, other stuff. Other stuff? He nodded. Yeah, other stuff. He pushed himself upright, and it was here that I realized he was shirtless. His body was warm, his forehead flushed with sweat. He seemed sick, but given that he hadn't indicated what was going on, I could only assume he was, which didn't help my anxiety surrounding the issue any. Sighing, Brad reached up to press a hand against his face and said, I've been wanting to talk to you about something. Oh? I asked, unsure, or even if I should respond. Yeah. Brad expelled a breath and lifted his gray eyes to face me. I wanted to apologize, first and foremost. For what? Being distant. We've both had schoolwork, Brad. Still, I could have made time. Really, it's fine. Second, he offered, it's been eating at me, and well, he paused, then tentatively reached out and pressed a hand against my back. I feel like I've been dangling a hook in front of you without giving you a chance to sink your teeth in. What are you talking about? I asked. I like you, Dean. I know you do, I replied. I like you too. I don't mean I like you like that. I mean, I like you. Oh, I said, then frowned as I turned my eyes to face him. Oh. Yeah, he said, and offered a smile that once again made my stomach flutter. Why didn't you tell me this before? I wasn't sure how to go about it. It's just, you're not like the other guys around here, and I didn't want to screw anything up. You could never screw anything up with me, Brad. Trust me, I think I could, he said, then laughed, which inspired one out of me as well. It took a moment for the gravity of the situation to settle in, for our laughter to die down, for the nature of his declaration to sink in. When finally it did, he reached up with his other hand to brush his fingertips along my face, then said, Dean? Yeah? Can I kiss you? You don't have to ask me that, Brad. He leaned forward and pressed his lips against mine. There's no way to really describe what goes through your head when you kiss someone you truly have feelings for the first time. Nirvana is a state of perfection, and is said to be the ultimate goal that some seek in life. And while kissing Brad and feeling his stubble against my face, his breath upon mine, I felt nothing more than safe. He was so careful, so gentle, so tentative in his approach. His hand barely moved from my face or even my upper back. He just kept them there as his upper lip parted and his lower lip caught mine. I reached out to press a hand against his arm, muscled and slick with sweat, and pulled away before asking, Brad? Yeah. I pressed my lips against his and opened my mouth for his tongue. He was more than happy to oblige. Something within me awakened that moment, something that I could not really understand. Maybe it was the culmination of loneliness, or the feelings of loss, or even the longing for more. But a hunger rose within me and focused its intention solely on the person in front of me. As I kissed him, slowly but surely opening myself up to the one person I felt understood me more than anyone, I took hold of the back of his head and breathed against him. My heart hammered in my chest, and the blood rushing to my brain made me delirious with pleasure, not only in the physical sense, but the emotional one as well. Dean, Brad whispered. I rolled one leg over his, straddled his waist, then relinquished my lips from his face before dragging my lips along his jaw, and then to his neck. My hand then trailed down his muscular torso. He gasped. I chuckled. He took hold of my body, lifted me into the air, then planted me on my back, allowing me to wrap my legs around his waist as he brought his head down to kiss me again. You sure you want this? He asked, pressing a gentle kiss against my lips. "Yeah," I whispered, taking hold of his upper arms. "All you need to do is tell me, and I'll stop." "Brad?" "What?" I tangled my hand in his hair and pulled him down for another kiss. His hands slipped along my abdomen. My shirt slipped over my head. When he finally reached down to my belt, he looked at me for a long, hard moment, then unbuckled my pants. I gave myself to him completely that night, and though a part of me felt that I would be judged by some, I didn't care. No, I needed Brad that night just as much as he needed me. That much was clear. Chapter 27. I woke in his bed the following morning. Nestled against his side, his one arm across my hip, he breathed softly against my neck while the morning light streamed through the cracks in the blinds and bathed us in warm light. A part of me still couldn't believe what had happened. I could barely believe it. I, Dean McAllen, had just had sex in a dorm with thin walls, no less. I could only imagine what the guys next to us must have thought. My laughter, low as it happened to be, stirred Brad. His abdomen flexed against me as he exhaled and cupped his arm around my stomach. "Brad?" I asked. He replied. "Maybe we should get up before—" A knock came at the door, startling me from thought. "Hey, Michelson!" a voice called in. "Get your lazy ass up! We're going to the game!" "Coming," Brad called back. "Just give me a minute, Tyrese." "A minute?" the man called back. "Fuck that shit, man!" "I mean it, Tyrese. I'm not dressed." "Sure you aren't," the man replied and opened the door. Brad scrambled to pull a blanket over our naked forms. The tall black man who'd entered offered a long, low whistle, then trailed his eyes from Brad to me before saying, "Well, you weren't kidding." "I told you to wait," Brad barked. "Wait for what?" another male voice asked. A second man stepped into the room, then quickly raised an arm to deflect the sight before him, saying, "No homo, man! No homo!" "You guys know I'm gay," Brad mumbled. "Yeah, but we didn't know you were porking someone." "I wasn't porking anyone," Brad replied, then reached up to press a hand against his face once more. "Could one of you close the damn door?" The second man did just that, but kept one eye closed while turning his head back to Brad. "Are you coming with us or not?" "I completely forgot the football game was today," Brad said while reaching for his shorts at the end of the bed. "It's cool," the man named Tyrese said, then turned his eyes on me. "You had other things on your mind." Ass, the second, as of yet unnamed white man mumbled. "Shut up, Derek," Brad said. "You could have warned a dude before we walked in." "What was I supposed to say? This dick's out in here? You guys still would have come in." "We probably would have," Tyrese agreed, crossing his arms over his chest. "Who's the guy, Brad?" "My name's Dean," I mumbled, still unsure how to take the sudden presence of two other strange men. "Cool. Nice to meet you, Dean. I'm Tyrese. I'd shake, but I don't know where your hand's been." "Know where yours hasn't been," Brad mumbled. "That's sick, dude." Derek laughed and slapped Tyrese's back. "Seriously, Brad, when'd you get a boyfriend?" Brad started, then stopped before turning his head to face me. "We're friends," I said. "Friends with benefits, more like," Derek said. I rolled my eyes and pulled the sheet further up my body as Brad ran a hand through his hair and considered his friends. "Seriously, guys, go wait in the hall. I'll shower real quick and meet you." "We don't want to take you from your boyfriend," Derek said. "We're not?" Brad started but quickly shook his head. "Just go." All right, Derek said. "Nice to meet you, Dean." "You too," I mumbled as the two men filed out the door. Brad sighed and shook his head, a small grin plastered on his face. "Sorry, Dean. I didn't expect us to get broken in on." "Really, it's cool." I stood and gathered my clothes into my arms. "I'll just slip into my room through the bathroom, if that's okay." "You don't want to come to the game with us?" Brad asked. I'm not much of a sports person, I replied. All right. But Dean, wait. I turned to face him just in time for him to plant a kiss on my forehead, then for him to tilt my chin up and press a kiss to my lips. We okay? He asked. We're fine, I replied. Why wouldn't we be? I just boned a guy right after confessing my feelings to him. It just seems weird, like I'm an ass or something. You're not an ass, I replied. And don't worry, you're fine. We're fine. He smiled and pressed one last kiss to my lips before saying, All right, go on. I'll see you later, okay? Okay, I said, starting toward the door. Brad? Yeah? Thank you. For what? He asked, sorting through the clothes in his dresser. Being honest with me, it means a lot. Don't mention it, bud. I disappeared through the bathroom and exited into my room, with little more than a glance back. As I began to scour through my clothes, I couldn't help but wonder, was what we did last night appropriate? And if so, what did it mean for us? I didn't know, and as great as last night was, couldn't dwell on it. I still had schoolwork to do. Chapter 28. I wasn't able to concentrate after I heard Brad and his friends leave for the UT football game. Though my eyes were glued to my laptop, my heart was wandering to a place beyond this room, these walls, and even this dorm. My heart was wandering to Brad. While I expected my emotions to be all over the place after what had happened the night before, I wasn't expecting to feel so conflicted, especially about what I'd done. I had experienced a man in a way I could have never thought possible. I'd felt him, touched him, tasted him. I'd flown sky high, only to come crashing explosively down, and yet I wasn't sure what to feel, especially while sitting at my computer desk. A part of me knew I'd be fine. Another was conflicted about the whole thing. You were horny, I mumbled under my breath, and knew exactly what you wanted. What had been so wrong about proclaiming that? The fact that I'd barely known him for a month? I shook my head. No, that was ridiculous. Some people met online and then had sex immediately thereafter. Not that there was anything wrong with that, of course. But my own feelings on the matter were directly related to what I'd heard growing up, and those thoughts kept rushing through my head. You're a slut. You're a whore. You slept with someone without even dating them. But I knew Brad, in more ways than most people knew their sexual partners. Still, a sigh passed from my lips as I considered everything that had happened. I had trusted Brad with my body completely. My heart, on the other hand, burned with the knowledge that this could have easily tanked everything I'd worked toward. But what did you work toward? I explicitly remembered thinking, if not what happened last night. Sex hadn't been the end goal. Trust, in the end, was. For that reason, I felt I'd gained something. As I continued to work through my assignments, I tried my hardest not to think of every possible outcome, but continued to do that regardless. It was mid-afternoon by the time I heard from Brad. His opening question was, Are you okay? Okay? Why wouldn't I be okay? I frowned as I viewed the message, but quickly typed back, Yeah, I'm fine. Why? The chat bubbles that indicated that he was texting back appeared. Then a message of, Just making sure, came in, prompting yet another twinge of unsurety to spark through my chest. I waited several moments to see if he would add anything more. When he didn't, though, I typed back, Is something wrong? Another pause, then, No, followed by I just wanted to check on you. Thank you, I typed back, then added, For everything. All he sent back was a smiley face emoji. As I leaned back in my seat, and as I viewed the string of messages, I considered what this could mean and smiled. Maybe this was the start of something. Maybe, just maybe, Brad Michelson liked me enough to pursue this further. Chapter 29. I got my answer 3 days later. While lying in bed, dozing, a free afternoon away after a frustrating morning of writing, a knock came at the door, drawing me from my nap. Hello? I asked, pushing myself upright. It's me, Brad said. You up? I strolled to the door and opened it just in time for Brad to give me the once-over. What? I asked. You're in your underwear, he replied. It's not like you haven't seen it before, I offered.
Were you taking a nap?
Sort of.
Sorry.
It's okay. Come in. Brad stepped inside, then spun to face me. So what's up? I asked, turning to face him.
Derek and Tyrese invited you to hang out with us.
What?
I said,
he started. I heard you, I cut in. It's just, I wasn't sure how your friends would respond to me.
My friends are good guys, he replied. They were just taken aback that I was, well...
Sleeping with someone? I finished.
Yeah, sleeping with someone.
We stared at each other for several long moments, he eyeing me, I him. When finally it came time for me to speak, it was to ask, You sure I won't be interfering?
I don't see how you would, considering they invited you.
He paused.
Why do you ask that?
I'm just not the kind of guy who gets asked out to special events that often.
You're 18, Dean. You're beyond whatever high school bullshit you dealt with in the past.
I know.
So don't worry about it. Shower, get dressed, and come in through the bathroom to my dorm. I'll lock your door behind me. That is, if you want to come.
I'll come, I say.
All right, cool. See you in 10, 15?
10 works, I say.
See you soon.
Brad left after locking the door. I, meanwhile, could only frown. I knew I had to get a hold of myself, that I had to let the past go, or untether myself from it as much as I could, but I possessed that innate fear of people, especially men, and it all came down to being bullied and abused as a teenager. Regardless, I didn't allow the thoughts to haunt me, and instead gathered fresh clothes and stepped into the bathroom. By the time I finished showering and brushing my teeth, I was dressed and prepared for an afternoon out with the guys. I grabbed my phone, my wallet, my keys, then ensured that everything was locked up before sliding through the bathroom and knocking on the opposite door. Brad appeared instantly, a shirt halfway over his head.
Hey, he said.
Hey, I replied. He finished dragging the t-shirt over his muscled torso and then pulled me into a one-arm hug. What's this for? I asked.
For being a good sport, he replied. I know you didn't beat them on the best terms, but they're good guys. They obviously got a good vibe off you.
Not sure how they could have, considering I was
naked and hiding under a sheet, Brad chuckled. They thought it was funny.
I'm glad someone did. He laughed, then leaned forward and pressed a kiss to my temple, an act that I wasn't expecting. Still, I didn't shy away, and instead tilted my head up to capture his upper lip between mine. How are they supposed to take me? I asked.
What do you mean? Brad replied.
Am I supposed to be like your friend, or?
You're my date, he said.
Your date, I said, then nodded. Okay, that works for me. His smile cleaved straight through my anxiety.
All right then, let's go.
Where are we meeting them? I asked.
They're waiting outside.
Are we heading somewhere in particular?
We're walking to the diner for drinks.
Oh, I said, and frowned. Brad paused.
Oh, he offered. I should have mentioned that before.
Really, Brad, it's fine. I don't mind.
I know you have a history. That's why I'm apologizing.
Nothing to apologize for. It's not like I'm back there or anything. While a frown painted his lips, he nodded, but slid an arm around my shoulder and pulled me against his side before saying,
I won't drink if it bothers you.
It won't.
You sure?
I'm sure. He tousled my hair and opened the door.
After you, he said.
I stepped out and waited for him to lock up. Then we made our way through the corridor and out the front door. The tall black man named Tyrese and the slightly shorter white man named Derek turned to face us as the dorm hall's door creaked open.
Hey man, Derek said. We were wondering when you'd show up.
Wondering? Tyrese asked.
We damn near sent a search crew.
Ha ha, very funny, Brad replied. Tyrese and Derek turned their eyes on me.
Sup, Dean?
Derek asked. Not much, I replied. I appreciate you guys inviting me along.
We figured you might be hungry,
Tyrese said, turning his head to look up the road.
We've all been dreading tests. This'll be a good way to relax.
Yeah, Brad said.
Shall we?
His friend asked. We fell in line behind his friends as we walked, and slowly but surely made our way from where the dorms stood on Sugar Road to the far side where University Drive intersected with it. I kept quiet, preferring to stay close to Brad rather than address either of his friends regularly. They seemed nice enough, given that they'd invited me along, but I still had my suspicions, considering they were not my regular type of people.
What people would those be? I thought. I had to take a step back and seriously examine my view of the people around me. Brad had been one thing, a shining saint amidst a crowd of darkness, and yet his friends seemed completely fine. Stellar, even, to the point where they could walk in on their naked friend and his lover and joke about it. So why was I judging them? You know why, my conscience offered. It was because they were jocks, or at the very least, jockish in behavior. But what about Brad? I'd countered. Isn't he a jock? Brad was built, that was for sure, but sporty? That I couldn't say. His friends, though, they seemed the type who'd get into college on sports scholarships and hopefully succeed in whatever fields they managed to go into. My attention was drawn from my thoughts as Brad nudged his hand against mine. You sure this is okay? I asked, looking down at his palm as he flexed his fingers. Why wouldn't it be? He replied. I don't. Brad laced his fingers with mine. We're cool, Dean. You guys are fine, Tyrese said ahead of us. Yeah, Derek added. I doubt anyone cares. And if they do, they'll have a problem, right, Brad? Sure, Brad replied. And we laughed. Chapter 30. So, Derek said, leaning over a beer and fries to look at me. Brad mentioned you here on some fancy scholarship or something. Fellowship, I replied, as I considered the man's pretty blue eyes. I'm here to study English while I'm writing my debut novel. That's something, Tyrese said. I mean, I don't know many writers, but I imagine not many get a ride to college based on their work. No, they don't. Brad sipped his beer and glanced at me out of the corner of his eye. Eat, Dean. I'm not taking your fries, I replied. Seriously, you see this? Brad gestured to the spread before him. I can't eat all this. Why not? I'll hurl. You'd seriously hurl your fries just because you're drinking. You never know, Brad said, and chuckled before turning his eyes back to his friends. These two have seen me in a state before. Brad's not pretty when he's drunk, Derek agreed. Maybe he is when he's not. But when is he? The man whistled. Oh, boy. So yeah, Tyrese said. Eat some of his fries. I laughed and stole a fry off Brad as I leaned forward to listen to the recap of the most recent national football game. You should have seen it, Tyrese said. They got major touchdowns, Derek added. They're going to the Super Bowl. You know they are. Hell yeah, they are. I listened with half-baked interest, but mostly kept my eyes on Brad, on his firm jawline, his fine lips, his pretty eyes. Occasionally, he'd glance at me out of his peripheral, and when he did, the smile that parted his lips was like liquid gold pulled fresh from Earth's mantle, pristine and utopian in its worth. Derek and Tyrese didn't seem to notice this, though. They were so engrossed by their discussion about football that I doubted they even noticed when Brad slipped his hand under the table and pressed it against my leg. We stayed for at least 2 hours, and by the time we cashed out, we were heading home as the sun was setting, Brad's arm around my shoulders and his side snug against mine. That was nice, Brad said, snuggling his head against mine. Wasn't it? Yeah, I replied. It was. Brad's drunk, Tyrese offered. Hell yeah, he is, Derek replied. I'm not, Brad said and laughed. We all know you can't hold your beer. I'll tell you what I can hold, he replied, before wrapping his arms around my waist and lifting me up in the air. Brad, I called with a laugh, don't drop me. I won't. He's totally gonna drop you, Tyrese said as he slapped Brad's back. Seriously, don't break the dude. I'd rather do something else to him, Brad said, lowering me enough to where he could gnaw on my neck like a dog would a piece of meat or bone. I laughed and swatted him away as he set me back on the ground. He, in response, kissed my temple and dragged me against his side once more. By the time we were back at the dorm, Brad was all over me, hands on my body, his head against mine. We'll leave you two to be, Tyrese said, as he and Derek turned to walk off. Thanks for tagging along, Dean, Derek said. Yeah, I called. Thanks for having me. Brad closed his eyes and bowed his face into my hair. He then mumbled. What? I asked. I'd like a nap, he said. Will you join me? If this is your way of luring me into bed, it isn't very smooth or discreet. Doesn't have to be, he replied. I just want a nap.
I'm kind of getting tired, too." "Then follow me, oh brilliant one." He led me down the corridor into his room, fumbling through his pocket for his keys the whole while. "Damn it," he mumbled. "Can't find my keys." "They're in your pocket," I said, reaching into it. "I see 'em." He giggled as I slithered my hand along his thigh. "You're gonna give me a boner," he said. "You are a boner," I replied, and withdrew the keys. "See?" "Yeah, I see 'em. You just wanted my hand in your pants, didn't you?" "Something like that," he said, and winked. He unlocked the door and we filed in, securing the door behind us and making our way to his bed. He grappled with me the whole while, kissing my neck and dragging his teeth along my flesh. "I thought you said you were tired," I replied. "I am," he mumbled. "Then let's sleep, dumbass." He lifted me into his arms and strong-armed me onto the bed, where he braced his arms along either side of my head and stared into my eyes. "What?" I asked, when his stare lingered longer than I expected. "You have such pretty eyes," he said. "They're brown." "They're like chocolate. Delicious. Like you." I smiled. He pressed his lips against mine, not with hunger, but gentle consideration. After a moment, he rolled onto his side and braced his arm along his brow. A yawn escaped him, and he said, "Thanks for coming out with us, Dean. I know my friends appreciated it." "I'm just glad they like me," I replied. "Of course they would. Why wouldn't they?" "I'm like completely opposite of them?" "And me?" "You're an artsy type, like me." "Them?" I shrugged. "I don't really know much about them." "You will in time." Time. That word stirred something within me, something that caused me to close my eyes and take a deep breath. Did Brad see a future for us? I couldn't know. For that reason, I merely nestled against his side and closed my eyes. Chapter 31. "He likes you, you know." I lifted my eyes from where I sat eating in the kitchen to find Derek standing in the threshold leading out to the common room. "What?" I asked. "I said, he likes you," the man replied. "Oh." I looked down at my frozen macaroni and cheese meal. "I just thought you should know," Derek said, sliding into the room, "because Brad hasn't had much luck with guys in the past." "He hasn't?" Derek shook his head. "Why?" "It's not really my business to say. I've known Brad since high school. Let's just say he's gotten his heart broken a few times by guys who couldn't care less." Brad has had his heart broken? Who in the world would hurt Brad? He was so nice, so charming, so fucking gorgeous to boot. Who in the world would even dream of hurting him? While thinking on this and debating just what kind of person could ever hurt a man of Brad's caliber, Derek leaned forward to look at me and said, "I'm going to tell you right now, you better not break his heart." "I wasn't planning on breaking anything," I replied. "Brad's the best man I know, and he deserves everything good in his life. If you even think for a second that whatever you've got isn't going to work, you need to let him down, and soon." "Derek, I mean it, Dean. I don't want to see my best friend hurt again." "I know," I said, and sighed. Derek leaned back in his seat and considered me for several moments before turning his head to look over his shoulder. "Sorry if I'm being a bit overbearing. I just want to see my friend happy." "We all deserve happiness, Derek." "Yeah, we do." The way he said those last few words made me feel like they were directed at me, and try as I might not to show the emotion on my face, I imagine it came anyway. Rather than speak further, Derek stood and said, "I'll catch you later." "You too," I said, and watched the man leave, a frown on my face. Did he know or suspect something I didn't? Though that thought bothered me all the way back to my room, I decided that I was better off not dwelling on it. Brad would tell me his story in time. Until then, I could only treat him the best that I could. Chapter 32. Brad began to hang around my dorm more often in the days following my meeting with Derek. Why, I couldn't necessarily be sure. Though it could have been down to pure coincidence, a part of me believed that the two of them had discussed my reaction, and as a result, had come to the conclusion that I was not just some flighty kid who would move on to the next best thing that life threw at me. Regardless,
I didn't allow the circumstance to bother me. Instead, I took Brad's proximity as a sign of trust, as well as a camaraderie that could only be forged by the closeness two people experience with one another. One day, while I was knee-deep in revisions on my most recent chapter in my manuscript, a pair of hands fell on my shoulders from out of the blue. I tensed, at first thinking that something, or more aptly, someone, had entered my room. It could have triggered my anxiety, and in most instances, would have. However, as soon as I realized who it was, I instantly relaxed. "You scared me," I said, as Brad began to knead my muscles. "You're so tense," he said, leaning down to kiss my neck. "You okay?" "Guess I'm still not used to someone else being in my room." "I can leave if you want." I shook my head. "It's not that, it's just, well..." "What?" he asked. I expelled my breath and considered what and how I would say before offering, "I think I have PTSD." "From what went on when you were a kid, you mean?" "Yeah." Brad's fingers slowed to a crawl, as if he was thinking. When they proceeded, he bowed his temple against the top of my head and said, "I wouldn't be surprised, honestly." "Why not?" "From what you've told me, you had a pretty hellish childhood." "I haven't told you that much." "I haven't pressed." "Do you want to know?" "Do you want to talk about it?" "Not really," I offered, then sighed, allowing the breath to pool from my lungs as if I were expelling noxious flame. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, then braced a hand along my cheekbone before saying, "I don't think it's fair to leave you in the dark, though." "If you're not ready, you're not ready, Dean." "I don't know if I'll ever be ready, Brad. I just don't know if it's worth it to keep it all bottled up." "You know I won't judge you." "I know. But honestly, I think that's what makes me so scared." "What? That I won't judge you?" "That you'll know all these dirty secrets of my life." Brad leaned forward and wrapped his arms around my shoulders, hugging me close against his muscular chest. "I'm here for you, Dean." "Thank you," I said, and reached up to press my hand against his. I held my hand there for several long moments, allowing the heat of his flesh to be absorbed into my palm, to feel the dance of fine hairs across his arms. His breath, as it passed against my cheek, was gentle, while his arms, strong, were like the branching archway of a temple. I felt safe there, in his arms, in his presence, in that place. And though I knew that keeping my life from him sheltered him on one hand, it was destroying him in another. You can't always protect the ones you care about, I thought. With that in mind, I tightened my fingers around his arm and said, "Sit on the bed." "Why?" he asked. I think I'm ready to answer whatever questions you might have." "Are you sure you..." I turned my eyes to face him. "Yeah, I'm sure." He removed his arms from around my shoulders and paced a few short feet to the bed before settling down atop it. When it came time for me to settle down next to him, he reached down and pressed his hands to his knees. "I'm gonna need you to lead," I said. "I don't think I can." "How do you want me to ask?" "Just however." "Okay." Brad paused. "When did it start?" "When I was 7. Before that, they must have fought in private, because up until that point, I'd never seen them do anything like that." "Like what?" "Hitting each other." Brad pursed his lips and waited for me to continue. "I saw him smack her the first time on the night of my 7th birthday," I said, and then witnessed the yelling and screaming match that would follow. We lived in a house on the edge of town, so it wasn't like anyone would overhear. They kept fighting until my mother tried to go to bed, and my dad... "What?" "Threw her into the back of the couch." Brad wasn't sure what to say. He merely watched me with his calm gray eyes before reaching out to set a hand on my trembling arm. "The fighting became pretty regular after that," I said, and eventually escalated to where my dad would throw things at her. Glasses were the most common. A flip phone was another. One night, he threw her against the pile of chopped wood we used to heat our home. I called the police." "What did they say?" "I don't know. I hung up." "And?" "They came to the house, naturally, because I assume they're required to send someone to ensure that no crime had been committed. They asked what was going on while I hid in the house. My mother apparently said he was drunk. They hauled him off, but didn't arrest him." "That's fucked up."
But it gets worse, I said, and sighed. She and we had a talk. I was 12. I asked her to leave him, but she said she couldn't, that we'd have nowhere else to go, that she didn't want us living in the city apartments. Then she said that if it wasn't for me, she'd have killed herself. Brad said nothing, at least not at first. When it finally sunk in, however, he said, "What the fuck?" I trembled, somewhat hurt, but mostly in rage. I bowed my head and struggled to draw in breath as I thought about that night so viciously, so frightfully, so completely through the lens of a child. It became apparent at that point, I said, that I was responsible for her happiness, and that there was nothing I could do but keep her safe. You weren't responsible, Dean. Tell that to the kid who thought that was the case. Brad scooted against my side and wrapped his arm around me. The fighting would come and go, I continued, but episodes would happen at least once or twice a month. I remember calling the cops at least 5 times over a period of 6 years, and each time they came, they would haul him off to a friend's house. Sometimes he'd stay, other times he'd come home. The night before I left, he started carrying a gun around the house. I hid in the basement because at that point, I knew it was going to be him or me. I was so scared, Brad. But the cops hadn't done anything the 5 times I called them. So, when I heard my mother say, "Go ahead, shoot me," I yelled that I was calling the cops. And what happened? He came barreling down the stairs. I held my weight against the door as he banged on it and begged the 911 operator to hurry and send someone. But when they did send someone, and I was so scared there'd be a shootout, they just carted him off to a friend's house. But then, he came back. "Did you have friends on the force?" Brad asked. "No," I replied. "It's just the way things worked up there. If it isn't a big problem, it isn't their problem." "Those fuckers," Brad said, tightening his hand into a fist. "They should have sent CPS out there at that point." "It was the day of my 18th birthday. I was legally an adult. They wouldn't have been able to do anything." "But they should have before, Dean. That's what I'm saying." I nodded. "I know, it's just, at that point, I was already planning on attending UT. So when I broke the news to them that I was leaving, there was little they could do. Mom cried all night. Dad tried to break into the room. I don't know what he would have done to me, but I was so scared that I didn't get any sleep that night." "I'm sorry, Dean." "It all led to this point," I said, first lifting, then allowing my shoulders to fall. "If it hadn't been for them, I wouldn't have come here, and—" "What?" he asked. "I wouldn't have met you." He wrapped an arm around me and leaned against my side. He then kissed my temple before saying, "Thank you." "For what?" "Telling me your story. I know it wasn't easy, but I hope it gave you some sort of release." I started, then stopped before I could continue. Had it given me release? Had it offered any hindsight, any clarity? Truth was, I didn't know. But that didn't matter. I'd finally told my truth. I'd confessed the sins of my parents. My only question at that point was, did I feel liberated or imprisoned? On one hand, the shackles had loosened. On another, I sighed. On another, they'd fallen to the floor, only to strike the person next to me. I knew that Brad cared. I knew he did, and yet I still felt guilty. But I'd probably feel that way forever. Chapter 33. We did not speak of my past after that night. With my story told and my emotions laid bare, there was no need for either of us to discuss the implications of my truth, nor how haunted I was by my past. It had pulled us closer, though, and as a result, I found my emotions toward Brad deepening. However, despite my feelings, I knew I had to take it slow. Why? Because I still did not know what Brad wanted. It was obvious at that point that we were something more than friends. Friends with benefits seemed an unlikely term, given that we rarely had sex due to the public space we were housed in. Dating, though, that appeared to be a more apt description for what we were doing. We'd go out, we'd come home, we'd talk in one another's room, we slept in each other's beds.
It was perfect. And yet, I still wanted more. This wasn't to say that I was unwilling to wait. No, if I were to be perfectly honest with myself, I saw no reason that I couldn't wait. I was still in the summer of my prime, and the winter of discretion had not yet come. But still, who doesn't yearn for love when all they have seen is hate? Regardless of that fact, I did not push the matter at hand, nor did I even hint at it. I was, for all intents and purposes, happy. That meant something, especially after a lifetime of suffering. The late summer days passed effortlessly at that time, and at a pace at which I could truly revel in the fact that I had made what was unarguably the best decision of my life. The heat, though, was excruciating, and while cleansing in that it seemed to wash all the fears from my body, including all the anger and rage, it did not prepare me for what would come next. Chapter 34. It was fall when it started. The temperatures dipped. The sky became cloudy. Our clothes changed. The weather dampened. It seemed typical for a place subtropical, and because of that, I found myself not thinking much of it. Save sleeping in sweatpants and wearing long-sleeved shirts, life in the Rio Grande Valley, and especially on UT campus, was the same. That was until Brad's headaches started. He complained of a migraine one night after we walked back to the dorms from class. "This hurts," he said, clutching his temple with one hand while he held the strap of his book bag with another. "This really fucking hurts." "Do you need me to go get you pills?" I asked, glancing up the road. "The gas station's not that far." "I just need to lie down," he replied. "This light's killing me." I glanced up at the cloudy sky, only to find that the light, bright and blue as it happened to be, had taken on a gray hue, which, when viewed for too long, was disorienting to say the least. I found myself centering my gaze at eye level and frowning as I watched Brad continue to keep pace beside me. We'll be there soon enough, I remember thinking. Everything will be fine. I took that thought to heart as we made our way down the path to the dorms, and even as we made our way into the hall in which we were housed. As we approached the corridor that held our rooms, however, Brad's headache seemed to worsen. He could barely manage to hold his keys steady without his hands shaking. "Are you sure you're all right?" I asked. "I'm fine, Dean," he said through gritted teeth. "Don't worry about me." I reached out to steady his hand, then assisted him in pushing his key into the doorknob. When we finally entered the room, he collapsed on the bed, hand twitching, face down in a pillow. I didn't waste time in shutting the blinds and drawing the curtains he'd put up explicitly for this reason. "Is there anything I can get for you?" I asked. "There's some pills in my desk," he grumbled, turning his head just enough so he could speak. "Get me 2 of them and a soda from my portable." I grabbed the items from both the desk and the fridge and returned to his side. He clawed the pills with the precision of a developing toddler and then sloshed just enough cola in his mouth to swallow them. "Thanks, babe," he managed. I set the soda on the nightstand. "You're welcome," I replied. "The weather's setting this off. I know it is." "Do they always get this bad?" "At first, yeah. But after," he shook his head. "It'll clear up. I just need to wait it out some." "Do you need anything else from me?" "My phone, a cool compress, a drill." "A drill?" I asked, frowning. "For my skull," he chuckled, "to alleviate the pressure." "Shush you," I said, then stood. "Give me a moment to run some cool water. I'll be back in a second." As I ran the cool water over the washcloth and slowly but surely threaded some ice cubes into the plastic sack I would place the damp towelette in, I glanced up at myself in the mirror, only to find that I could see the reflection of Brad's prone form on the bed. He seemed so fragile, so helpless, so completely and utterly delicate. One false move could send him reeling with pain, and for that reason, I was careful to turn the light off before slipping out of the room. "Here," I said, placing the cold, homemade ice bag against his temple. He sighed and said, "Thank you." I pressed a single kiss to his cheek before leaning down to embrace him with one arm. "Feel better," I said. "Where are you going?" he asked as I made my way toward the door. "You need your rest, and I have homework I need to start." "Shit," he mumbled. "Homework." "Don't worry about it now.
I'll help you later if you have trouble catching up." "It's not like I don't have 3 days to do it," he replied, then laughed and whimpered soon after. "I'll see you later, Brad."
"Bye, babe."
"Bye," I said, and slipped out the door. Once in my room, I considered my surroundings, from the gray light piercing through my thin curtains, to the lamp situated on my desk beside my laptop, to the backpack I'd slung at my foot, and sighed. While I was only a call away, something about the way Brad's migraine had suddenly come on unsettled me. Can't worry about it, I thought, as I remembered what he'd said when this had occurred previously. All you can do is wait it out. I could do nothing more than that. Chapter 35. His text said, "I want to die." Darkness had fallen, and with it, the gravity of the situation had emerged. With rain falling steadily outside and cold permeating the dorms, it seemed like a typical fall night. Except Brad was in pain, and there was literally nothing I could do to help him. I texted back, "Do you need pills?" To which he replied several moments later, "I don't know." Lightning flashed. Thunder struck. I jumped. I heard Brad groan through the thin walls inside. There was literally nothing I could do to lessen his pain, and that was undoubtedly the most frustrating thing of all. I was just about to turn back to my work when I heard him moan once more. "Do you need pills from the gas station?" I was quick to text. To which he replied, "I may need to go to the hospital." The hospital? Was he really in that much pain? Rising, I turned, entered the bathroom we shared, then knocked on the door to his side of the room before gently opening it so it wouldn't creak. "Brad?" I asked. "Are you all right?"
"Feels like someone shot me in the head,"
he replied from his place on the bed.
"I'm not okay, Dean."
"Tell me what you need me to do, Brad."
"Just come here."
I crossed the room and settled down on the bed beside him.
"Lie down," he said.
I did so, and was surprised when he wrapped his arm around my abdomen and pulled me close. Something damp settled onto my skin as he pressed his face against my neck. "Are you crying?" I asked.
"It happens when they're this bad,"
he whispered, sliding his fingers within mine and tightening his hold on my hand.
"Just lay here with me for a little bit, okay?"
"Yeah, okay." I closed my eyes then and fell into a rhythm. First, I slowed my breathing. Afterward, I mirrored it with his. Shortly after that, I allowed my chest to rise and fall and sync with his, and hoped, for God or whatever angel might happen to be listening, to bring him some relief to his pain. Occasionally he'd suck in a breath, exhale long and hard, inhale slowly and gently. His hand would tighten around mine during the more severe parts of the episode. Eventually, I fell asleep. I don't know how long I was out for. I don't even know if Brad was aware of it. What woke me was the sound of his whimpering. "Brad?" I asked. "Are you?"
"It's not getting any better,"
he whispered, in a voice so low I could barely hear it.
"Call my dad. He'll come get us."
"What's your PIN?"
0434.
I freed myself from Brad's embrace, pulled his phone from its place under his neck, then rose and wandered into the bathroom to call his father. The sound of each ring was murder to my ears. 1, I thought. 2. 1, I thought. 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. The line clicked. "Hello?" Robert Michelson asked. "Brad?" "Hello," I replied. "Mr. Michelson?" "Who is this?" "This is Dean McAllen. I'm your son's friend, the one you met. He wanted me to ask you to come get him." "What's going on, Dean? Why are you calling from this phone?" "He asked me to call you, sir. He's having a migraine, a bad one." "Can he get up?" I think he can, if I help him." "Meet me in the lobby. I'll come get you." He disconnected the call before I could thank him. "All right," I mumbled beneath my breath, pocketing Brad's phone before turning back to the room. "Here goes nothing." I stepped into the dorm room, took a deep breath, and said, "He's coming."
"When?"
"Now." I don't think I can stand on my own.
I'll help you. Where's your shoes?
Under the bed.
I quickly assisted him with sliding, then lacing his shoes onto his feet. I then wrapped a jacket around his shoulders and pulled the hood over his head. You ready? I asked.
I think so,
he replied. I slid an arm across his back, then waited for him to lean forward before rising along with him. He retched, then sucked in a deep breath.
Okay, I'm ready.
Are you going to throw up? I asked as I navigated him toward the doorway.
I can't afford to. It'll throw me over the edge.
Okay, just hang on, I said, fumbling for his wallet and keys. I'll get you out of here. It took several agonizing moments to both get him out and then assure his dorm was locked up behind us. When I finally did, Brad was trembling, his breath an eerie staccato of pain. He refused to look up and shuffled along as if he were a member of the living dead, pulled fresh from the grave and reanimated to do his master's bidding. If he fell, I wouldn't be able to catch him. It was a sad reality, considering that we probably had a 30 to 40-pound weight difference. In the front hall, I guided him against the wall and said, "Wait here." Outside, I waited beneath the threshold leading to the dorms, shivering as I was buffeted by wind and gentle sprays of frigid rain. When a set of headlights cut through the darkness and pulled up alongside the dorms, I flagged down the man, who could only be Brad's father, then approached the passenger door and asked, "Mr. Michelson?" as the window came down. "Is that you, Dean?" the man asked. "It's me, sir. Give me a moment to bring Brad out." He could only nod while I turned to make my way back to the dorms. Inside, I cradled Brad's body against my own, adjusted his hood, then instructed him to lower his chin. Each step we took was punctuated with misery from a man who could not control his own brain. Through gritted teeth, he breathed heavily, and though I tried as hard as I could to usher him along, our slow pace only caused him further discomfort. By the time we finally made it to the car, I was freezing, and Brad refused to open his eyes. "Here," I said, opening the door and depositing him inside. Robert Michelson was quick to assist his son with buckling up.
"Thank you, Dean," he said, lifting his eyes to face me. "You can go back to the dorms now." "I don't want him to go," Brad mumbled, rolling his head to the side. "Please, don't make him go."
"Son," Robert said in as soothing a voice as possible. "It's okay," I said. "I'll go." The man lifted his eyes to look at me, and though I had no idea if he'd known the extent of our relationship at the time, something in his gaze made me think that he might have had an idea. Because of that, he unlocked the backseat doors, and in moments, I was crawling inside and stripping my soaked jacket from my body. "How far is the hospital?" I asked. "Not far," the man replied as he pulled out from alongside the curb. He turned his head to consider his son and asked, "Why didn't you have him call an ambulance?"
"It's not that bad, Dad."
"If it's bad enough to take you to the ER."
"Please, Dad, don't talk. Your voice is hurting my head."
Robert Michelson said nothing. He merely continued to drive. Brad sniffled, tilted his neck beyond the headrest, then cracked an eye at me. His father merely glanced into the rearview mirror to look at me as I reached forward to take hold of Brad's hand. As our fingers locked together, I closed my eyes and found myself grimacing as a thought assaulted me. Did Brad have health insurance? And if he didn't, did his father? I pushed the thought from my mind as we continued to make our way through the night. I'd find out soon enough. Chapter 36. The ER's lobby was so bright that Brad resorted to wearing his father's sunglasses in order to shield his eyes from the light. As we entered and made our way up to the front desk, Robert Michelson told the clerk, in no uncertain detail, that Brad was having an episode. "An episode?" the clerk asked, gazing past Robert to look at Brad. "A migraine," Mr. Michelson said. "He claims it's one of the worst he's ever had." "We can certainly help. We just need him to sign a few forms." "Can you see?" I asked, careful to maintain my grip on him so he wouldn't fall over. He didn't speak. He merely nodded and leaned forward to view the forms presented to him. When it came time for insurance information to be exchanged, co-payments to be arranged, and for Brad to be checked in, we settled down in the lobby and prepared to wait out the rest of the people who'd made it in before us. "How are you feeling?" I asked. Brad merely leaned his head to the side and settled it against my shoulder. I looked up at his father, who in turn looked at me and returned the frown the man offered. His eyes were dark, clouded with indecision and worry, and I could see that he was grinding his teeth through his tightly clenched lips. It was obvious that this hadn't happened for a long time, if ever. I mouthed, "Are you all right, sir?" To which the man sighed and nodded before leaning back to close his eyes. Along with being as bright as the sun, the lobby was cold and smelled so strongly of chemical cleaner that it burned my nose. All around us people shivered, and though I tried my hardest to refrain from moving, if only to prevent Brad from being uncomfortable, I found that I did so anyway. "Sorry," I whispered. Brad merely mumbled something against my shoulder. I set a hand on his back and gently massaged the tense muscles beneath my touch as I waited for people to be called back in order of their arrival or need. Thankfully, it was a slow night, and despite the rain, offered no life-threatening drama or emergencies that would have created pandemonium within the small space. We sat there for what seemed like forever. When a nurse finally called for Brad, I removed my arm from Brad's back and helped him stand. "Come with me," he mumbled, clawing for my hand. I can't," I replied. "I'm not family." "I'm here, son," his father said, taking hold of Brad's arm. Given that he was wearing sunglasses, I could not tell if he could see me or if his eyes were even open. However, based off of his frown and the way his fingers tightened into a fist, it was obvious that he was in need of comforts his father could not offer. As I watched Robert Michelson take his son to the nurse, and as Brad took hold of her arm and allowed her to help him along, I considered the reality that I might be here for most of the night, then sighed. Thankfully, Robert returned only a moment later. "You're not going with him?" I asked, a bit startled. The man shook his head. "There's nothing I can do for my son. He's in good hands now." I nodded and settled back down into my seat. "I appreciate you helping us get this far," Robert Michelson said, "but I can't ask you to stay here until he's discharged. Let me take you home, son." "I'm okay," I said. "Really, sir, I'm fine." "You're shivering. It's cold in here. And you're soaking wet," the man added. "Seriously, Dean, you don't have to be here." "I'm fine, sir. I promise you that." Sighing, Robert settled back into his seat, pressed his hands flat against his thighs, then leaned forward to look at the floor before saying, "Are you and Brad seeing each other?" "Sir?" "He was practically clinging to you the whole time you were here." There's no need to hide anything from me, Dean. It's just a simple question." "We've been seeing each other," I said, unsure whether or not I'd just broken a bond of privacy between Brad and me by saying so. Robert nodded and leaned back in his seat. "That makes perfect sense, then." "I care about your son, sir." "I know you do. That much is obvious." Robert exhaled and reached up to rub his temple. His frown had returned, and with it the sense of unease that had pooled off his being prior to Brad being called back for his examination. "Does he get these headaches often?" I asked. "It's been years since I've taken him to the doctor for them," Robert replied. "They say one thing and then the other. Eat right, exercise, avoid bright or flashing lights, watch the weather cycles to determine if there's a trigger." "Did the rain trigger his migraine?" "I don't know. All I know is that they can treat him better here than he'd be able to treat himself." "I'm sorry you had to be dragged out in the middle of the night." "Don't be, Dean. He's my son. I'd do anything for him." Anything, I thought. That was more than my own father could have said. With a nod, I crossed my arms over my chest and closed my eyes. I didn't know how long we'd be there, let alone whether we'd be discharged within an hour or 3. For that reason, I decided it was best to just try and relax. And relax I did, right until I fell asleep. Chapter 37. "Dean?" a voice whispered. "Dean." I opened my eyes to find Robert Michelson standing in front of me, his eyes on mine, his lips pursed with concern. "Yeah," I replied, blinking to clear the haze of sleep from my eyes. "They're discharging Brad." "What'd they say?" "That it was a reaction to the sudden change in the weather. They had him on fluids for a few hours because he was dehydrated and pumped some Benadryl and painkillers into his system to open the blood vessels in his brain." "Did they do an MRI or anything?" "He refused to. Claimed it was just a headache and that it would cost too much money." "Where is he now?" I asked. "In the car, waiting." Nodding, I pushed myself upright and followed the man out of the emergency room and into the parking garage. Though the rain had stopped, it was still damp and feeling even worse than I had before I had fallen asleep. I distinctly remember wondering if I'd end up with a cold. Still, it didn't matter, because in mere moments we were approaching his car. Robert Michelson came to a halt before we could come within seeing distance. "Sir?" I asked. "I want to thank you for taking the time to stay here tonight," Robert Michelson said, turning to face me. "I know it meant a lot to Brad, but it means a lot to me as well. My son's lucky to have a man like you by his side." "Thank you." He pulled me into a tight, one-armed hug, then released me before turning and proceeding to make his way to the car. I followed soon after. Inside, Brad lazily turned his head to the side and offered a slurred, "Hey." "Hey," I replied, reaching out to take hold of his hand. "How are you feeling?" "Like I want to sleep for 1,000,000 years." "You'll be able to do that soon enough. Just rest for now, okay?" He nodded and closed his eyes, but didn't remove his fingers from mine. He held my hand the entire way back to the dorms. Once we stopped, and once we bid his father our thanks and goodbyes, I hauled Brad to the dorms, used my key card to let us back inside, then assisted him down the hall before depositing him in his room. He chuckled as I pulled his damp clothes off his body. "What?" I asked. "Nothing," he mumbled as I tucked him into bed. "Just ticklish, I guess." "I'm sorry your migraine got so bad, Brad." Whatever." He waved his hand, still high off the painkillers. "It's in the past." Still, I paused and frowned. He cracked his pretty gray eyes open to slits and smiled. "Come here," he said. I moved closer. "Closer," he said. I moved even closer. He lifted his head as high as he could and pressed his lips against mine. "Thank you for taking care of me," he said. "I'd do anything for you, Brad." "Does that include staying the night?" I looked down at my phone, saw that it was already 3 a.m., and realized that there wasn't much difference in returning to my dorm room for the night. With that in mind, I stripped my clothes off my body, then crawled into bed next to him. "Thanks," he whispered, pressing his nude body against mine. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, then exhaled. We fit together perfectly, like the sun and the moon, the heavens and the earth, the land and the sea. That thought followed me into my dreams. Chapter 38. I wasn't surprised when Brad said he didn't remember much about what happened that night. I mean, hell, he was surprised to find me in bed with him the following morning, naked as could be and tangled in his sheets and limbs. "How bad was I?" he asked. I held up my phone with his text messages. "I don't remember sending any of those," he said, grimacing as he peered at my touchscreen. "Not even the 'I want to die' one?" I replied. "No," he shook his head. "Actually, I'm glad I don't remember it. I mean, who would want to?" I didn't bother to press the issue. Instead, I rose, gathered my damp clothes off his floor, and said, "I've got some stuff I need to check into." "Is everything all right?" Brad asked. "Yeah," I said, turning to face him. "Everything's fine, Brad. Don't worry." "It's probably better you left anyway," he laughed. "I'm so damn horny that I'd bone the fuck out of you if you stayed in bed with me." I laughed, told him to take it easy, then wished him well before passing through our bathroom. By the time I was back in my dorm, I was unsure what to do. To go to bed, I thought,
or to stay up. I wasn't tired, at least not physically. Mentally and emotionally, I was absolutely drained, but that seemed par for the course, considering what all I'd gone through the night before. His text, his migraine, me getting dressed, calling his dad, taking him to the car, waiting. I tried to rationalize this as something that would not be a common occurrence in the future, given that he'd been explicitly told to take ibuprofen and Benadryl in combination in order to knock out the headaches and help him sleep. Regardless, something in the back of my mind nagged at me that I was wrong, that, for all my reasonings, there was nothing I could do to prevent a future attack. It could have been worse, I thought. It could have been an aneurysm. I trembled as I considered this, not only because it would have taken Brad from this world, but from me as well. Me. I looked at my reflection in the nearby mirror, frowned, then considered the bed for one brief moment before walking toward and collapsing into it. I passed out almost instantly. Chapter 39. I wasn't sure what to expect in the days following Brad's migraine. I half expected him to remain standoffish and as a result not talk to me. But after that first day of rest and relaxation and the following 2 days of classes, he was more than happy to open up to me. "So," he said on the Saturday after his migraine from hell, "we haven't really discussed what we're doing for Halloween." "Halloween?" I asked. "Yeah, the holiday that's right around the corner." "I know what you're talking about. It's just, I wasn't sure how into it you'd be." "Into it?" he laughed. "I love Halloween. It's got everything. Horror movies, haunted houses, candy, hot guys, and slutty costumes." "I wouldn't know," I mumbled as I finished the last sentence I was working on in my novel before turning to face him. "Remember the whole grew up in a Mormon community thing?" "Well, Mormon guys are hot too." "Brad." He laughed and reached out to gently punch my arm. "For real, what are we doing?" "Are we doing something?" "I mean, it'd be boring if we just hung out and did nothing, wouldn't it?" "I guess," I offered. Brad smiled and leaned forward to consider the calendar hanging on my wall. "There's a club not too far from here. Why don't we go there?" "Don't I have to be 21 to get in?" "To drink you do, but to get in?" He shook his head. "I already checked. They'd mark your hands, and beyond that, we could just go, dance, look at hot guys, and partake in the nightly festivities." "I already know what kind of nightly festivities you're interested in." "Hey," he said, lifting his hands up alongside his head. "I didn't say nothing about boning the dude next to me. That's on you, perv." "Perv yourself," I replied and laughed. Brad smiled and tossed his lengthening fringe out of his eyes. "So, is this something you'd be interested in doing? I mean, we could always go see a movie or just stay in and bone." "Excuse me, Mr. One-Track Mind. I was not going to say bone." "Then what were you going to say?" "I was going to say make mad, passionate love beneath the stars." "Nice try, Brad." I tossed the throw pillow I'd been using to keep myself warm at him and smiled as he expertly dodged out of its way. "But, yeah, going out sounds like a plan. You have a costume picked out already?" "Slutty football player," he said. "All I have to do is make a crop top, slip into some tights, and pray to God that I don't get a boner from grinding up against you on the dance floor." "You're gross," I said. "You love it," he countered. And I laughed. Chapter 40. A cold front arrived on Halloween night. "My nipples are going to cut glass," Brad mumbled as he considered himself in the mirror. "Are you sure you want to go out like that?" I asked as I considered his attire, from the crop top that showed off his muscular abdomen, to the white tights, to the cleats, and the war paint on his face. "It's windy outside." "Ha ha, Mr. Boner. Very funny." "Are you still on the boning thing?" I asked. Look in the mirror, babe. You're the one who decided to paint yourself up like a skeleton." "I don't have the body for a slutty football player." "But you sure do have the ass for it," he said as he wrapped an arm around me,
pulled me close to his chest, and kissed me. He slid his tongue into my mouth and chuckled as I pretended to resist as his hand slipped down my ass. "Don't fight it, bony man." I laughed and pushed him away before he could continue further. "I'm not going through the trouble of putting all this makeup on again. You can play with my bone later." "Sounds promising," he said, then purred. I smacked him once more before considering my cell. "Our cab's here," I said. "That's disappointing," he mumbled as he gnawed on my neck. "You got cash for our cover?" "I do," he said, patting his back pocket. "Your keys, phone, wallet with ID?" "All of it." "Then let's go." We exited into the night just in time for the cab to come pulling up alongside the curb. Our driver drove casually through the streets of Edinburgh, slowly but surely maneuvering through traffic as we traveled northbound toward the club where we would soon be partying at. Excited, but at the same time nervous over the idea of being around so many people, I kept my eyes trained on the traffic outside the vehicle and distracted myself by looking at the crowd of trick-or-treaters that walked alongside the roads, from witches to werewolves, goblins to ghouls, vampires to veggies, and more. They marched determinedly and with a mission in mind, seeking fun much like their adult counterparts were on the night where it was perfectly acceptable to be someone you weren't. Someone you can forget tonight, I thought, or tomorrow, or maybe the day after, maybe even a year from now. I didn't have much time to think on it. Within moments, our destination appeared on the horizon, pulsing in shades of red and orange, booming with the top 100's pop and electronic music. The club, whose name was Pleasure, and would likely offer the same to those within, tempted me with its avarice, its need. "That's it," I said, more to myself than anyone else. "Sure is," Brad offered. We pulled up alongside the curb, paid the driver's fee, offered her a tip, then exited into the night. "Well," Brad said as he stretched his arms over his head, "I don't know about you, but I'd rather get inside." I couldn't help but agree. Chapter 41. $5 and 2 black X's on my hands guaranteed my entry to Pleasure on a Halloween night. "Have fun," the bouncer said after Brad had paid our covers. "Shall we?" my companion asked, offering his hand. I locked my fingers within his and allowed him to lead us into the depths of the club, which, at that early hour of the evening, was already bustling with activity. All around us, people could be seen, dancing, drinking, laughing, loving. Each heartbeat of sound from the speakers above and around us caused my chest to vibrate and the hairs on my arms to rise. "First time you've been in a club before?" Brad called to me. "Yeah," I replied, hoping my voice was loud enough to be heard. "Should we sit, or do you want to dance?" "What do you want to do?" I asked. "I want to grind up on you." He spun me around, pulled me against him, then pressed a kiss against my temple before bracing his hands along my rib cage and swaying in tune with the music. There was nothing to be said or done at that point. Lost to the rhythm and absorbed within one another's arms, we danced to the beat of our own drums and allowed ourselves to be lost within each other's touches, ignoring everyone and everything around us. There was no real way for me to deny it. Despite the fact that I was normally a bundle of nerves and would as a result never have come here on my own, I was actually enjoying myself. Maybe it was because of the medicine, or maybe it was because I was here with Brad. Maybe it was even the makeup shrouding my true identity from anyone who might be in classes or might judge me for being with a football jock type like Brad. Regardless, it didn't matter, because in the end, I was happy. Happy. A word that normally would not have been in my vocabulary, at least not before moving down here. The smile that graced my face inspired one of Brad's own. He leaned in to kiss me, and slowly but surely began to grind his hips against mine. "Thank you," I whispered against his mouth. "For what?" he whispered back against mine. "Getting me out of the dorms so we could be here together?" "I would have spent time with you anyway, Dean, even if we were just watching movies on our laptops." "Still," I paused as I pulled away to look at him, "I wouldn't have come here without you." "I had a feeling," Brad said. The tug against my heartstrings was incomparable to anything I'd ever felt before. Part relieved, part excited, but mostly thankful and scared, I tightened my hands around his and clung to him as around us People continued to dance, masked or costumed or dressed down to hardly anything. The air was warm, the space crowded, the people around us ignoring anything we could have offered or said. It was, in a way, the perfect escape. I knew, however, that we would be separated eventually. Something, and I'm not sure what exactly, told me that. Call it a sixth sense, a paranoid thought, or even a psychic ambition. Regardless, I knew that Brad would step away, so when he said, "Hey," I looked up and gave him my full, undivided attention. "Yeah?" I asked. "I need to take a piss. Mind getting us some waters or something?" I started, then stopped and said, "Yeah, I can do that." He slid $5 into my palm and headed for the divide in the wall that I could only assume led to the restrooms. Then he was gone. I wasn't sure what to do at that point. Being separated from him, even if it was only going to be for a few moments, ignited my anxiety, and it wasn't just because I was predisposed to it. No. Something was going to happen. I had a feeling it wouldn't be to me, though, and for that reason, I strayed toward the bar with haste, intent on getting us the waters he'd requested. Halfway there, I bumped into someone. "Excuse me," I said, as I tried to twist out of the way. "I didn't mean—" The figure grabbed my arm. I looked up and almost screamed. It wouldn't have been scary in the daylight, that much was already clear, but here, in the dark, with light dancing across its face, it inspired the utmost dread. Its body was dark, its fur glossy like a grackl's oil-slicked feathers, and its face was like that of a rabbit, were rabbits to have stood some 6.5 feet tall. Worse yet, its eyes bulged obnoxiously from its face, and in them there was nothing but a glowing white countenance, alive and radiating with energy I had never experienced. While trapped in its grasp and trembling as if I was having the life force pulled from me, all I could do was stare. Stare. At the thing that I knew was real, that the thing I knew could not be real, at the thing that, from somewhere deep down in the darkest parts of our beings, all monsters dwelled. It said, "Hello, Dean." And I, so shocked that I couldn't speak, trembled. It released its hold on my arm. It began to back away. Into a dark space, it disappeared. Then, when the light struck the space again, it did not appear again. As I caught sight of a figure beelining toward me, I could only watch the dark spot where the apparition had disappeared in. "Dean," Brad asked, drawing up alongside me. "Is everything all right?" "Yeah," I managed, somehow able to maintain control of my emotions. "Did you get the waters?" "I didn't make it," I said. "I bumped into someone." "Oh," Brad paused. He then reached down and took my arm and said, "Come on, let's go." So we went, but still, I heard its voice in my head, its simple hello within my brain, and I knew, just knew, that something was not right. Chapter 42. I didn't tell Brad about my experience in the club. After what had happened on that old farming road, I didn't think he'd be able to take it. So we danced and drank water and ate free candy, took a few condoms. Then we went home and lost ourselves in each other's bodies. The only problem? One of us had had an eerie experience, and the other had no idea what it was about. Come time morning arrived, I showered, packed up my backpack, and left for class, all without shaking Brad awake to say goodbye. I knew I needed to think, and think I did, before, during, and then after class. To say I was spooked was an understatement. That tall figure, that dark face, those bright eyes, all haunted me, a phantom born of my deepest, darkest fears. "You're just overreacting," I thought, as I made my way up the road. "You just saw someone in a costume. Nothing more, nothing less." Still, that did not explain why I'd seen the person, or how they'd disappeared so quickly. They'd been there 1 second and had been gone the next. How was that possible, if it even was? And why had it looked like "A rabbit?" I whispered. It made no sense at all, and yet something about it chilled me to the bone. I shook my head and hiked my backpack further up my shoulder
in an effort to dispel the thoughts from my mind. I knew I had to remain level-headed. I couldn't freak out over something so inconsequential. Like the thing on the road, I could not afford to dwell too deeply upon it, because if I did, and if Brad noticed, he would start asking questions. I didn't want to scare him. I really didn't, and for that reason, I decided to keep quiet. There was nothing more to do other than that. As I trudged up the road to the dorms, and as I considered the reality of the situation, I realized that, terror or not, the person, or I was more apt to think, thing, I'd seen at the club, could not get me. I kept my door locked every night. I would let no monsters in. Chapter 43. That afternoon, I was lying in bed, dozing between the realms of consciousness, when Brad yelled from the other room. "Motherfucker!" he cried. I bolted upright almost instantly, my heart beating 1,000 times and more in my chest. "Brad?" I asked. "Is everything all right?" "No, everything is not all right." "What's going on?" "I saw a damn snake." A snake? I thought. How the hell would a snake have gotten so far into the dorms without anyone noticing? By crawling in, dumbass, I thought, unable to resist the urge to frown. I wasn't sure what to think, how to feel, how to act. But rather than question myself further, I threw my legs over the side of the bed, then tiptoed across the floor until I made my way into the bathroom. Brad was standing in his boxers, looking down at the floor, a broom in one hand, his cell phone with its flashing light shining in the other. His hair was glossy with water, and his skin radiated with heat from the shower he'd just finished taking. "Where is it?" I asked. "I don't know," he mumbled, his gaze set upon the open shower drains. "Little bitch, I know I saw you. Come back so I can smack the shit out of you." "What did it look like?" I asked, careful to take a step back as he began to poke at the drains. "Black as night. Shiny as hell." "And you saw it where, exactly?" "In here." He nudged his head toward the drains. "How big was it?" "Big enough to startle the shit out of me." "I don't think a little snake is going to bother us," I replied, only to grimace as Brad swore and turned the shower on. "Hey, you're gonna get me wet." "Gonna flush the motherfucker out," he breathed. "I hate snakes." "Either way," I said, turning toward the room, "I don't think we have much to worry about if it was small enough to get down the drain." "What if it's poisonous?" "Venomous," I corrected. "Huh?" he asked. "Venomous. Snakes are venomous." "Oh," Brad shook his head. "You never answered my question, though." "If it's venomous, that's an issue. But I doubt a shiny black snake is going to cause us problems. It was probably just a rat snake." "If you say so," Brad muttered, but didn't move from his spot near the drains with the broom. A sigh escaped me as I turned and made my way back toward my room. Though a part of me wanted to deny that Brad had been seeing things, another begged me to question whether or not he was suffering from the beginnings of yet another migraine. They can make you see things, I remember thinking, or act in odd ways. At that point, I didn't dwell too much on it. All I wanted to do was rest. Chapter 44. Brad came down with a migraine that night, just as I expected would happen. "Are you all right?" I asked as I sat in bed next to him, pressing a cold compress to his head. He exhaled slowly and cracked one eye open to look at me before saying, "It's not as bad as the last one. I think I'll live." "Do you have the Benadryl and painkillers here?" "Fuck," he groaned, shutting his one eye. "What? You all right?" "I forgot to get the fucking pills." "They'll have them at the gas station," I said. "I can go get you some." "I don't want you to go on account of me." "It's no big deal, Brad. It's just down the road." "Still," he sighed. "Still what?" "I just feel like an ass for forgetting them." "Shit happens, Brad. Don't worry about it." "My wallet's in the desk." "I can cover it. Don't worry." "You're a lifesaver, Dean. Thank you." I leaned down to kiss his cheek before sliding through the attached bathroom and grabbing my stuff from my room. Outside, in early November air, I drew my jacket around my body and looked both ways across the street before crossing and beginning to make my way up the road. Given the route was well lit and the street often traveled,
I had no legitimate concerns about my safety, even though I was nervous about walking around after dark. I knew part of that was my parents speaking in my head. However, and for that reason, I tried my hardest to drown them out. "Don't walk alone at night," my mother used to say. "Trust no one," my father would add. "Everyone's out to get you." He'd seemed to imply that they were out specifically to get me when he said that. Why, I couldn't be sure, but it didn't matter, not anymore. They were merely ghosts in my head now, long gone in a land far away. Rather than question myself or allow my wandering thoughts to travel further, I drew an earbud from my pocket, slid it into my right ear, and listened to music as I walked. Halfway to the gas station, I started hearing footsteps behind me. It's nothing, I remember thinking, idly glancing at the apartment buildings to my right out of the corner of my eye. It's just someone coming out of their apartment. Still, the fact that someone was walking behind me, and at night no less, caused me to increase my pace. I began to fast walk, working my leg muscles, acting like I was exercising. And yet, the footsteps behind me increased in pace. Stay in the light. Stay in the light. Don't go off the path. Don't step in the dark. My paranoia was getting the better of me. That much was already clear. Yet it made no sense. Why was I so afraid? Why did I feel like I was in danger? Was it because of what had happened at the club the other night? And if that were the case, why was I worried about it here, miles away from where it had happened? "Hello, Dean," it had said. I stepped into the light, pulling off the local gas station, then turned to face whomever was following me, only to find that there was no one there. My heart pounded, my blood chilled, my lungs burned. Though I inhaled a long, deep, and trembling breath to make up for what I'd lost in my panic, I gazed out at the darkness and wondered, was I just paranoid? Or had someone really been following me? I decided not to question it, and instead made my way into the gas station. Chapter 45. I didn't bother to tell Brad about my spooky experience. Rather, when I returned to the dorms, I shrugged my jacket off my shoulders, double-checked to ensure I had purchased everything he had asked for, the Coke included, then entered his room. "Hey," Brad mumbled as I guided myself in by the light of my touchscreen. "How was the walk?" "Fine," I lied, settling down beside him. "Here's your Coke. Give me a second to open these pills, and I'll give them to you." "You don't have to do that." "I doubt you're in any position to open them yourself. Besides," I paused, "your hands are shaking." "Oh," he said. "They are." "Is that typical?" "Sometimes they affect my motor skills," he said. "It's nothing to worry about." I decided not to question him about it. Instead, went to work opening and then removing the pills from their packaging. Brad twisted the top off the Coke, took a swig, turned his head toward me, then accepted the pills I placed to his mouth and swallowed them before returning his head to the pillow. The sigh he offered was more of relief, I imagined, than actual pain. "Good," he declared. "Now I can get some rest." "Do you want me to stay here with you tonight?" I asked. "In case you need anything?" "Why would I need you for something?" "In case your head gets worse? In case you need more pills?" "The Benadryl's gonna knock my ass out." "Still," I frowned. Brad reached out and pressed a hand against my arm. "Thanks for going, Dean. And to be honest, I think I would feel a bit more comfortable if you stayed here with me." "All right then, I'll stay." "Good," he replied, "because I have a feeling it's going to be a cold night." Chapter 46. I couldn't sleep. Even being in Brad's bed, with one of his arms resting across my hip, I could not help but think about what had happened earlier, and how it was very possible that someone could have been following me. But had someone been following me, or had I just been imagining it? It doesn't matter, I thought, shifting my foot to draw the sheet down over it. You're here, behind closed and locked doors in bed, where nothing or no one can get you. Regardless of those facts, and despite my belief, I continued to think about the issue at hand, or more appropriately, the person who had been following me. What had compelled them to pursue? What had compelled them to remain silent? Was it because I had been alone? Because they sensed I was gay? Had they, for lack of a better term, wanted to bash my fucking head in? Just why would someone follow a complete stranger in the middle of the night, only to vanish into shadow? What would make someone do that? Unless they had trouble on their mind, I thought. Unless they wanted to do something. But what could it have been? I shivered, not just because I was cold, at least not physically. No. The primordial fear that washed over me was like someone splashing cold water on my body, an evolutionary reaction to something that could easily cause me harm. I could not shake it, no matter what I felt, no matter what I did, no matter how hard I tried. I brushed back against Brad, closed my eyes, and tucked the blankets up under my chin. One thing was for certain. I would not be going out at night, alone again. Chapter 47. There were no more headaches throughout the early weeks of November, nor were there pains, torments, or phantoms of any kind. We lived life casually and without the need for fear. And although the memory of that night lingered in the back of my mind always, I didn't allow it to manifest within my daily life. I knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that if I allowed that to happen, I would roll the clock back on the progress I'd made throughout my time here in Texas. For that reason, I remained steadfast and determined, and proceeded without fear. As the holidays neared, Brad was quick to bring up Thanksgiving. "Did you want to go to my dad's place?" he asked. "I guess," I replied, then frowned and asked, "Why wouldn't I?" "I don't know, it's just—" He paused. "Awkward, I guess you could say. Maybe." "Did you tell him we were seeing each other?" "I think it's fairly obvious that we are, Dean." "But did you tell him?" "Of course I did. After what happened a few weeks ago, how couldn't I?" I started, then stopped before saying, "I guess you're right." He smiled, reached out to brush a hand along my sleeve, and asked, "Are you all right?" "Why wouldn't I be?" "I don't know how you handle holidays, considering, well, your upbringing and all." "Holidays were hell," I said. "All my parents did was drink and fight." "And you didn't visit extended family?" I shook my head. "My grandparents on both sides have been dead for years. It's not like you can bring a family together without the grandparents." "Mine aren't around, and me and my dad still get together." "But you and your dad are different, Brad. You're—" "What?" "Normal." Brad laughed. "I guess you're right about that." His grin faded slowly, like a bead of light being reflected off a pool of water. Although I knew that something else was about to come, I couldn't tell what exactly he was going to say. I'd come to recognize his nonverbal cues, and when he stopped smiling for seemingly no reason, he normally had something on his mind. "What's up?" I asked. "He's gonna ask," Brad said. "So I guess I better get this out of the way." "Get what out of the way?" I frowned. "Do you want to go steady?" My heart skipped a beat. "Us? Steady?" "Brad," I started. "You don't have to say yes," he said. "I just want to make our relationship clear to him. I don't want to be like, 'Oh, yeah, Dean McAllen's my boyfriend,' when that hasn't been already agreed upon." "Brad." "Like I said," he continued, "don't feel like I'm pressuring you in anything. I want you to be comfortable with whatever decision you make." "Brad," I said, more sternly this time. "What?" he asked, startled. I smiled, reached out to take hold of his hand, and said, "Yes, I'll go steady with you." He blinked. "You will?" I nodded. "Yeah, I will." He leaned forward and bowed his temple against mine. "Oh, thank God. I thought you were going to say something else." "Why did you think I would say no?" "I really didn't think you wouldn't," he replied, lifting his eyes to face me. "It's just, after having gone through what I have, it's hard not to feel disappointed." Though a part of me longed to press him for answers, I decided that it would be better not to. Instead, I simply said, "You don't have to tell me about it now," before leaning forward and pressing my lips to his. Brad reached up to tangle his hand in my hair, then bowed our temples together once more. When we parted,
I simply said, "Call your dad and ask him what he wants us to get for Thanksgiving." To which Brad replied, "Deal."
Chapter 48. Thanksgiving Day began mostly like any other. Though drizzling with rain and cloudy as could be, the day promised to be excellent. Perfect even, if I wanted to be honest with myself. I woke up in my own bed, texted Brad that I was awake, walked into the bathroom, disrobed, then climbed beneath the shower head, only to be joined by the guy I could now call my boyfriend a short moment later. He purred as he slid his hands from my rib cage down to my hips. I didn't know I'd walk in on this. "Of course you did," I countered, turning my head to face him. "That's why you're in here, you sneak." "I think I came in for other reasons," he said, and that was when I felt his hardness press up against me. I turned to face him, reached up, then pulled him down for a kiss. Needless to say, we didn't spend much time actually showering while we were in the bathroom, but at least no one could say we didn't try. When we finished, we retreated to our own rooms, and while dressing, I paused to consider myself in the mirror. It didn't take much to see that I had changed in the past few months. While possessing a happier disposition, I had filled out some, mostly due to the medication, but also because I was actually eating. The hollows of my cheeks were less pronounced now, and my jawline could no longer cut glass. Still, while a bit unnerved over the sudden change, I was happy. I had good grades, a good support system, a boyfriend who'd move mountains for me, and I for him. I even liked where we lived, which was saying something, considering how some people said they hated it here. I had just shrugged a flannel over my shoulders when Brad knocked and walked in. "Hey," he said, "you're looking nice." "Am I?" I asked. "Why wouldn't you be?" "I was just noticing that I've gained some weight since being on this new medication." I picked up the bottle and shook it. "You look fine, Dean. Besides, you were too skinny before." "You think?" "I think so, anyway. I mean, some would say otherwise, but I like you just the way you are." "Thank you," I said, drawing up against his side as he came to wrap an arm around my waist. "You got the stuff your dad asked you to get in that bag?" "Yes, sir," he said. "When should we head over?" "I guess now." I gathered up my things, slid into my hoodie, then followed Brad into the hall and out of the dorms. We made quick progress, given that the streets were empty. With hardly any cars to wait for at crosswalks, we made our way down the road and across the street we normally crossed at, and allowed ourselves the luxury of silence throughout. While Brad hummed something beneath his breath, I thought of how drastically life had changed for me in but a few months, and briefly entertained the idea that it had been almost 5 months since I'd spoken to either of my parents. Did I miss them, though? I remembered thinking. I realized that I missed the idea of them more than anything, having someone to go home to, having a person that could watch out for you, who would ask you how your day had gone, who would send you unexpected letters or gifts in the mail. These were the things that I understood parents did for children, and who, having sacrificed for their young, would have done anything for them. This was something I'd never had, or ever would. The realization was a punch to the gut on a day when I should have been thankful for what I had. "Something wrong?" Brad asked, turning to face me. I shook my head and resumed my pace beside him. "Come on, Dean. I know something's bothering you." "It's nothing, Brad." "Dean." "What?" "You're doing that thing again." "What thing?" "Where something's on your mind and you shut me out." I came to a halt in the middle of the sidewalk and turned my head to face him. I'd expected that he would be annoyed, maybe a bit peeved at my willingness to dodge around the subject. What I found was the exact opposite. In Brad's eyes, there'd been doubt, fear, worry. What ran through his mind I could not be sure, but it was at that moment, while standing there looking at him and feeling those feelings, that I realized I could not afford to shut him out. For that reason, I drew a deep breath, cleared my throat, and said, "I'm trying to figure things out." "Like what?" he asked. He drew closer, to the point where, had I wanted, I could have reached up and touched his face, and leaned down to look at me. "You can tell me anything, Dean. You know you can." "I know." "So why are you afraid?" "Because I'm afraid of the truth," I replied. "Because I'm afraid of what it'll do to me." "What truth is that?" "That I'm still trying to learn how to adapt to a life away from home." His sigh was titanic,
like waves parting over an unforgiving sea, and caused me to tremble. I knew it was not because I was concerned about what he might say or what he might think. No, I was concerned over what he might feel. How, in the end, was one supposed to deal with someone broken, someone shattered? In Japanese culture, there is an art known as the kintsugi, or the golden joinery, in which pieces of pottery are mended with gold when broken. The idea is that, once something has been damaged, it can always be repaired rather than cast away. But how does something material compare to something that is not? Was it, in the end, a matter of perspective? And if so, did that mean that people, when broken, could be repaired too? Of course they can, I remembered thinking. Why couldn't they? In waiting for Brad's response, I realized that, for some people, damaged goods are always viewed as that, and as such, should anticipate to be considered as them. Frowning, I turned my head away from him. "Dean," he said. "Yeah?" I asked. I didn't turn to look back at him. "I think you're always going to struggle in one way or another. I mean, hell, you've told me pieces of your story, and I don't know how you managed to handle them now, let alone at the time. That tells me something about you." "What?" "That you're strong, resilient, capable of withstanding any storm or darkness. You might not believe it, but people that know the real you, people like me, know you're far stronger than you let yourself believe." "Brad?" I asked. "Yeah," he replied. I turned my head to face him. "Thank you." I stepped into his arms and sighed as I embraced him. "There," he whispered in my hair. "Everything's all right. Everything's okay." "Okay." "Okay," I whispered, and I closed my eyes. We stayed like that for several long moments before we broke free from the embrace and resumed the trek to his father's home. The whole while we walked, I thought, wondered, then came to a simple conclusion. I really was golden. Chapter 49. We arrived to the smell of warm food and a sense of belonging that I normally wouldn't have been able to picture at any other time of the year. Clutching tight the bag of non-perishable foods, I stepped through the threshold into Robert Michelson's home and was almost immediately greeted by my boyfriend's father. "Thank you for coming," he said as he offered a one-armed embrace. "I'm happy you're here." "Thank you, sir," I replied, and returned the hug in earnest. "I am too." "You boys bring the stuff you said you were going to?" Brad reached down to take the bag for me. "Yep, we've got it here." "Bring it on in. I've got a brisket in the oven and the turkey in the cooker out back." As Brad followed his father into the kitchen, his head high and his disposition all but casual, I stepped deeper into the home only to be immediately assaulted by the intricacies of Brad's past. One picture showed him in Little League baseball gear, another, him at his high school graduation. A third pictured a woman, tall and blonde and long-haired, clutching tightly to her chest a boy that could have been no older than 5. She looked frail, even then, before I imagined the cancer was diagnosed. I can only imagine how she must have progressed. "Dean," Brad asked from the kitchen. "Yeah?" I replied, turning my head. I anticipated facing him, or at least looking into his eyes, but found that his back was turned to me, his eyes set on the oven. "You want something to drink?" "What do you have?" I asked. "Water," Robert Michelson said. "Sweet tea? I even picked up a few sodas." "Soda is fine," I replied, only turning my head to look back at the picture once before stepping away from the wall of memories. I was just about to step into the kitchen when I caught sight of an intricate painting of a dying tree hanging on a wall. "Ah," Robert said as he cracked open a beer. "I figured that'd catch your eye. It's one of Brad's." "I figured it was," I replied, turning my head to face it. "It's called the Tree of Life." "Why is it dead then?" Brad laughed. "Look closer." I stepped up to the painting and found what appeared to be several flowering buds dotting the trunk's landscape. Like pearls, they were small, glistening just faintly. Their petals had yet to open. I called it the Tree of Life because each pearl, or bud, was supposed to represent a memory. I thought it was fitting that it only had 17. "Why?" "That's how old I was when I painted it." "You're so talented," I said. "I mean, to think that you painted something like this when you were so young?" I stepped forward to look closer. "It's mind-boggling." "Hey,
Mr. I moved cross-country because of a short story. You're talented, too. Speaking of which, he turned to face his father. Dad, did you ever read that piece of Dean's I sent you? Oh, God, I said, pressing a hand over my face. I did, he replied. You're very talented, Dean. There's nothing to be ashamed of. I'm still surprised that piece got me the fellowship, I replied. Why? Brad asked. Because it was based off a real-life story of two gay teens being executed in the Middle East. It was a beautiful story, Dean, with a sad ending. Some endings are unfortunately sad, Robert Michelson offered as he stepped into the room alongside us. We're no stranger to that, are we, son? No, Brad offered. We aren't. A sense of melancholy fell over the house, the home, the people, and though for a moment I felt as though I had done something wrong, Robert Michelson placed a hand on Brad's shoulder, then on mine before saying, Let's not worry about that, though. We have so much to be thankful for. Definitely, Brad said. You boys want to help me work on dinner? Sure, Brad said. And though I had very little skill, in part due to my mother's over-exaggerated fears of me cutting myself or burning the house down, I nodded and followed them into the kitchen. We spent the next 2 hours preparing food and making small talk about our lives, from discussions about me and Brad's schooling, to conversations about Mr. Michelson's work as a mechanic, to differences between life here in the Rio Grande Valley and up in the Midwest, and more. There was no shortage of things to talk about, nor any degree of separation between the three of us. While I thought that I'd be nervous, I found myself completely at peace, which surprised me, in a way. Holidays were meant for chaos, I'd remembered thinking. Meant for long days, long hours, lots of drinks, many fights. Regardless of the fact that things were proceeding peacefully, I imagined my demeanor was like that of a frail animal in the presence of predators. Small and bird-boned, anything was apt to cause me harm. However, regardless of my worries and the reservations that came along with them, nothing happened. There were no words, barbed or fanged, nor any actions that caused me harm. No, that afternoon was peaceful, far more so than I could have ever actually imagined. By the time the food came out of the oven, I'd almost forgotten that I'd barely eaten throughout the day. Dean, Mr. Michelson said, can you take the silverware on the counter and put it on the table? Yes, sir, I said, and did just that. As Mr. Michelson pulled the homemade macaroni and the brisket out of the oven, then removed the green beans from the burners, I busied myself with setting placemats and silverware. Brad, meanwhile, retrieved glasses from cupboards and pulled the various cold goods out of the refrigerator to be placed amongst the food. By the time Mr. Michelson slipped outside to remove the turkey from the cooker, I was more than ready to begin eating. How are you enjoying Michelson family Thanksgiving? Brad asked, sliding an arm around my waist. I like it, I replied, turning my head up to face him. You're okay then? I'm more than okay, Brad. I'm comfortable. He smiled and pressed a kiss on the top of my head, just in time for his father to come in with the turkey. Dad, Brad cried, stepping forward. It's huge. It's going to be feeding us for a week, his father replied with a laugh. Now help me put it on the table. With the turkey placed front and center, and the rest of the food surrounding it in a perfect semicircle, dinner was officially served. Well, guys, Mr. Michelson said, I think we did pretty well for ourselves, don't you? We sure did, Brad said. I merely offered a nod in response. We seated ourselves at the table, Brad's dad at one end, Brad beside him, then me. When he reached out to take his father's hand, I thought he was merely offering a kind touch, but when he took my hand as well, Brad cleared his throat and said, Dad? Yeah? Are we going to pray, or... Is Dean comfortable with that? Mr. Michelson asked. Why wouldn't I be? I replied. Brad started, then paused before saying, I just wanted to be sure. Thank you, Brad, but really it's fine. Don't worry about me. We just want to be respectful, Robert Michelson said. Really, it's okay, sir. I'll do it. When Robert bowed his head and closed his eyes, I took it as a sign to do the same. Not, I felt, out of an actual need to pray, but to respect the two of them. Up until that point, I didn't even know Brad practiced any sort of faith or followed any form of religion, But as his dad cleared his throat in preparation, I realized that it did not particularly matter. With that in mind, I exhaled and pursed my lips. "Heavenly Father," Robert Michelson said, "hear my prayer. Please bless this food, this home, these young men with me and their lives. Please continue to provide for us through the means you have given, and to open doorways that have been closed since. Please allow us to remain strong despite any obstacles that we might face, and remain healthy in order to face them. Please keep my son and the young man he cares for safe in these hours and those beyond, and to bless both of them with the knowledge and skill necessary to build strong futures for themselves. And please, Heavenly Father, I ask of you to please fight back any darkness that may be present now or in the future. Thank you. Amen." "Amen," me and Brad said. As Brad and his father began to serve themselves from the platters of food arranged upon the table, I was left to wonder what exactly it all meant. What darkness, I wondered, had been present? At that moment, I could not have known. I was as blind as anyone. Chapter 50. We ate our fill of all sorts of food that evening and enjoyed the conversation with one another in earnest. By the time dinner was over, Brad complained that he was feeling not only sleepy, but slightly tipsy, and asked if he could nap on the couch. "Go ahead," I said, pressing a kiss to his cheek. "I'll help your dad clean up." "Thanks, babe," he said, before walking to and depositing himself on the couch. He was out in the better part of 5 minutes, leaving me alone with his father. Having gotten to know him a bit better, I was not necessarily nervous around him anymore. Rather, I felt a bit anxious due to what he had said earlier, most particularly about the present darkness that he worried lingered within our lives. While I busied myself with dishes and Mr. Michelson worked to divide the food up among several recyclable containers, I tried to distract myself from the eerie events that had occurred, to no avail. It was only when Mr. Michelson stepped back into the threshold from the dining room that I lifted my head to question him. "Sir?" I said. "Yes," Mr. Michelson asked. "Is something going on that I don't know about?" The man's frown was indicative that something was going on. However, he seemed less than willing to divulge what exactly it was, and in the moments after my question, he sighed before simply saying, "I've always worried about my son." "But is there something going on?" I repeated. His frown deepened, his brows furrowed. He placed some of the food in the refrigerator and marked others as if to distract himself, before finally saying, "No, there's not. At least not exactly." "Sir?" He turned his head toward the living room, toward the sound of Brad's light snoring, then stepped into the room before saying, "I beg of you, if you need to let him down for whatever reason, do it gently. I don't know if he could take another breakup." "Sir?" "Dean, I'm not going to break up with your son if that's what you're worried about." "It's not, Dean. He turned his head back to the living room. "Step outside with me." So I did, and under the cover of the retractable awning, we watched as the last of the sun's rays faded from the sky, and in their place come clouds that smelled of rain. Robert Michelson crossed his arms over his chest in the moments following our exit, then sighed before saying, "It's the anniversary." "What is?" "He broke up with Dominic 1 year ago today." "An old ex?" I asked. He nodded. "Yeah, an old ex." "How long were they?" I started, then stopped before adding, Never mind, it doesn't matter." "I won't divulge personal information. I don't feel that's appropriate. What I will say, though, is that Dominic had problems." "Can you tell me what kind?" "I don't like to air other people's laundry, but let's just say Dominic was into some unscrupulous activity that could have seriously damaged Brad's chances at a normal future had he been caught hanging around with him." "What happened with the two of them? You said that there was some activity. Why did they—" "Break up?" Robert sighed as I nodded in kind. "Let's just say Brad was going to go to the limit to try to get Dominic some help. But Dominic, said a lot of hurtful things, broke Brad's heart, almost discouraged him from continuing school. It wasn't a pretty breakup, Dean. which is why I was surprised when he started hanging around with you." "Why?" "I don't know, he just didn't seem interested in seeing other men for a while, which is why I'm cautiously optimistic about the two of you." "I'm not going to hurt him, sir." "I know you wouldn't mean to. Something tells me you have a kind heart, Mr. McAllen. He seems happy with you." "Brad's helped me a lot. I honestly don't know what I'd do if it weren't for him." Robert set a hand on my back and smiled. "Maybe fate put you two together. Maybe there's more in store for the two of you." "I would like to think so," I replied. "Good. That's what I like to hear." He turned his head out to the yard as thunder began to roll across the horizon. "You're welcome to stay here for the night, Dean. Otherwise, I can drive you back to the dorms." "I'd rather not leave him here by himself." "All right, I'll get you a pillow and a blanket, then you can settle down for the night." "Thank you, sir." Mr. Michelson patted my back a few last times before slipping back into the home. As I stood there, looking out at the darkness, I wondered, who is Dominic, and what had he done to hurt Brad so much? Chapter 51. My follow-up appointment with the general practitioner's office had been delayed, primarily for 3 reasons: scheduling conflicts, a need to acclimate further to the anti-anxiety medication, and my schooling. Because of that, I was forced to wander into the McAllen Medical Center at the beginning of December and made to lay bare any comments or concerns I had. "Mr. McAllen," Dr. Miguel Jackson said as he came to stand within the examination room, "how are you feeling?" "I'm okay," I replied, lifting my eyes to face the man. "Just okay?" I simply nodded. The man seated himself in his revolving chair and asked, "What's been bothering you, son?" "Bothering me?" I replied. The man nodded. I started, then stopped before I could continue. My breath caught, and my words strangled within my throat. Dr. Jackson pulled up my chart and said, "I have you on a low dose of anti-anxiety medication. Tell me, has it been helping?" "It's been helping," I replied. "So, what's going on? What's been eating away at you?" "Well, a few things." "Like?" "At Thanksgiving, my boy friend's father mentioned that—" "The boyfriend," the man said, offering a short nod as if to assure me that everything was fine. "Yeah. He mentioned that Brad, the boyfriend, had gone through some stuff around this time of year, and it was making me think about some of the stuff I've been going through as well." "Such as?" Dr. Jackson lifted his head to look at me. I lifted my eyes to look at him. "You can tell me anything you'd like, Dean. I'm not here to judge you." "I know." "So tell me what's going on. What's been on your mind?" "I had an experience. Well, 2 of them, fairly close together." "What do you mean by experience?" "I was in the club with Brad on Halloween night when I saw something." "Something?" "Something that greeted me, then vanished into thin air." "And the other experience?" "It wasn't long after that. Brad was having a migraine, so I walked to the gas station to get him some painkillers and Benadryl. I thought I heard someone following me, so I turned around to confront the person, and no one was there." "I see," Dr. Jackson said, and promptly began typing this into my chart. "Mr. McAllen, are you aware of anyone in your family who may suffer from bipolar disorder or schizophrenia?" "Not that I'm aware of. Why?" "Some research has suggested that childhood trauma can trigger these sorts of issues in young adults, particularly schizophrenia. However, I should note that, while I could prescribe you these medications that could help you with symptoms that you've presented, the hallucinations in particular, I would be far more comfortable with you seeing a specialist who's specialized in these sorts of matters." "A specialist?" I asked, frowning. I don't know how I'd afford that." "The Behavioral Health Center of Edinburgh would be able to help you. They offer sliding scale payments and medication assistance programs. Which reminds me," Dr. Jackson typed something into his computer. "Were these incidents the only 2 you've had?" "That I can think of?" I asked. "Yeah, they are."
All right. I'll request that you see a Dr. Green over at the Behavioral Health Center. He should be able to help you. Dr. Green, I thought. Why was that name so familiar? Then it hit me. The man on the plane, who'd said hello, who said that the sky was my limit. As Dr. Jackson stood and began to perform his examination of me, I closed my eyes and considered what the doctor had just said. Did he think I was sick? Did he think there was something more wrong with me? Could I be even more damaged than I thought I was? The thought was sobering, to say the least, but as Dr. Jackson finished the examination, then exited out the door, I wondered, what could Dr. Green tell me that Dr. Jackson couldn't? Chapter 52. Something's bothering you, Brad said. I can tell. I remained silent as I stared at the referral card I continued to clutch in my hand. Dean, Brad said, drawing forward. What's going on? It's nothing, I replied. Don't worry about it. Dean, come on, tell me. Brad looked down. You've got something, he said. Yeah, I said, and sighed. What is it? Like I said, nothing. Come on, Dean, let me see it. I don't. Brad reached down and pressed his hand against mine. I tensed, initially too stubborn to let him see. But as my refusal dissipated and my hand uncurled, Brad took the examination card from my hand and peered at it for several long moments. When he finally did speak, it was to say, A psychiatrist? I could only nod. What's going on? My doctor thinks I'm presenting symptoms of schizophrenia, I said. Schizophrenia? Brad asked. I nodded once more. Why? What's going on? What haven't you told me? I don't. Brad leaned forward to look me in the eyes. Tell me, Dean. So I did, but not in the detail that I imagined he wanted. No, to tell him in concrete detail about my experience in the club would have frightened him, to the point where I would have imagined that he would have thought I was crazy. For that reason, I simply said that I thought I'd seen something on Halloween night, then heard something following me on the road the night of his last bad migraine. I hated to lie to him. I really did. But truth be told, I didn't want to scare him. He had enough problems, what with his headaches and his schooling. To add anything additional to his plate would have been cruel. So I did lie. I did skirt around the truth. I did, for lack of a better word, deceive him. And I hated myself for it. By the time I finished, all Brad could do was stare. Brad? I asked, lifting my eyes to face him. Are you all right? You should have told me, he offered, in a low yet somber voice. I know. Why did you keep this from me? I didn't want to scare you. Does mental illness run in your family? I don't see how it couldn't, I offered, then laughed. I mean, considering who my parents were and what they did to me, I'd be shocked if it didn't. The sigh that escaped Brad's lips was monumental, like water being parted in a sea or mountains crumbling from the highest peak. It burned me, declaring, in purpose alone, that this was a situation grave and unlike any we had ever experienced. When it came time for Brad to speak again, it was to simply say, I'm sorry. For what? I asked, and frowned. For all the shit you have to put up with. Your past, your present, your future. You can't help what's happened to me, Brad. Maybe not, but I could have let you come to me about this without pressuring you into telling me. Honestly? I asked, then laughed. I think it's better that you approached me about this the way you did. I don't know when I would have admitted it otherwise. Still, Brad closed his eyes. A moment passed, then 2, then 3. When he opened his eyes again, he faced me and offered a slow and lonely, When are you going to make the appointment? Tomorrow, I said. I think I need some time to process this. Are you scared, Dean? I don't know, I replied. Truth was, I was terrified, but I wasn't about to let him know that. With that in mind, I turned to the bed, seated myself on the mattress, then leaned back and closed my eyes. This man, this Dr. Green, would help me. He had to. Otherwise, I had no idea what I'd do. Chapter 53. I was scheduled to meet with Dr. Green of the Behavioral Health Center in Edinburgh late the following afternoon. Scared out of my mind, but knowing that I had to face whatever was happening to me, I hailed a cab and climbed inside with the knowledge that I would soon be facing the very real possibility that I was sicker than I thought I was. "It'll be fine," Brad had said before I'd left. "Don't you worry." A part of me wished I'd invited him to come along. Another, however, knew that burdening him with the matters of my mind would only cause discourse within our relationship, and as such, potentially aggravate his own symptoms. So, with that in mind, I lifted my head high and waited for the driver to take me to the psychiatric clinic. We arrived in less than 15 minutes, at a time during which the sun was out and attempting to blaze a warm trail through the valley. Growing more and more nervous by the second, I tipped the driver, exited the vehicle, and waited for it to drive off before turning to face the building that would offer me either a clean bill of health or a cold slate upon which my sense of reality was meant to be placed. Left alone, cold in the morgue, to rot for the rest of eternity. A sigh escaped my lips as I reached into my pocket to consider my phone. It was at that moment, standing there before the building, watching and waiting for a moment of courage to strike me, that I realized that I could not wait. No, my appointment was set to begin within the next 10 minutes. So I walked forward and entered the hospital and approached the front desk and said, "Hello?" I told them that I had an appointment, and they offered me paperwork to fill out, which included a questionnaire which left me feeling more and more disheartened the further I read it. "Are you a victim of domestic violence?" one question asked. "Do you suffer from anxiety or other mental health problems?" another questioned. "What are your current symptoms?" I wrote out everything I could, right down to the fact that I'd experienced what I believed to be 2 hallucinations within the past 2 months, and returned the paperwork to the front desk. Given that I'd already done the intake paperwork online, I could expect to see the doctor soon. "Please have a seat," the receptionist said. "Someone will be with you shortly." I was, for lack of a better phrase, completely and utterly terrified. "Will you go down their same road?" a voice inside my head questioned. "The one less traveled, the one snarled with thorns." No, I thought. I would not go down that road less traveled, the one snarled with thorns. I was not my parents, was not their illnesses, their persons, their causes, just or not. No, I was Dean McAllen, and I had forged my own destiny. Still, the fact that I was here, of all places, did not console me, as all around me there were people waiting to be seen, people who looked like me, who acted like me, who breathed like me. On the far side of the room was a woman praying silently, while opposite her sat a smartly dressed man in a business suit, who nervously adjusted his tie. It was obvious that none of us wanted to be here, that much was for certain, and yet here we were, waiting to be seen. "McAllen?" a voice asked. "Dean McAllen." "Yes," I replied, rising to face the nurse as he came from 2 double doors. "Please come with me." I swallowed the lump developing in my throat, willed it to stay down, then rose and followed the man who would lead me to what could be the destruction of myself. I was terrified the whole while we walked. Remain calm, I thought. Everything's fine. Everything's okay. Was it, though? Was it really? In reality, each step felt like a punishment, a slap on the wrist for simply existing, and every inch we walked was torturous. I tried not to allow my emotions to show on my face, if only because I was afraid that someone passing would see, but I knew that was impossible. No, the fact that I was here, in this city, in this place, meant for people whose minds and souls were trapped in endless battles with themselves, was impossible to fathom. When we came to a door whose placard simply read, "Taylor Green," I swallowed the lump in my throat and waited for the nurse to knock. "Doctor?" he asked. "Your patient is here." "Send him in," the voice replied. The door was opened. I entered. I lifted my eyes, only to come face to face with someone I'd already met. The man, whom was sitting in his seat, looking at his computer, reading over what was likely the notes that had been transcribed into the system, was the very person whom had sat next to me on that fateful plane ride from Dallas to McAllen. "The skies are your limit, friend." The man turned to face me, offered a small nod, and said, "Hi, Mr. McAllen." Hi, I managed.
How are you feeling today?
Nervous, I replied, and looked toward the chair opposite him as he gestured toward it. I settled upon it and drew in a long, deep breath as I considered him. Sorry, it's just I didn't expect to end up here, that's all.
You mean after the plane?
You remember, I offered, to which Dr. Taylor Green responded with a nod and said,
Yes, I remember you. How have you been?
So much has happened since I got here.
Would you like to tell me a little bit about it?
I started, then stopped, unsure how or in what way I should begin. I turned my head to regard the clock, saw that we likely only had 30 or so minutes, then returned my eyes to him and said, I've been doing okay for the most part. At least, I was until recently.
Tell me about these hallucinations you've been having.
There was a person in a club, I said, who greeted me and then disappeared into the shadows.
And you're sure it wasn't a person disappearing into a bathroom or a side hall?
No, sir, they disappeared. And what was worse was that they didn't look human.
When was this?
Halloween.
And it wasn't anyone in a costume?
I don't think so. They disappeared into thin air.
I see, Dr. Green said, and turned to regard his computer. He frowned as he skimmed over whatever was on his screen and said, You also claim to have an experience on the road leading up to your dorm, correct?
I thought someone was following me.
And no one was?
No.
Tell me, Dean, Taylor Green said, leaning forward to look at me. Have you been under an undue amount of stress lately?
I don't think so, I replied and frowned. Why?
Stress at times can cause your brain to trick you into seeing or hearing things that aren't there. While I don't know much about your past, given that you were vague in your responses to the questionnaire, I can only imagine you came from a domestic violence situation. Is that true?
I nodded.
How long did this go on for?
Years, I said.
Was it your parents who abused you?
I nodded again. Taylor sighed.
I'm sorry, he said. That's never an easy thing to deal with. I'm just happy you were able to get away from them.
But, I said, and allowed my word to trail off so he could pick up the conversation in my stead.
But the stress hormones are likely still in your system, the doctor replied. You're also still acclimating to new medication, from what I understand, which means that you may be dealing with some psychological issues as a result of them.
Do you think I was hallucinating? I asked.
I do, he replied. But do I think you require treatment as of yet? No, not yet. Unless your symptoms worsen or you're seeing things that you don't believe are there on a regular basis, I don't feel comfortable prescribing you mood stabilizers or, excuse the terminology, antipsychotic medications. What I would like is for you to do is to continue the medications you're presently on and then see how your mood stabilizes. Maybe take them once a day rather than as needed to allow your brain to relax your mind to be put at ease. And only come back if you feel it necessary to do so.
Thank you, Dr. Green. I wasn't expecting to hear that when I came in.
The thing with schizophrenia, Mr. McAllen, is that it's sometimes tricky to diagnose if it's mild, especially in patients who suffer from anxiety like yourself. What might be a hallucination caused by one hormone may actually be a hallucination caused by stress, especially as someone who has chronic PTSD.
PTSD, I frowned.
Post-traumatic stress disorder, the doctor said.
I know what it is, I replied. I just wasn't sure that I had it.
I believe you do. I don't see how you couldn't, considering what little I know about your background and what's been reported in your medical records. Living in fear for a long period of time can damage your body and your brain. You probably experience some physical symptoms you aren't even aware of.
I don't. I sighed, then bowed my head. Dr. Green leaned forward.
There's nothing to be ashamed of, Dean. I just feel like I'm getting worse and worse, I replied. Sometimes we have to walk through fire to reach the other side. I think, he said, that you're simply going through a transitional phase in your life. Tell me, do you have someone who you can rely on for emotional support?
I do.
Good, Dr. Green smiled. I'm happy to hear that, Mr. McAllen. Count your blessings in life, and remember, you are stronger than you think you are.
Thank you, sir, I said. It means a lot to me.
Good. The doctor turned his head to the clock. I'm afraid our time is up, Dean. Just remember, I'm here if you need me.
Thank you, I said, and rose to leave the room. As I left, a thought struck me. Was I really, truly sick, like I thought I was? Or was it simply the result of being in a transitional period, like Dr. Green had said? I knew one thing was for certain. I would likely find out sooner rather than later. Chapter 54. Brad greeted me as I returned from my appointment with Dr. Green.
"So,"
he said as we began to walk down to our dorms.
"How did it go?"
"It went fine," I said.
"Fine?" Brad asked.
I nodded. "Yeah, fine." He didn't bother to press me further, at least not until we entered his room. Come time the door was shut and locked, however, he was on me like a hawk.
"You okay?"
were the 2 words he opened up with. "I think so," I replied, settling down atop his bed.
"What did the doctor say?"
That I have PTSD.
"Honestly, I'm not surprised."
"You aren't?" Brad shook his head.
"No, I'm not. You went through so much as a kid. You were literally forced out of your own home because your dad was carrying a gun around. How couldn't you have PTSD?"
I don't... I stopped then. I allowed my eyes to fall to the floor and soon found my fingers tangling through my hair. Brad settled down on the seat beside me and pressed a hand against the small of my back.
"Hey," he said, "everything's fine. You're here. You're safe. You're with me. Nothing's going to hurt you."
"I know nothing's going to hurt me," I replied. "At least not physically, anyway."
"Sometimes your brain's the scariest place to be, huh?"
"You're telling me," I said, and laughed. Truth was, I couldn't even imagine facing my demons at times. For the most part, there was always light at the end of the tunnel. But sometimes, there was complete and never-ending darkness. Chapter 55. 1 pill a day would keep the hallucinations at bay. This was the mantra I adopted in the days after my meeting with Dr. Green, and my admission that I suffered from a severe mental disorder such as PTSD to Brad. Knowing, first and foremost, that I had to take care of myself, I followed the doctor's instructions to a T, first by taking a pill each and every night before bed, then allowing myself ample time to rest before rising and facing my day. Everything seemed fine, simple even in the grand scheme of things. Then, Brad was hit with another migraine. It was Christmas break. Grades had been posted, we'd both done well, we'd gone out to celebrate at a local chain restaurant and had a good time. Things had seemed peaceful, perfect even, if I wanted to be honest with myself. But we'd no sooner returned to the dorms when Brad lifted a hand to his head and leaned against the wall as if to stabilize himself. "Something wrong?" I asked, turning my head to look up at him.
I think I'm getting a headache," he said,
his voice heavier than it had been moments before.
Oh, God, I thought.
Not now. Not during Christmas break. I'd wanted the holiday to go smoothly, for us to sit back, relax, and enjoy the time we'd spent, without either of us suffering in pain and misery. Still, it appeared that would not be the case. As I wrapped an arm around Brad's waist, and as I helped him back to his room, it became more than apparent that this was going to be a bad one. I sprung into action immediately after I deposited Brad into bed. I closed the blackout curtains. I grabbed the painkillers and the Benadryl. I filled a glass of water. Then I took the 3 to Brad and slipped the pills between his lips. "Are you going to be okay?" I asked as he drank.
I think so," he replied. I just...
He grimaced, long and hard, and inhaled through his teeth as he did so. The sensation that I was being watched entered my brain. I spun, expecting to see a figure standing in the threshold of a door I had not closed. But there was nothing. Nothing. And still, the eerie feeling lingered. The doubt persisted. I felt instinctively as if there was someone, or it seemed more aptly, something, in the room with us. And that was the most terrifying feeling of all. I was just about to reach into my pocket to retrieve my smartphone when the feeling became excruciating. I turned back to the door, and that was when I saw it, the figure from before, all 6.5 feet and resembling that ghastly rabbit, dark-furred and white-eyed. It said, "Hello, Dean." A breath escaped me. I dropped my keys. They fell to the floor. Brad asked, "What is it?" And I, unsure what to do or say, simply said, "It's nothing." Yet the creature still remained, its eyes glowing with a ghastly mist, as if they were portholes into another world. In them, I could see mountains, a river, trees, but worse yet, I could see figures moving slowly toward me, watching and waiting and extending their arms in greeting. I shook my head and turned my gaze back to Brad, only to find that he was a visage of his former self. Cold, white-skinned, with black veins running along his arms and face, he was the epitome of death, and I, the living, could only balk in response. When a wicked laughter echoed through the dark space, and when finally I could take it no more, I reached out and turned the light on. Brad groaned. I blinked. There was no figure, no pale-skinned Brad, no laughter resounding through the dark space. There was nothing. Nothing. Nothing except me, shocked and terrified and scared out of my mind. "Dean," Brad said, cracking his eyes open to slits, "could you turn the light off?" "Sorry," I said, reaching down to pick up my keys. "Drop the keys." "It's okay," he replied. I shut the light off. This time, there was no figure to greet me. Chapter 56. I left Brad to his own devices after the experience in his room. Safely confined within my own space, I paced the dorm without regard for the fact I was trembling. It was the same thing, my conscience offered. No, it wasn't, another part of me said. It wasn't the same thing. Yes, it was. It was the same thing from the club. You know it was. No, it wasn't. Yes, it was. No, it wasn't, I whispered, then closed my eyes. Its image was seared into my mind, tattooed along my conscience like a brand to my brain. And I, so scared I could barely face it, was forced to open my eyes and return my gaze about the room. As I came down from the emotional high, only to be suffocated by the terrified low, I wondered, briefly, just what I would do. It was a stress reaction, I wanted to argue. It wasn't real, I wanted to say. It was a byproduct of PTSD. And yet, it had been there, in Brad's room, watching and waiting and praying on me. The reality was almost too much to bear, so with that in mind, I reached out, took hold of the pill bottle on my nightstand, then swallowed my prescription dry. This wasn't going to happen. I wouldn't let it happen. I wouldn't succumb to whatever this was. Chapter 57. A part of me was scared to go check on Brad, yet emboldened by the feeling of calm created by the medication, I did so anyway, first by knocking on the door dividing the shared bathroom, then by entering the dorm. It took a few moments for my eyes to adjust to the faint lighting streaming from my phone. However, when they did, I could see that Brad was sleeping, or at the very least, dozing. Because of that, I turned, and was just about to leave the room when I heard him clear his throat. "Dean?" he asked. "Is that you?" "It's me," I replied, turning to face him. "How are you feeling?" "Like shit," he said, and laughed. "Sorry I ruined your plans to stay in." "You didn't ruin them, Brad. You can't help that you're having headaches." "Still," he said, lifting his head as much as he could. He gazed at the phone in my hand, grimaced, then closed his eyes before returning his head to the pillow. "You want to lie down with me?" Do I thought. Normally, this wouldn't have been an issue, but after what I'd gone through, there in that room, I was a bit hesitant to step fully into it, let alone close my eyes and allow the lights to go off inside my head. Would it really bother you, I thought, just to sleep with him? Fact was, there was a potential that it could. I'd never heard of hallucinations hurting other people, but I'd read enough ghost stories to know that they could at least cause trouble, especially for people who were already going through things. I blinked, stunned. Ghosts, I thought. You really think that thing was a ghost? I somehow resisted the urge to laugh. It was no ghost of the past, no specter of the present, no haunting from the future. No. This thing, this entity that had appeared in the room before me, was simply a hallucination, formed by an amalgamation of faulty brain cells and projected into my conscience by my loathsome eyes. No, I could not and would not allow this thing to cause me trouble. For that reason, I stepped forward and in moments was crawling into bed beside Brad. I wouldn't let this thing ruin my vacation. I wouldn't let this thing ruin my Christmas. I wouldn't let this thing control my life. Chapter 58. I did my best to forget about that night and the few weeks leading up to Christmas Eve, mostly because the more I thought about it, the more I was convinced that I was going crazy. Between what had happened on the road, what I'd seen in the club, then finally what I'd experienced in Brad's storeroom, it seemed like I was heading straight toward a schizophrenia diagnosis. But you're not, I remembered thinking on the night before Christmas Eve, while sitting in my dorm room composing an email to my contact with the fellowship committee. You've just been under a lot of stress. Finals had been only a minor torture compared to preparing the first half of my manuscript for the committee to look at. I'd spent the better half of the past week on it, tweaking sentences, rearranging paragraphs, and rewriting entire sections, and I still didn't feel comfortable with the way it was proceeding. I had to keep reminding myself that it was simply my rough draft, and that I could change it later. The fact that I was making progress was what was important. I had just finished composing the email and was about to close my laptop for the night when my phone vibrated, signaling the arrival of notification. It's 10:30, I thought. What could be coming in this late? Surely someone from the committee hadn't replied to me already, right? Right, I then decided, while reaching for my phone. I brought the touchscreen to life to find that it was Brad messaging me. "You make your deadline?" his text asked. Thankfully, I texted back. "Sorry for being distant." "Don't be." A pause, then, "Want to come over here?" I sighed. Truth be told, I was afraid of going into his room. Of course, he wasn't aware of that, but that was only because I had made a point not to tell him anything about the most recent hallucination. He'd freak, I thought, and tell me to go back to the hospital. They'd put me on medication, I know they would, and given that I'd been working so hard on this novel, I didn't want to risk anything getting in my way, especially not a mind-altering substance that could put me down with physical symptoms for weeks. With a frown, I considered the text that asked me to go to the one place I was afraid to, then said, "Sure, I'll come over." Then I slid my phone into my pocket and slipped into the bathroom. His door was already partially cracked, and his laptop lit the room in a dull blue hue, offering me a guiding light to his dorm. I entered slowly, cautiously, with the gait of a scared songbird who is being hunted by a vicious cat. My eyes were instantly drawn to his doorway as I passed out from the bathroom. "Hey," Brad said from his place on the bed. "Hey," I replied. "Congrats on making the deadline." "Thanks." I stepped forward. "Is everything okay?" "I just wanted to spend some time with my favorite guy." A smile tugged at my lips, inspiring one of Brad's own. He patted the space on the bed and gestured me to seat myself as I advanced deeper into the room. "I've been missing you," he said. "I know," I replied, leaning my body against his, my head against his shoulder. "Sorry it took me so long to finish." "You can't rush genius," he replied. "Or something," I countered. He laughed, paused the video he'd been watching on his computer, then turned to face me and said, "Did you want to go to my dad's for Christmas?" "I don't see why not," I replied. "I mean, what else would we do? Stay in the dorms?" "That sounds absolutely fucking boring." "No kidding. Besides, Dad appreciates the company. He especially likes it when you tag along with me." "I'm glad your dad likes me. I was afraid that he wouldn't." "Why?" "My age for one, and my past for two. It's not like we've divulged a lot about what you've gone through to him, you know?" "Still," I paused, "it's not easy being the black sheep of a flock of many." "I getcha." Brad wrapped an arm around me and leaned back against the wall. "I feel the same way sometimes." "You don't act like you do," I offered. "I think it comes from having a parent die young. It's just strange, you know, to go through life feeling like you're missing something. I mean, I know part of that is the whole grieving process and all, But being alone with Dad, when he was still just adjusting and going through my own pain, wasn't easy. I'm sorry. Don't be. It's made me the person I am today, which I can't say I'm ashamed of. Besides, it kept me here, in Edinburgh, closer to Dad. I would have never met you if I'd gone to San Antonio or Austin. Did you think about going to either school? Briefly. But again, I'm closer to my dad here, and a part of me would have felt guilty leaving him behind, especially considering that he's shown no interest in trying to remarry. Why is that? I don't know. He paused. I think he just misses Mom. I'm sorry, Brad. For what? For everything you've gone through in life? It's nothing compared to what you have, Dean. Maybe not, but my doctor said that we always compare our experience to other people's, because no matter how badly we've had it, we always think someone else has had it worse. It's a form of invalidation. That makes sense, I guess. I nodded. Brad turned his head to kiss my temple and said, Dad'll probably want us there early, considering there's supposed to be storms in the afternoon. You okay with getting out of here around 10? It's fine with me. Did you want to stay here tonight? I turned my eyes toward the doorway and closed them for a moment before nodding. Yeah, I'll stay here. As much as I wanted to return to my room, I knew I couldn't allow him to think that something was wrong. No, this holiday had to be special, no matter what. Chapter 59. We rose early on Christmas Eve to prepare for our walk to Brad's father's house. Cloudy at this hour of the morning, and almost unwilling to rise from bed as a result of it, I forced myself to get ready with some insistence from Brad, and eventually dressed in a simple sweatshirt and a pair of jeans. See? He asked as he considered my reflection in the mirror. That wasn't so bad, now was it? I need a haircut, I mused as I ran a hand through my bangs. Don't we all? Brad said and laughed. He wrapped his arms around me and drew me back against his chest as he considered his own reflection in the mirror. You almost ready? Let me just grab my wallet and phone and I'll be ready. All right, cool. In minutes, we were making our way out into the gray morning light. Shit, Brad mumbled as we began to make our way up the road. Thank God it only takes about 10 minutes to get there, because I don't want to get caught out on this. I thought you said it was supposed to rain later, I asked, turning my head up just in time to receive a drop of water on my face. Guess the weather's changed on us, he replied, sliding a hand into his pocket to withdraw his phone. Want me to call him? Only take him a minute to come get us. Let's just go. I doubt it'll start raining before we get there. Besides, knowing your dad, he's probably cooking. True. Brad didn't say anything further. Rather, we made our way through the developing rain as fast as we could, walking first down the road that ran alongside the college, then across the street that separated us from the neighborhood his father lived in. Halfway there, the rain began to sprinkle. Fuck, Brad said, grimacing as droplets of rain began to plink upon nearby cars and the hoods over our heads. Figures it'd start raining. We better hurry, I said, lifting my eyes to view the storm clouds quickly rolling in. We're going to get caught in it if we slow down. Regardless of our speed, however, we could not beat Mother Nature, who swiftly and surely began to descend upon us with her misguided wrath. The rain, which was once a slow pitter-patter upon us, increased to a fever pitch. Brad swore. I drew closer. We cut through the outskirts of the neighborhood just as the rain began to fall at a maddening speed. You okay? Brad called above the downpour. Fine, I replied. Something shifted in the bushes nearby. I distinctly remember thinking, what in the world? Then a huge dog, possibly a German Shepherd or Labrador mix, came barreling out, and right toward Brad. It was at that point that I, an animal lover by heart, thought that everything would be fine, that everything would be okay. But that wasn't the case. No. In the dog's haste to greet us, Brad cried out and took off into a run, thus prompting the dog to give chase. I didn't think the dog would hurt him. It wasn't growling, barking, or snapping, so it gave me no indication that it would jump up and bite him. But as Brad ran, and as the dog followed, I picked up the pace and could just make out the sound of Brad screaming as I did so. Get it away from me, he cried. Get the fucker away from me! "It's not going to hurt you," I cried back. "It's not." Brad slipped. He pinwheeled his arms in an attempt to catch his balance. Then he fell. The dog jumped on top of him. Between Brad screaming, his hands flailing, and his arms coming up to defend his face, I couldn't tell what was going on. A man across the street yelled something in Spanish. The dog lifted its head, looked at the Hispanic man yelling at it, then bolted toward him. I ran to Brad's side shortly thereafter. "Are you all right?" I asked as I fell to one knee beside him. He turned his head and spit what looked like blood from his bit lip. "Yeah," he managed, sniffling. "I'm fine." He refused my hand as I reached out to offer it to him, instead choosing to push himself upright and beginning to make his way back up the road. The man called, "Sorry, senor," to which Brad replied by saying, "Keep your fucking dog on a leash." I could only make a move to follow. Chapter 60. "Is he going to be okay?" I asked as I glanced toward the single bedroom into which Brad had disappeared to tend to his lip. Robert Michelson merely crossed his arms over his chest and sighed before saying, "He'll be fine." "I didn't know he was scared of dogs," I said, turning my head to face him. "If I'd have known, I would have tried to intercept." "It's not your fault, Dean. It's just—" The man sighed and shook his head. "Well, what's the story behind, that?" I glanced back toward the bedroom. "If you can tell me before he gets back." "He was chased by a pack of street dogs when he was 12. Damn things made him tear his knee open when he jumped the fence." "So that's where that scar came from?" I mumbled. "Exactly." Robert exhaled and turned toward the kitchen. "Don't mention anything about it to him when he comes out here." "I'm going to pour him a shot to see if that calms him down." "All right, I won't." A few minutes later, Brad came out of the bathroom, a hand against his mouth, his thumb cradling a swollen spot along his lip. "Hey, Dad," he said. "Got any painkillers?" "In that drawer over there," his father replied. He lifted a shot glass filled with amber liquid as Brad approached. "Here, take it." "I don't need a shot, Dad." "Just take the shot, son." Though at first it looked like he would refuse, Brad obliged by taking the shot from his father and downing it shortly thereafter. He then reached into a cupboard to withdraw a glass before withdrawing a painkiller from a bottle. "You want something, Dean?" "Water's fine," I said. "I'm sorry you boys had an accident on the way over," Robert said. "But I'm glad you're here. I wasn't sure you'd make it over so quickly." "We tried to beat the rain," Brad offered. "Guess that was a bad idea." I glanced at his father, who merely gave a slight shake of his head before returning his gaze to the oven. "The ham will be done here in a few minutes. Why don't you guys go get comfortable? I'll take care of the food." "And you sure you don't want help?" Brad asked. "I'm sure, son." With that said, the two of us settled down on the couch and listened to the sound of the rain falling outside. The AC kicked on. Cool air filtered through the vents. Brad, still damp from his fall, wrapped an arm around my shoulder and pulled me close. "Sorry for scaring you," he whispered. "I should have told you I didn't like dogs." "It's not like that comes up very often," I offered as I nestled against his side. "And don't worry, I'm just glad you didn't get hurt." "You can't trust some people's animals down here." "That's for certain," Robert offered from the kitchen. A moment later, the smell of glazed meat filled the townhouse as he opened the oven to check on the ham. "You boys ready to eat?" "Yes, sir," we both said, and rose to make our way into the kitchen. Lightning flashed. Thunder struck. The rain fell at a feverish pace. As we made our way to the table, and as Brad and I began to set it, I briefly considered the fact that, without Brad, I would be freezing in the dorm hall, cold and alone and without company, then lifted my eyes to face my boyfriend. He pursed his lips in question. I shook my head. Robert Michelson brought the glazed ham. Then we settled down to eat. Chapter 61. It was late in the afternoon, long after we'd eaten and the sky was darkening, when Brad's father said, "I think you boys should stay here for the night." I lifted my eyes from where I was watching Brad sleep on the couch and asked, "Are you sure?" "This rain's not letting up. I imagine you've already figured out how bad the traffic can get during storms like these."
Besides, Robert Michelson paused, I'd rather not risk getting into an accident by driving the two of you back to your dorm. So long as you're okay with us staying, I said, standing. Of course I'm okay. Why? Do you not think I would be? I started, paused, then stopped before making my way to the man's side. I just don't want to impose. You're not imposing, Dean. You're my son's boyfriend. You're just as welcome here as he is. Thank you. Robert crossed his arms over his chest as he considered the world outside. Darkness was quickly sweeping across the city, and the torrential downpour seemed like it would never end. Does it always get this bad down here in the winter? I asked. No, Robert replied. I mean, we sometimes get storms in from hurricanes hitting the coast, but so far as I can recall, there aren't any going through the Gulf. Oh, I turned my head to regard Brad, who lay on the couch sleeping. I was mostly worried about him, I know. Has weather always triggered his headaches? Ever since he was a kid. Damn, I said. The man nodded. Yeah, it's unfortunate to say the least. Sir, if I may. Why did he refuse to get an MRI? I mean, I know he said it was because of how much it would cost you, but, Robert Michelson said. But I was wondering if there was another reason that he didn't want to get his brain examined to see if he, well, I paused. Is something worse wrong with him? Do you think there's something worse wrong, Dean? No, I was wondering if there was a reason for it. I see, Robert sighed. He leaned forward, close enough so that only he and I could hear it, and said, An MRI was what determined his mother had cancer. Oh, yeah, I think he's afraid that he'll follow in her footsteps, since she was so young when it happened. But I told him that cancer doesn't run in either my family or hers. It was just a chance of nature that she developed it. Still, I said, turning my head to look at Brad, I can see why he would be nervous. It's gonna be up to you to wear him down, Dean. If he keeps having headaches, and he keeps exercising these migraines, I'm afraid it's going to impact his life. He worked so hard to get into UT. I would hate to see that opportunity lost because of something he couldn't catch earlier. Yeah, I know. Robert patted my shoulder and said, I know you'll do good by my son. I have faith in you. Faith. Though that word was meant to help, I felt that it did a little more than burden me. How could I change a person who refused to be changed themselves? I guess that was the one question every person asked themselves when it came to the one they loved. Chapter 62. The rainstorm lasted well into the night. As a result, we all went to bed early, and given that Brad was zonked out on the sectional, I was left to tuck myself in beside him and share a small throw. It wasn't the most comfortable way to sleep, but it beat sleeping on the floor and kept me close to him. His father's words continued to ring throughout my head. I have faith in you. Faith. Faith, I whispered, and curled my fingers around the blanket draped over the two of us. Brad sighed. His hand twitched, his fingers drummed along my side. Then he mumbled something under his breath before silencing once more. I opened my eyes. The television was still on. Cool air circulated through the apartment. The sound of the fire burning on the streaming service's Christmas channel crackled from the speakers and offered comfort in a place that was already full of it. But most of all, it appeared to drive out the devilish intentions that my brain wanted to impose on me. Was I meant to change Brad's life? Was I meant to convince him to go to the hospital to get his head checked out, to see if these migraines were something more, like his father so horribly feared? In this sense, I began to question not only myself, but my abilities as a lover and a friend. I wondered, how could I move a mountain, or more aptly, a man made of stone? In some ways, Brad was vulnerable, akin to a sparrow whose wings had just been broken. In others, he was completely impenetrable and could not be shaken or stirred, no matter how much I tried. But are you not like him? My conscience offered. A man made of stone skin, but
glass bones. I wasn't sure how to take that. On one hand, I was made of stone, had been made to be as a result of my childhood, and on another, the glass armature that made up my person could easily be shattered if it sustained the right amount of pressure. But still, I sighed. I figured that in time, I would have to convince Brad to go to the doctor. Just as he will you, the devilish part of my brain said, if you keep seeing things. Closing my eyes, I took a deep breath, then tucked my head up under his chin. Outside, thunder struck, and lightning lit the sky. For one brief moment, I thought I saw it, the white-eyed, rabbit-eared thing, standing outside the window and looking in through the cracks in the blinds. But I shook my head and closed my eyes. I would not let it ruin Christmas. No. Today would be my day. Chapter 63. I woke to the sound of bubbling coffee and Brad and his father talking. "You sure you're feeling all right?" Robert asked his son. "I'm fine, Dad," Brad replied. "I don't have a headache." "Are you sure? It seemed like you were going to get one the other day." "I know, but really, I'm okay. Guess it's my Christmas miracle or something." I opened my eyes to mere slits to find that the television had either gone off or had been turned off, and that it was very early in the morning. Missing Brad's warmth, I snuggled into the space that my boyfriend had just recently occupied and sighed as I heard footsteps carry a person from the kitchen into the living room. "Dean?" Brad asked, so close to my face that I could feel and smell the coffee on his breath. "Are you awake?" "Sorta," I mumbled. "Why?" "Merry Christmas." I opened my eyes again to find him smiling down at me. "Merry Christmas," I replied, then accepted the kiss he offered in response. We held it for several long moments before he pulled away and asked, "Do you want to get up?" "Should I?" I asked, stretching my arms over my head. I pushed myself into a sitting position and turned my head to look at Robert Michelson, who watched us from the kitchen, a glass of eggnog in hand. "Hello, sir." "Morning, Dean. Did you sleep well?" "Better than I thought I would," I replied, pulling the blanket off my legs before rolling them over the couch. "Was that a jab at me?" Brad chuckled. "You mean because you took up most of the couch?" I countered. "Oh, not at all." He grinned and playfully smacked my shoulder before offering a hand and pulling me to my feet. "Me and my dad were just about to make breakfast. I figured I'd wake you up and ask you if you want anything special." "Whatever's fine," I replied, brushing my hands along my arms. I turned my head to find that the window was laced with condensation and frowned. "Kept raining last night?" "It started up again this morning," Robert offered. "It was nice to listen to, though. Peaceful, even if it made my room an icebox." "It wasn't too bad," Brad offered. "Maybe if you had a man to sleep with," his father replied. "We could find one for you, Dad." "Trust me, I'm not in the market for that." I snorted, to which Brad grinned before rounding the couch and patting his dad's back before starting into the kitchen. "You have bacon, Dad?" "Naturally, it's next to the eggs." "All right. Why don't you settle down, son? Let me do the cooking while you pull out that thing." "That thing?" I thought, then frowned as Brad smiled and turned toward the counters opposite the kitchen. "What is he?" Within moments, Brad had pulled something out of one of the drawers and was making his way to me. "Shit," I mumbled under my breath. "Merry Christmas, Dean," he said, extending a small black box toward me. "Brad," I groaned, "you didn't have to do that." "I know I didn't have to. I wanted to." "I didn't even get you anything." "Really, Dean, it's cool. Don't worry about it." "Still," I sighed and lifted a hand to my face. "I'm sorry." "There's nothing to be sorry about, babe. Gift-giving wasn't really a thing in my house." "I understand." Brad shook the box. "So, you going to keep me in suspense, or?" I accepted the box, though hesitantly at that, and held it for several long moments, reveling not only in the fact that Brad had been so considerate, but also dwelling on the fact that I had even thought to get him something. You were cautious, my conscience offered, and considerate. I mean, I had known him for only 5 months, so gifts, while thoughtful, seemed like they could be too forward. I'd gone on the assumption that he wouldn't get me anything, and because of that, felt completely guilty. Still, I knew I couldn't keep him waiting, and as a result, opened the box. and inhaled a deep breath. "Brad," I said.
"You like it?" he asked. "I mean, it's cultured, but I thought it was nice."
Nice couldn't describe it, because braided on a simple brown cord was a single black pearl, which, when exposed to the light streaming in from the nearby window, glimmered like a lost sea on a long-forsaken world. While looking at it and admiring its depth, significance, and color, I felt something I'd never experienced before. It was a flicker of emotion, deep and painful, yet wonderful at the same time, that caused tears to well at the corners of my eyes and a sharp pang of emotion to highlight my brain. I thought, is this real? And I thought, is it mine? He claimed it was worth very little. Cultured had been the word, and in a lab had been implied. But in reality, it was golden. I struggled to keep the single tear from falling, but found it doing so anyway.
"I take it that's a good thing," Brad offered before I stepped up to him, pressed my body against his, and wrapped an arm around his waist.
"It's beautiful," I whispered. "Thank you."
"Dad thought you'd like it, given how you were staring at the painting the other day."
I lifted my eyes to look at the painting behind him, at the tree, beaded with white pearls, adorning the simple framed canvas, and felt in my heart a sense of belonging I could have never possibly have imagined. I tightened my hold on Brad once more and bowed my face against his neck. "Thank you," I whispered. "Welcome home, Dean," he whispered.
Chapter 64. We spent Christmas Day at Brad's father's house, laughing, eating, and partaking in conversation. Throughout, I felt a sense of belonging that seemed out of place, considering that past holidays had either been disastrous in nature or quietly contemplative. Still, I didn't let that bother me, and instead reveled in the fact that, because of the man beside me and the medication coursing through my system, I was able to have a relatively emotionally painless day. By the time we bid Robert Michelson goodbye later that evening, I was more than ready to return home. "Did you enjoy the holiday?" Brad asked as we walked down the road, our hands in our pockets, but our bodies side by side.
"Yeah," I said.
I did." "You didn't expect to, did you?" I couldn't lie. That much was clear. Because of that, I sighed and replied by saying, "I didn't think it would go so smoothly, no." "Because of how holidays were in the past?" I nodded. "Do you want to talk about it?"
"I don't want to spoil the mood."
"You're not spoiling the mood, Dean."
Still, I closed my eyes and took a deep breath before expelling it and opening my eyes once more. When I found that I was walking alone and turned to discover that Brad had stopped and was looking at me, I frowned and said, "What?"
"I want you to know that I care about your feelings, and I would never ask you not to share them, even if you were afraid or insecure."
"I know, Brad."
"So don't you think you're spoiling the mood?"
"I'm not."
"Good." He started forward once more. "So, with that in mind, what were you thinking about today?"
"How peaceful your dad's home was, yet how tumultuous I felt inside."
"Holidays weren't good at your home, were they?"
"No, they weren't."
"Were you just afraid, or?"
"I was mostly afraid," I agreed, "because they were both home. It meant that anything could happen."
"Anything?"
I nodded. "Yeah, anything." We crossed on a sugar road and continued to make our way towards the dorms in the distance. Water ran the street alongside us, a light mist ebbing at our feet in anticipation of what would likely be another wintry storm. There were few to no cars, which thankfully saved us from the potential splashing we'd receive from unaware drivers who would likely slosh through the puddles at high speeds, and because of that, our journey was quick. Brad, who'd kept his pace with me after returning to my side, lifted his eyes to face the dorms in the distance, then cleared his throat. When he asked, "Today was good though, right?" I could only respond by saying, "It was better than good, Brad. It was perfect." His smile was dampened only by the rumble of thunder overhead.
"We'd better hurry," he offered as he quickened the pace. "Don't want to get stuck out in the rain."
"Yeah," I agreed, and began to walk faster as a result.
Chapter 65. We arrived just in time for the rain to start. Inside Brad's dorm, we stripped out of our day-old clothes, showered, then returned to his room and tucked ourselves beneath the covers. I asked, "Are you going to be all right?" And Brad replied, "What do you mean?" I hadn't bothered to question whether or not he was coming down with the beginnings of a headache. However, Brad quickly connected the dots and said, "Oh, that." "Yeah," I said. "I think I should be okay. I've got the pills if I'm not." "Should you take some just in case?" "And risk falling asleep?" Brad curled an arm around my naked torso. "Nah, I'll be okay." "I did want to talk to you about that, Brad." "About headaches?" I nodded, "Yeah." "What about them?" "If they keep getting worse, and you keep having issues," I sighed and said, "I want you to get them checked out." "I don't want to put a huge bill on my dad's insurance." "I'll help pay for it," I said. "And I definitely don't want to take your money to do it." "The money doesn't matter. I just want to make sure everything's all right." "Everything is all right, Dean." "Yeah, but—" Brad shook his head. "This will end up giving me a headache." I sighed. "Okay, I'll drop it. I just want you to know that I care." "I know you do, babe." He kissed my temple and nestled his head against mine. "Thank you for looking out for me. I appreciate it." "You do the same for me." "You know it," he said. The lull in conversation, combined with the emotional toll the day had taken, both good and bad, caused me to yawn and close my eyes. "Mind if I lie down?" I asked. "You don't have to ask me. I might nap myself." "All right." We settled into the bed next to each other, he with his arm draped over my torso, me with my body pressed against him. It didn't take me long to fall asleep. Chapter 66. At least I thought I fell asleep, but it turned out I hadn't. No, I was still awake, or as awake as you can be when you're experiencing what I did. I was laying in bed. Brad's arm was still over me. His chest was still rising, still falling. The room was mostly dark, with faint shards of gray light spilling in through the curtains. As a result, I could see mostly everything in it, especially the thing lingering at the far wall. It was mostly hidden in the shadow, so at first I couldn't judge what it was. It looked like a figure, standing, tall and proud, humanoid. It was only when it opened its big white eyes that I realized what it was. It said, "Hello, Dean." And I, so dumbstruck and horrified, could only stare. I couldn't move, could barely breathe, could hardly think. The fact that I was frozen in place and seemingly paralyzed was so nightmarish that I wanted nothing more than to close my eyes. But I couldn't. No. The thing, the monster, the being, that rabbit-eared thing, had me fixed in its gaze and was doing everything in its power to hold me there. It started forward, slowly, effortlessly, using its hind legs to propel its body toward me. In its wake it left shadows which danced about its feet as if they possessed the tenacity of living, breathing things. My eyes trailed from its feet to them, then back to its feet again, before rising to face the creature before me. When, finally, it came to stand at the edge of the shadow, it tilted its head down and said, "This is the beginning." The beginning, I wondered. Of what? I couldn't reply. Whether or not it had intended for that to be the case, I could not know for certain. But in staring at it, and in trying to gauge its intent, I wondered if it had truly meant for me to not be able to speak. However, that did not seem to matter, for within moments it was crouching down, lowering itself to my level, as outside the rainstorm continued on. When it looked into my eyes, I could see the silhouette of a person, his torso twisting about, his head turning in every direction. When finally the person in the creature's glassy eyes turned his head to face me, I saw for one brief moment his face, and realized it was me. Me. There in that place, in that world beyond our own, looking and watching and staring. Then screaming. The me that was not me extended his hand as if trying to warn me of something that could not be forewarned. Then the creature blinked, and the countenance of the other me inside its eyes disappeared. "This is the beginning," and then repeated
before taking several steps back into the shadows. "Remember, Dean McAllen, the words I have spoken." "This is the beginning," I wanted to say. Then it disappeared into the shadows. Chapter 67. I woke with tears in my eyes. Now able to move and now able to blink, I drew back against Brad's sleeping form and watched as in the shadows of the room nothing stirred. Nothing. Not even the rabbit-eared thing. It was a nightmare, I wanted to tell myself. It wasn't real. You know it wasn't. Still, that did not shake the reality of what I had experienced, of what I had felt, when trapped there, on that bed, in that place. I had been made to witness the creature as it had approached, then revealed the person behind its eyes. The person that was me, but not me at the same time. The other me. I wanted to scream. I wanted to cry out. I wanted to rant and rave and rage against the thing that had terrified me so. But I knew I couldn't. No. If I did, Brad would wake, and if he woke, then he would ask me. Then, when I answered, he would take me to the nearest psychiatric establishment and have me examined. Which could not happen. No. I'd already told myself that this thing would not ruin Christmas, that it would not spur me into inane and inconceivable acts of delusion. This thing, this monster, was simply that, a monster, which, if provoked, would only continue to harass me. That was the one thing I needed to take note of. But what had it meant, I wondered, when it said that this was the beginning? Did it mean that it would appear more, that it would draw closer, that it would suck me into its world of shadow? Just what would happen now that it had drawn closer and revealed what had been in its eyes? I didn't, nor did I want to, know. I knew, however, that I could not leave this unaddressed. For that reason, I slid out from beneath Brad's arm, grabbed my phone, then made my way into the bathroom. Then I called and left a voicemail to arrange a follow-up appointment with Dr. Taylor Green. Chapter 68. "You say you've been having nightmares," the doctor said. "Nightmares," I said, and laughed. "That's putting it lightly." Dr. Green leaned forward to look at me in the eyes. "Tell me about them." Facing the truth at that point, or at least what I perceived to be the truth, was nightmarish. Like a star fallen from the heavens, it descended upon my universe, bombarding my conscience with doubt and peppering my landscape with worry. I wanted to tell Dr. Green what was going on, I really did. And yet, a part of me felt that admitting that I was seeing things was a form of defeat. Mental illness, it could be said, made manifest. I struggled to hold it together, to keep from breaking down, and somehow, some way, I was able to do it. When it finally came time for the inspiration to strike me, it was to say, "I saw it when I thought I was asleep on Christmas Eve night." "Saw what exactly?" "The rabbit." Dr. Green frowned. "The rabbit?" he asked. "An anthropomorphic rabbit. It stands 6 or 7 feet tall, not sure which, and, well, it has glowing white eyes." "Glowing eyes?" "Yes." "What about this rabbit, scares you so much?" "It's the eyes," I said. "There was something about them, even before I was able to see into them. But when it approached my bed the other day, I saw something in them." "What did you see, Dean?" "I saw me." Dr. Green had no reply. I didn't expect him to. He was no master, no magician, no man who could see into the minds of many. Why, for all he knew, he was as ignorant as I was, a man whom, for all intents and purposes, was simply studied in the art of pharmaceuticals and their reactions in people. It wasn't as if he suffered with these things, these hallucinations, these delusions of horror and fright. Swallowing, I leaned back in my seat and said, "It's the same thing I saw in the club on Halloween night." "The same thing I suggested was a person in costume?" "Yes, the same thing." "I see." The doctor spun toward his computer and viewed my chart upon it. After a moment, he asked, "How would you feel about being prescribed an antipsychotic?" "A what?" "An antipsychotic. I know what an antipsychotic is, sir. It's just..." "What?" I stole a quick breath and exhaled it just as quickly. I'm not sure what it would do to me. What do you mean? I've already gained some weight because of this other medication, and well, I'm worried it will interfere with my schooling, my fellowship, my writing. I treat many artists, Dean. The myth that antipsychotics suppress creativity is simply that, a myth. If anything, the right antipsychotic can help your creativity flourish. And the wrong ones? I asked. Pardon? The man replied. The wrong ones, I paused. What'll happen if I get the wrong ones? We'll monitor you closely to ensure that you are treated properly. The doctor punched a series of notes into his computer before turning back to face me. The concern in his blue eyes was enough to make me tremble. Everything's going to be okay, Dean. We're going to make sure you're treated just the way you're needed to be. Thank you, I said, and breathlessly at that. In truth, I wasn't exactly relieved. No, I was scared. Chapter 69. I wasn't sure how long I could keep it from Brad. I mean, on one hand, I could lie and say that they were simply added anti-anxiety medications, but what kind of relationship was built on a web of lies? A broken one, I thought. A riddled palace. A false kingdom. 1,000 lies could break a nation, but a person? No, I couldn't lie to Brad. I just couldn't. Which meant that I had to tell him. Which meant I had to tell him what I'd been seeing. Which meant that I would confess my greatest sin, that I, Dean McAllen, was mentally ill, and there was nothing I could do about it. That's not true, my conscience offered. You are doing something about it. By seeking help, I was nipping the problem in the bud, or at least as close to the bud as I could. The root of mental illness ran deep. Weeds often grew through cement cracks, and on gnarled branches there could be many thorns, wicked and poised to draw an unfortunate's blood. I didn't want that blood to be Brad's. So, upon arriving back at the dorm, my prescription in my hand and my heart on my sleeve, I entered the dorm hall and unlocked the door to my room, then slipped inside. It wasn't long before I heard my phone go off. Can I come over? He asked. You know you can, I quickly texted back, and waited for the sound of him stepping into the bathroom to enter my ears. I was just pulling the prescription out of the plastic bag when Brad came walking through the door. Hey, Brad said. How are you? He stopped before he could finish. His eyes fell to the bag. His lips pursed into a frown. Brad asked, Dean? And I replied by saying, I have something to tell you. He waited for several moments for me to speak. When I didn't, and when a breath was stolen from my lungs by an uneasy exhale, Brad was the one to say, You were at the doctor again, weren't you? I nodded. And this wasn't a checkup, he said, matter-of-factly. No, Brad, it wasn't. He stepped forward, tentatively at that. In his eyes was concern, and in my limbs there was a loss of sensation. I wanted so badly to step forward and into his arms, to say, It's okay. But I knew I couldn't. No, this wasn't all right. This wasn't okay. Or at least it wouldn't be, at least not for a while. I swallowed the lump in my throat and finally managed to say, Sit. And so Brad did. As I came to take the prescription in hand, I trembled, exhaled once more, then inhaled before saying, I've been seeing things, Brad. What kind of things? He asked. Scary things? Things that I shouldn't be seeing? Do you want to tell me? I wasn't sure. On one hand, I did, because getting it out in the open would have been the most convenient thing possible. On another, though, I didn't want to scare him with thoughts of what might be real, even if they were only in my head. Because of that, I stepped forward, settled down on the bed beside him, and said, A rabbit. A rabbit, he said. A dark rabbit with white eyes. I expected some kind of response. I really did. But what I didn't expect was for his skin to pale, for his eyes to glaze over, for his lips to tremble. I asked, Brad? He managed, What? And I replied, I've seen it 3 times. When? Once on Halloween, once on Christmas Eve night, then yesterday. And what did it say? It said, Tell me, Brad said, digging his fingers into the flesh of my knee, taking hold of the bone underneath. It said that this was the beginning. The beginning of what? I don't know. Brad stood. He reached up to tangle his hands in his hair and then lowered them to his face. Brad? I asked, wanting to rise, but feeling instinctively that I shouldn't. What's wrong? Nothing, he replied, shaking his head. Why are you so upset? Because He lifted his eyes to look out at the window. What? I asked. What's wrong? He grimaced and lifted 2 fingers to the area above his right eye. He gritted his teeth, tightened his jaw, closed his eyes. His nostrils flared, and for one moment he breathed. Then he said, I'm getting a migraine. Was it? It wasn't you, he managed, but grimaced and sniffled, exhaling as if he were a child attempting not to cry. Don't worry, Dean. It wasn't. A sharp inhale precipitated his falling to his knees. I ran to his side. He bowed his head forward until his temple met the floor. He trembled. He shook. Then, slowly, he began to cry. Brad, I whispered, leaning close to his head. Are you all right? Call my dad, he replied. Why? What's going on? I can't talk. Why? Because my head, Then after a moment, he bit down on his arm to restrain a long, low moan. I immediately spun, grabbed Brad's phone, and speed-dialed his father. Robert Michelson answered almost instantly. Hello? He asked. Mr. Michelson, I replied. This is Dean. Dean, why are you? I need you to come pick us up. Brad says he has to go to the hospital. Is it another headache? I asked. Yes, it is. I'll be over in 5 minutes, he replied. He hung up just in time for Brad to scream. Chapter 70. Brad's anguished cries continued on the ride to the hospital and then into the emergency room. One hand knotted around his shirt, the other pressed firmly against his head. He trembled as he sat in the ER's waiting room, physically vibrating with pain as we waited for him to be admitted. Son? Robert Michelson asked, kneeling down before him. Are you all right? Do I look all right? Brad managed through tears running down his face. What can I do to help? I just need everyone to be quiet, he whispered. It's so loud, Dad. It's so loud. It's okay, son. Everything will be fine. No, it won't, Brad said, then leaned back in his seat, eyes shut so tightly that his cheeks were bunched up. I looked from Brad to his father, then back to Brad again before saying, I'm sure they'll get back to you as soon as they can. Unfortunately, they didn't. Even with him trembling and crying and gritting his teeth in plain view of the nurse's station, no one came to offer assistance, painkillers, or anything of the sort. Instead, they simply watched and waited and processed other patients who had come in before us. Brad seemed ready to break. This is taking too fucking long, he muttered under his breath. Too motherfucking long. I'm sorry, I whispered, careful to tuck my hand within his. I thought it would be sooner. Sooner? He hissed, then laughed. Fuck that! Mr. Michelson? A nurse asked as she came out holding a clipboard. About fucking time, Brad mumbled as he rose. He stumbled, and he would have collapsed had his father not taken hold of him on one side and I the other. I've got him, Dean, Robert said. Are you sure? I replied. The man only responded with a nod. Thank you, I whispered, as Robert led Brad away. One thought struck me as soon as I sat back in the chair. Had I been the cause of this? Though a part of me wanted to mock the belief, to state that I was not the cause of this in any way, shape, or form, another realized that it could very easily have been what had triggered the migraine. The one thought that kept repeating in my mind was, I told him about the rabbit. Our rabbit. The rabbit, I whispered, and closed my eyes. Its face appeared before my vision. Its eyes flashed before my eyes. Its mouth, unmoving, yet at the same time still able to speak, whispered, This is the beginning. When I opened my eyes, I faced an undeniable possibility. Was this it? Was this headache, this migraine, the beginning it had spoken of? I realized I couldn't, and possibly wouldn't, know, not until Brad's father came back. As I crossed my arms and leaned back in my seat, I realized just how small I truly was in the grand scheme of things. That feeling was the worst of all. Chapter 71. I must have fallen asleep. How, I couldn't be sure, considering that it was bright, somewhat loud, and the room was full of people. But regardless, I snapped back into focus only when I felt a pair of hands grace my arms. "Dean?" Mr. Michelson said. "Yeah?" I asked, blinking. My eyes came into focus, and I stared directly into the gray eyes that looked just like Brad's. "They've admitted him for an MRI. It's going to take an hour or so to get him in, but they have him on painkillers, and he's fallen asleep." "Thank God," I whispered. "I wanted to ask you something that might be a little hard to talk about." "Okay," I said, easing myself forward as the man pulled his hands back and withdrew from me. "Can you come outside with me? I would rather we speak in private." Private, I thought. Regardless of my reservations, I rose and followed the man through the many weaving hallways and toward the front door. When we came to stand outside and were well enough away from people that we could be considered to be in true privacy, Brad's father turned and faced me and asked, "How are you feeling?" "Scared," I admitted. "I'm not sure what's going on. With Brad mostly, and, well, with this." "That's what I want to talk to you about," Robert said. He inhaled a deep breath, then held it in for a brief moment before expelling it and saying, "Before Brad was falling asleep." "Yeah?" I asked. He kept talking about something about the rabbit." I paled. Robert closed his eyes and exhaled once more before turning to face me. "He was talking about you, wasn't he?" "What?" I asked. "How?" The man offered a sad smile before saying, "I figured this day would come." "What are you talking about?" I asked, unable to resist the urge to tremble. "Sir, what do you—" "You've seen it, haven't you? The rabbit, I mean." "How did you—" "Brad sees it too, Dean. He has since he was a kid." "But wait, how—" Robert remained silent, apparently to allow me to gather my thoughts and his statement to settle in. When finally I was able to piece the myriad of thoughts together, the only thing I could ask was, "Brad's schizophrenic too?" "No, Dean, he's not." It was a foul statement, a deliverance made in the cold, pale presence of truth. Shocked into submission, but unable to keep myself from reacting, my lips moved but didn't speak, and words that wanted to come couldn't. I thought, how? And I thought, why? And then, when the possibilities began to weave through my head like a wicked miasma spilled forth from an angry God's hand, I blinked and lifted my eyes to face the man. The only thing I could ask was, "What are you talking about?" "It's hard to explain," Robert Michelson said, and lifted his eyes to look at the dark sky. "I don't want to scare you, because that's the last thing I want to do, but I feel that you deserve to know, especially since it's already been visiting you." "It, sir?" "Harmoire." Harmoire. Where had I heard that name before? It took several moments for the pieces to connect, for the dots to be drawn, for the puzzle to be completed. When it did finally, though, it hit with such intensity that at first I could barely believe it. It calms me down and keeps me from hearing them. Who? It. It? Harmoire. The conversation, which had taken place several months ago and had been born out of a migraine similar to this, struck me like 1,000 bulls marching in an urban wasteland and caused my breath to flee my lungs. When I could finally turn to look at Mr. Michelson in the eyes, all he could do was sigh and say, "I'm sorry." "Sorry?" I asked, then frowned. "For what?" "That this is happening to you." "What is this, sir?" "It's hard to explain," the man said, "but I guess the simplest way is to say that it's like an infection. It spreads from generation to generation, person to person." "Tell me," the man then offered. Have you and Brad had unprotected sex?"
"How?"
I started, then stopped before I could finish. The man offered a pale semblance of a smile and said, "I figured as much."
"How did you know?"
I asked. "You wouldn't be seeing things otherwise."
"Things."
"Tell me, Dean, when was the first time you started seeing or hearing things that you didn't believe were real?"
I don't.
The car ride, the walk along the road, the snake Brad claimed to have seen, the rabbit. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath before saying, "Several months ago."
It's hard to really tell when they latch onto you. From what I've been able to gather, however, it's like a seed which, once planted, grows into something wicked and malevolent, something beyond your wildest imagination. I planted it in Brad's mother when we first got together, and then it went into him when it was born. I can only assume it went into Dominic as well.
"Dominic," I asked, "what about—"
"He's dead, Dean. He died on Christmas Eve, apparently by a drug overdose."
"How do you know that?"
"People talk, things get around."
"But how does that relate to what's going on with me?"
"The monsters started consuming him. I knew they had, but I just didn't realize the extent to which they had. I figured that was why he and Brad had broken up, because that's when the drug addiction started. But I didn't realize it had gotten so bad."
"And with me?" I asked.
"Now," Robert Michelson said, "what was in Brad, and was once in me, is in you. That's why you can see them, Dean. That's why you can see the monsters within."
There was nothing to say, no way to react, nothing I could do. As I lifted my eyes and as I stared into the dark horizon, I realized that this was the only logical explanation for why I was seeing things. "But, sir," I offered a short moment later, I hadn't had sex with Brad the first time I saw the thing on the road."
"The thing that spooked Brad that night you went out driving together?" Robert asked and waited for me to nod before continuing. "He told me about it a few days ago, after you'd left the house on Christmas. And well, honestly, I don't know how this could have happened."
"But I thought you knew about this."
"I know so little, Dean. So very, very little. Maybe it was your proximity to Brad was what caused you to see it. Or maybe you had a cut on your palm when you first shook his hand."
"I don't remember that," I replied. "I guess it really doesn't matter anymore," the man said and sighed. I stared at him for several long moments before asking, "What happens now?"
"Now," Robert Michelson said, "they'll keep coming at you, keep trying to scare you, keep trying to torment you."
"How do I get them to stop?" I'd asked.
And the man had replied, "I don't know. I wish I could tell you. I wish I knew."
"Because you see them too," I said. "Don't you, sir?" The man could only nod.
"Yes, Dean, I do."
There was nothing more that could be said. For that reason, the two of us simply stared into the dark horizon before us. My only thought was, what do I do now? Chapter 72. There was no clear answer as to what I should do, and for that reason, I simply stared into the distance, longing, I knew, for answers. My first question was, why? Why had this happened? What forces in this dark and mysterious world had created such an event, such a thing, such monsters? And with that in mind, did I even believe what Mr. Michelson had said? Of course you do, I remembered thinking. How else could this explain everything that had happened? Maybe it was dumb luck. Maybe it was coincidence. Maybe it was just me coming into my own, it could be said. Regardless, it didn't lessen the impact of what I'd been told. Standing there, outside the hospital, watching and waiting for something to strike, I ruminated on what Brad's father had said long after he had excused himself, and tried not to allow my emotions to get the best of me the entire time. Unfortunately, they did. Spiraling would have been the word I'd have used to describe how I felt at that moment, and into an existential pit of despair would have been the metaphor used in conjunction with it. I felt, for lack of a better word, that I was falling into a hole. We're all mad down here, a funny man had once said. Except I wasn't in Wonderland. I was here, in the real world, fighting for my sanity at a time during which I had so little. A part of me wanted to simply walk away from this whole thing, to turn my back on what had happened and ignore the possibilities at hand. I knew that wasn't possible, however. Brad would have questions. Mr. Michelson might have answers. And me? I was a victim in all of this, all based on the fact that Brad probably had no idea what was going on. You should have asked, I mumbled under my breath, shivering in the cold air and watching my breath turn blue before me. But the question was, would he have told me? It was highly likely that Mr. Michelson had wanted this swept under the rug, had, for lack of a better word, simply brushed the problem aside with the belief that it wouldn't repeat itself. He'd seen it in Dominic, he'd said, and as a result had likely suffered from the paranoid delusion that what was happening to him wasn't real. And for Brad to have brought me around, that would have only added to his willingness to hope, to pray, and to believe that it wouldn't happen again. Except it had, and I was the one who was fucked because of it. As I stood there, looking out into the darkness of the parking lot, I tried my hardest to keep from feeling angry at the man, and found myself grimacing as a result. No, I couldn't let this get to me. Not here, not now, not while Brad was supposedly sick. He was due to get his MRI results back within the hour, if he hadn't already. And if something really was wrong, then I had to be there for him, if only to show him how much I cared. Turning, I entered the hospital's front doors just in time for my phone to chime. I frowned. Who would be texting me in the middle of all of this? With hesitation, I knew was born out of fear, I withdrew my phone from my pocket and lifted it to my face. It was a message from an unknown number. All it said was, "His results are in." And I, scared out of my mind, but not knowing what was going on, simply began to walk. Chapter 73. "Dean," Mr. Michelson said as I returned to the emergency room. "You're here." "What did they say?" I asked as I drew near. "Tell me what's going on." "I think it's best we go see him." See him, I thought. What is that? I paled. Mr. Michelson sighed and set a hand on my upper back, then turned me around and began to direct me out of the emergency room and into the back halls. "He's been admitted?" I asked as the man led me through the hospital. "He has to be," Robert replied. "Why? What's going on? What aren't you telling me?" The man came to a halt. "I don't want to upset him any more than he already is," he began. "So I'll tell you right now." I waited for the man to speak. When finally he did, it was to say, "They found a tumor in Brad's brain." What? I thought I'd spoken the word at first. Somehow, though, and whether it was because I was in such shock or because I couldn't believe it, I hadn't. Instead, I found I'd simply stared, as if longing for answers to the how and why that could not possibly be. When it finally came out, I stammered, "How?" "It's near the back of his brain," he explained, "near a portion they're calling the parietal lobe. This is why they've said he might have been hearing things during the migraines, because it's in the sector that interprets language and words." "Do they, well," I paused, "know if it's—" "No, they don't know if it's cancer, at least not yet. They want to do surgery, however, and soon." "Soon?" "Tomorrow morning, if possible." "Is it covered? I mean, under your insurance?" Mr. Michelson sighed and simply said, "Yes, it should be." "How could this have happened?" I asked, lifting my eyes to face the man. "Is it because it's genetic? Because of what his mother went through?" "They believe it is, though from what I can recall, no one in his mother's family except her has had cancer." Mr. Michelson closed his eyes. "What I want to think is likely not what actually happened." "What do you—" "They think this tumor's been building, Dean. They think he's had it for years." "I don't understand. What are you trying to say?" "I think it's because of me. I think that the monsters, demons, entities, whatever you want to call them, caused this to happen, because it's in their nature to feed off suffering, off pain, off misery." I don't... The man shook his head. "Please don't say anything to the doctors about this. I don't need to be committed." "Promise me, Dean." "I promise," I said. It wasn't as if I couldn't promise that.
If I were to say anything about this, even just in passing, they'd likely have me committed too. Robert nodded and said, "Okay, let's go." "Sir?" I asked before he could start forward. The man turned to face me. If they do surgery and, well, they cut it out, will it stop everything?" "I don't know, Dean." Those few words were the most haunting I could have ever imagined. So, with that in mind, I made a move to follow. Chapter 74. Brad was dozing as we entered his room. An IV drip ran to his wrist, an oxygen detector was affixed to his finger, and an EKG machine beeped idly in the background, the steady staccato of his heartbeat. Thump-thump, thump-thump, thump-thump. The sound, peaceful as it happened to be on one hand, was haunting on another. For a man his age to be in the hospital, for a tumor to be growing in his brain, it seemed unreal. Unreal, I wondered, because it shouldn't happen? Or unreal, I questioned, because the monsters were lying in wait. I half expected to see the rabbit in the corner, all white eyes and foul regret, but Harmoire wasn't there. No, it wasn't there at all. It was elsewhere. That much I knew for sure. I approached the bed with trepidation and grimaced as my footfalls on the tile caused reverberations throughout the room. Brad's eyelids flickered. His heartbeat quickened. He hummed. "Shh," I whispered, taking hold of his left hand. "It's me, Dean." He settled. I sighed. Robert Michelson crossed his arms over his chest. "He's on heavy-duty painkillers," he offered. "I don't think he knows much of what's going on." "You think so?" I asked, lifting my head to face him. He nodded. "Yes, I think so." I turned my head back to Brad and reached up to brush his hair away from his eyes. He felt so cold, even with the hospital blanket covering his body. It was like... I swallowed. It was like he was dead. But he isn't, I was quick to remind myself. He's not dead. He's alive, and he's going to be all right. They would take the tumor out and everything would be okay. He'd recover, maybe have some radiation and chemo if it was cancerous. Then he'd go back to doing what he was doing before and be his happy, same old self. Right? The thought, troubling as it was, left me reeling with the possibilities. A nurse knocked on the door. "Mr. Michelson," he asked, lifting his head. "Is everything all right in here?" "Everything's fine," the man replied. "My son's partner just wanted to see him." I merely nodded. The nurse stepped forward to check the IV bag and line running into Brad's wrist and said, "We're working on confirming a time for the surgery." "Is he going to be all right?" I asked. "The doctor says it should be routine surgery. I can't say much more than that." "Can I stay with him?" I asked. "I know it's late, but I won't bother him. I just want him to know I'm here if he wakes up." "Hospital procedure dictates that guests not be allowed to stay past a certain time," the nurse replied. "However, I suppose it would be disorienting for him if he woke up alone." "You can be the one to stay," Robert said. "Sir?" I asked, startled. The nurse took a step toward the doorway and said, "You can flag someone down if you need something." "Thank you," Robert said, then waited for the nurse to leave before turning his attention back to me. "Dean?" "Sir?" "Sit down." I did as asked. Robert crouched down to look me straight in the eyes. There was a troubling look in his gaze, a frown on his lips, a hard set to his jaw. He exhaled through his nose and inhaled once more before saying, "There's something you should know about me, about Brad, about his mother, maybe even about you." "Tell me." "There's a place deep inside every one of us where we keep our brightest memories, our darkest dreams, and our greatest regrets. Most people call this a conscience, something we tap into when we think of what's good or bad, right or wrong. Very little is known about it in the grand scheme of things, because no one really knows where it comes from, whether it's given by God or something else. What I want to tell you, though, is something that might change your world forever. Though, if you want me to be completely honest, I've already changed your life for the worst." I swallowed the lump in my throat and waited for him to continue. Robert settled on the couch beside me and set a hand on my shoulder. "When Brad's mother was dying in this hospital, I inadvertently tapped into something.
A primal force, I guess you could say, or a gateway into another world. What kind of world? The world of her conscience. I frowned. The man exhaled long and hard, then said, "It happened spontaneously, while I was asleep. The rabbit came to me in what I thought was a dream, and offered me a chance to see what was inside her mind, her heart, her soul. Tell me, though, have you looked into its eyes?" "I have," I said. "Then you would know that there are reflections, or something like them, inside of it. I don't know what it is, why it's there, or what purpose it has, but I know one thing's for certain. I was looking into the gateway to her soul." "But how?" I asked. "If the soul is our own," "which it is, then how did it, Harmoire, hold the gateway?" "The only logical explanation is that when Harmoire was passed on to her, it became her keeper, both physically and spiritually. It tethered itself to her to manifest, and as a result, gained access to her soul. But that isn't what I'm trying to tell you. What I'm trying to tell you is that she'd been so consumed, so corrupted by the darkness they'd created within her, that it was literally nightmarish to look into its eyes." "Dean," he said, trembling, "I had a choice. It gave me one. It offered me the chance to face the darkness in an attempt to save her. And I didn't take it." "What happened?" I asked. "She died in the hospital that day." I trembled. Robert Michelson reached up to wipe a tear from his eye and turned his head to look at his son. "I tell you this because Armoire is going to come to you, if not tonight, then another, to offer you a chance to save him. And because of that, I want to know." He turned his eyes to look at me. "Do you love him, Dean?" "What?" "Do you love Brad?" "You don't have to answer," Robert Michelson said, then stood. He brushed his shirt sleeves down his arms and reached for his coat, then started toward the door. "Sir?" I asked, standing. "Where are you going?" "I can't ask you to do this," he said, spinning. "I can't ask you to save my son, especially if it means risking your life, or even your soul." "Sir, please." He turned toward the threshold once more. I swallowed the lump in my throat, closed my eyes, and said, "I'll do it." Mr. Michelson turned to face me. "I'll do my best to save him." He took me into his arms. "God bless you, Dean McAllen. God bless you." I held tight to his body and bowed my head against his shoulder. This was it. This was finally it. I was to face the monsters within. And if by some chance I failed, I might be consumed by them as well. Chapter 75. I wasn't sure what I was meant to face, and that was what scared me the most. Standing there in that room, looking at the couch, then staring at Brad, I tried so hard in the late hours of the evening, at a time during which I knew I was meant to face a world unknown, not to succumb to panic, but I found myself doing just that. He couldn't tell you anything, I thought, because he was too scared. You don't know what you'll do, what you'll see, how you'll feel, what you'll face. You don't know anything, Dean McAllen, and for all you know, that could be your undoing. My undoing? I let out a slow, cold laugh. Was being with Brad not, in a sense, my undoing? Had I not, by the sin of my body, committed myself to the heinous acts that were about to occur? I didn't and couldn't possibly know. For that reason, I prepared myself as best as I could, first by taking hold of the blanket that had been offered by the hospital staff on this cold and lonely night, then by stepping up to the couch and settling down atop it. I knew, for better or for worse, that this was the way my sense of reality would end. As I lay down, and I closed my eyes, I thought for one small moment that everything would be okay. Then, I began to dream. Chapter 76. But it wasn't a dream. No, I knew it wasn't, and yet, I wanted to believe that it was. It would make things so much simpler, so much easier, if I were to believe that I was not in charge of my own body, that, autonomous in nature, I was simply a passenger riding with a deliberate stranger. But as the darkness at the far edge of the room began to thicken,
pooling from Brad's person like miasma from the sickest of clouds, I saw a being appear from behind the bed, then step forward to face me. "Hello, Dean," it said. "Armoire," I replied, trying my hardest not to shiver and refusing to give in to my fear. "I told you some nights ago that this would be the beginning. What I neglected to tell you is that this could also be the end." "I know," I was told. "I am simply a messenger from the world from which I come. The Watcher is the true master here." The Watcher. What was that supposed to mean? I stared at the creature as it stood there, all 6.5 feet of it, looking down at me with a calm placidity that was both eerie and somewhat comforting at the same time. It wasn't, I knew, the kind of being to simply lash out. No, it was, as it had just been fit to describe, someone meant to carry the darker omens from its world into the next. As Armoire stepped forward, its lean but muscular legs ferried it across the tiled floor so softly that it could not even be heard. Most would have determined it to be from its supposed weightlessness, but given the darkness pooling from its feet, I sensed that it was not entirely in our world, but still entrenched in the next. It leaned forward to look at me with its bright white eyes, and then said, "Are you ready to face the beginning?" "I'm ready," I whispered, even though I truly wasn't. The world behind the creature's eyes was in black and white and shades of gray. Black field grass danced in the ethereal wind, and an endless white sky with no sun greeted me. It was like I was looking into the depths of hell, but here there was no fire, and here there was no brimstone. Rather, this place was something else, a land that can only be described as something cold and remote. Armoire leaned forward to look into my eyes. "Come," it said, "and let us go into the darkness." I leaned forward, extended my hand, felt the temperature in the room shift. Then I was stepping out into the gateway, into another realm. Chapter 77. The first thing I noticed was that it was not cold. Rather, there was an absence of temperature that immediately registered this world as something alien to my senses. Though a wind skirted along, and though the tall black grass moved at my feet, I could not feel its presence. Instead, I felt nothing but warm, which I determined was likely the result of my natural body heat rising to shield me from the alien elements. Armoire materialized before me a short moment later. "Where are we?" I asked. "This is the darkness of Brad Michelson's mind," the creature replied, lifting its bulging eyes to look at me. "And where you will fight to either save his soul or lose your own while doing so." "Why are you helping me?" "I am simply a messenger, meant to ferry you into this world and into another one." "Why? Why does this Watcher have to gain if I die? Wouldn't that end your bloodline? Your existence?" "The darkness is not finite. It is instead infinite." "Which means that what? You just find another host?" Armoire said nothing. I reached up to cross my arms over my chest and said, "How do I find it?" "You must brave this world's many trials and Brad Michelson's many nightmares to meet the Watcher of this world. Madness would dictate that you would succumb immediately, for you are merely human in this world. This is why you must gaze upon the Tree of Life." The Tree of Life, I thought. Why did that sound familiar? Armoire lifted a long arm and extended a paw at something behind me. I turned and bore witness to the tree. It lay upon the top of a jagged mountainside, old and gnarled, towering and spiraling, rooted to the ground with old brown wood and scarred with marks that revealed the white flesh beneath. It appeared, at any moment, that its roots would simply burrow deeper into the fragile earth and attempt to take further hold, thus causing the entire tree to collapse. However, despite its enormity, it was not this that caught my eye, that compelled my attention. It was what adorned its surfaces. Upon its flesh was a series of bulging white nodules, which, when looked at the proper angle, glimmered in the light below, broiling the darkness above. "It's," I started. "The Tree of Life," Armoire finished.
Brad's tree, the one he'd painted. I stepped forward and instinctively found my eyes counting the beads that I now knew were pearls upon its surface. I instinctively reached up to touch my own pearl necklace as I counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more, 11, 12, 13, 14. And there, budding like a flower, was the 21st, who in its infancy bore a gold sheen over its surface as what looked like sap and constant protectively in its development. 1 for each year, I whispered. The 21st is us. You are wise, Dean McAllen, but wisdom will only take you so far. So, I said, spinning to face the disorienting entity, if I'm meant to meet with the Watcher now, how am I supposed to reach the tree to get to it? Surely my suffering is more useful to you than my victory. That is not my place to say. So, what do I do? What do you believe you should do? I wasn't sure, and that, above anything, was what compelled me to lift my eyes. For beyond the field, within which there was many dark grasses, there was a forest, then beyond that a cliffside, which seemed to extend forever. Distantly, there was something that could resemble a path, though I could not be for certain. Surely if the tree were accessible, this would be where I would go, would it not? I think, I said, taking a step forward, that I should go to the tree. Do you truly wish to face this world's many horrors? I'm facing the horrors, I replied, taking yet another step forward. The tall grasses bowed to either side to reveal a series of flat stones underfoot. Stones, I thought. What are they? Then, slowly, it became apparent. As the grasses bowed, and as more of them were revealed, it became clear that this was a pathway, a guiding force in this world that was either meant to help me reach my goal, or worse, my demise. I couldn't help but laugh. Had I not already committed myself by meeting Brad Michelson, by helping him, by being with him, by loving him? The last word struck me, so hard that I had to pause. Did I love Brad? Did I really, truly love him? It seemed like I would have had to, in order to brave such a hellish landscape, such a nightmarish prospect, such a demonic world. And yet, a part of me wondered if that was even true. Don't lie, I thought, and swallowed the lump growing in my throat. You know it is. I had never told Brad my true feelings about the matter. I thought it would be too juvenile, too hasty, and above all, too soon. At that point, I realized I might not even get a chance to tell him. Not if things ended. As I considered the stepping stone path before me, and as I waited for the inspiration to draw me forward to strike, I turned to consider the rabbit and called, Armoire! The entity lifted its head. Tell your watcher that I'm coming. So be it, the creature said. Then, in the blink of an eye and a haze of smokescreen, it disappeared. I turned to face the dark landscape once more, and then slowly made my decision. I would brave this forest, these hills, and then this mountain, and I would do it for one reason only. I would do it to save Brad's life. Chapter 78. There was no way for me to determine where the path would take me, even if it would even take me anywhere at all. Guided by nothing more than intuition, and compelled by little more than a longing to end this twisted game once and for all, I followed the stepping stones across the field and toward the forest, slowly but surely coming to terms with what I was to face. You must brave this world's many trials and Brad Michelson's many nightmares to meet the Watcher of this world. Just who was the Watcher, though? Was it the king of everything? The ruler of all? Darkness, absolute? A part of me was led to believe that it would be the latter, for in the context that Robert Michelson had painted it, the Watcher was a malevolent entity that longed only to inflict pain and suffering, which led me to wonder, what did it gain by killing the ones who inherited it? Did it gain power, the ability to manifest, a tangible control of the rest of the world? Just how and why would it end the lives of its victims if it could not extend its influence? Maybe I'm meant to be the end, I thought. Maybe that's why it's desperate. Maybe that's why it drew me into this world. Still, I did not know, and still I was left to wonder, and still I was meant to doubt. Doubt. Whatever it was that was to happen. The air began to chill the closer I drew to the forest. While insulated against it, there was something unnatural about the way it dug at the fabric of my clothes, then into my flesh. Bone deep was the only way I could really describe it, for so absolute was it that I could not shake it no matter how hard I tried. Even my hands rubbing against my shirt sleeves weren't enough to inspire warmth. But where was it coming from? I considered this for several moments as I walked along the path, as over stepping stones my feet wandered. I tilted my head. I lifted my eyes. I tried, with little success, to determine where the cold wind was coming from, if it was coming from anywhere at all. From the mountain it could not descend, for the trees above did not shake, and along the valley it could not have swept, for the grass was no longer shifting over the path. This, I deducted, meant only one thing, that this world did not operate on the basis of reality. But why would it? I then thought. This is madness. Why would anything be tangible? I didn't know, and I didn't have time to dwell on it. Within moments, I was stepping up to the tree line. It was there that I paused, and there that I considered just what might happen come time I entered the forest, so dark and dreary as it happened to be. "Don't be afraid," a voice inside my head said. "Everything will be fine." Fine? Just how would it be fine? I shook my head. No, I couldn't think about that. Not here, not now. So instead I walked, and stepped into the forest. Chapter 79. The darkness beneath the trees was concerning. Though shards of white light shone through the gaps in the pitch-black pines, it offered little visibility and even less comfort. Anything could be here, I thought. Anything, I then whispered, and shivered. There was little in the way of comfort. The only thing I could say for certain was that it was not as cold, yet there was a smell, an earthy smell, of dirt and decay, that could only have come from earth freshly turned. To say it was disconcerting was an understatement. The smell itself wouldn't have unsettled me, had it been the only thing to contend with. No, what concerned me were the figures in the distance. At first, I thought they were simply trees, stumps who, having existed without rain, had been stunted in their growth. As I stared at them, however, I noted that the individual objects, which appeared to look more like people the longer I looked at them, were moving, slowly but surely making their way in the distance alongside me. They matched my pace in instances, and even stopped to look at me in others. Surely this world, wild as it happened to be, would have been populated by those beings of Brad's fantasy, would it not? I paused in the middle of the road to consider one who had drawn close, and watched as it appeared. Covered in bark and small, bristly hairs, it extended a misshapen head along an elongated neck to look at me, then lifted a hand that resembled 3 twigs on a single branch toward me. I backed away. It shook its head. I frowned. It lifted its hand again. What is... I started to think. Then I realized. It was pointing at something behind me. I turned and instantly paled. A pair of red eyes looked back at me. "Shit," I whispered. Fuck. The owner of the red eyes took off like a shot, and I, not knowing what it was, bolted down the stepping stone path. The sound of laughter echoed throughout the forest, childlike in nature and reverberating throughout the mouths of the tree people. The sound became an eerie chorus to what would otherwise have been a terrifying moment. I heard birds ruffle their feathers in trees, small animals skirt through the underbrush, crushed a shell, crustacean, or snail underfoot. The latter caused me to stumble, and had I not pushed myself off a tree and scraped my hand in the process, I would have fallen. Fallen to the ground underfoot. And still I ran, and ran, and ran some more, until in the distance I saw what appeared to be a home whose interior was lit. "Help!" I found myself screaming. "Help me! Somebody, please!" My assailant, gaining speed, barked. A dog, I thought? Is that what it is? Some fucking dog? I didn't, and could not know. So with that in mind, I broke away from the stepping stone path
and ran toward the cabin in the woods, not knowing who or what I would meet. They say people do stupid things when scared. I wasn't sure if I was stupid or just desperate. The door to the cabin opened. A figure emerged. I screamed. It lifted what appeared to be a gun. I ducked. The person fired something. A whoosh of air passed me and struck whatever it was that was following me. I didn't stop to consider what had been pursuing me. I simply darted forward and almost ran straight into a person that looked just like Brad. Brad? I asked, coming to an immediate halt about a foot away from the person. The man, if he even was a man, and not some strange manifestation, lifted his gray eyes to face me. I could have panicked had he not spoken or shaken his head to stop me. "Come," he whispered. "It's not safe out here." "Tell me who you are first," I said, looking toward the light streaming out from the cabin. "Tell me—" I felt a pair of hands on my shoulders, but sensed no person or figure behind me. "Dean," I heard Robert Michelson whisper. "Wake up, Dean. Wake up." "Tell me," I cried. "My name is Brady," the man before me replied, "and I'm Brad's other half in this world." That was all I got to hear from him before I blacked out. Chapter 80. I came to with a start. I flailed. I thrashed. A hand grabbed mine. Then I blinked. Robert Michelson was standing directly above me and looking into my eyes. "You were there," he said, "weren't you?" I could only nod in response. The man sighed and released my hand before settling down on the couch beside me. "What time is it?" I asked. "Almost 7:30, he replied. "The hospital called to tell me they were going to take him into surgery at 9. "Why hasn't he been moved yet?" I asked, turning my eyes to face my sleeping companion, who, with the IVs and cords running into and along his arms and hands, was still asleep. "I'm not sure. I think they're prepping the operating room." "Do they wake you up? Before surgery?" "They say brain surgery has to be done while the person is conscious, so they know whether or not something's going on." I swallowed. I don't... "Do you want to wake him?" Was I meant to bear this burden? To tell him that he was the one who would soon be going in for brain surgery? I wasn't sure and didn't know how to respond. For that reason, I stood to face Brad, then turned my head to look at Robert Michelson. "You didn't tell me that I might die." "I didn't know, Dean." Something in the room shifted. I turned. Brad's eyelids flickered. His lips pursed. His fingers curled. I was at his side and taking his hand instantly. "Dean?" Brad asked, opening his eyes to mere slits. "Is that you?" "It's me, babe," I whispered, leaning down to press a kiss to his lips. The weakness in his body terrified me. I tried to convince myself that it was because he was doped up on painkillers and other drugs, but a part of me, that dark, twisted part that understood, knew that was not the case. No. I knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that the monsters were trying to take hold. Brad was, without a shadow of a doubt, dying, if not physically, then spiritually. There was only so much I could do about it. Brad's fingers tightening around mine drew me back to the present. "Dean," he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "What's going on?" "You?" I paused. I looked from Brad to his father, then back to Brad again, then sighed before asking, "You don't know?" He shook his head. "I was out after they put the IV in me. They only came in a few times to check on me. Otherwise, I've been asleep." "Okay." I inhaled a deep breath of cold, stagnant air. Then I said, "Brad, you... "Tell me," he whispered. "You have a tumor. A brain tumor." Brad merely blinked. Then he closed his eyes and laughed before saying, "It fucking figures." "Brad..." "First Mom, now me," he laughed. "If I knew this is the way it was going to end, I would have told you." "Told me what?" "That I loved you." "Brad," his father said, rising from his place at the edge of the room, "they don't know if it's cancerous.
That's why they have to do the surgery."
"Surgery?" he asked, and laughed once more. "We already know how this is going to turn out, Dad. It's genetic. It's gonna be cancerous."
"You don't know."
"I do."
"No, you—"
"Don't," I wanted to say, but decided to keep my mouth shut and instead leaned down to press my head alongside Brad's. I felt his fears before he sniffled, felt the change in his demeanor as if it were a silent earthquake trembling just beneath the surface. When he did start to cry, though, and when the tears did begin to flow down his face, they were like waterworks, a dam cracking, then bursting forth. Then he let out a sob. All I could do was hold him. I don't know how much time passed. It could have been minutes, it could have been an hour, maybe less. But as I held him, and as we both experienced what was undoubtedly a test of endurance that neither of us could have ever bared to handle, I pulled away and looked into his eyes, so dark and gray and filled with fear. In them, I could see the past, the present, the hope for a better future. Most of all, I could see it. That person, that place, that world that was not our own. I blinked to clear the haze away and leaned down to kiss him just in time for several nurses and a woman who appeared to be a doctor to come in.
"Mr. Michelson?"
the woman in the white overcoat asked. "Yes," Brad asked, drawing away from me.
"My name is Dr. Alexandra Carmen. I will be the one performing the craniotomy necessary to remove your tumor."
"Hello, doctor," Brad said, reaching up to swipe snot from his face with one hand before extending the other in greeting. "I'm sorry. My family just broke the news to me."
"The good news is that it doesn't appear to be cancerous, at least from our readings. It's a small nodule. It likely won't be cancerous."
My mom had cancer. That's why I'm so upset."
"Where's your mom now?" Dr. Alexandra Carmen asked.
"She's dead," Brad said. "Her cancer killed her."
The doctor remained stone-faced despite the news. "I see," she said. "Like I said, though, we don't believe it to be cancerous, and at this rate, we should be able to treat it even if it is cancerous. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let me describe the procedure and how it'll work."
She explained, in no uncertain detail, how it would be done, from the surgery, which would be performed while Brad was conscious, to the removal, which would be done under a minor anesthetic. She said he would feel nothing, because there were no pain receptors within the brain, and that he would be able to breathe and interact with both her and her fellow professionals while the surgery unraveled. It would take anywhere from an hour or longer, depending on the tumor's complexity.
"The two of you are free to wait in one of our family rooms while we perform the surgery," the doctor said, as the nurses unlocked the stretcher and began to wheel it away. "I'm sorry we have to bring him into pre-op."
"We understand," Robert said. He stepped forward to take hold of his son's hand.
"Everything will be all right, Brad."
"I love you," Brad whispered.
"And I you, son."
Robert leaned down to hug his son, then stepped away. I stepped forward hesitantly, knowing all the while that this could be the last time I would see him in a somewhat normal state.
"Brad?"
I said. "Yeah?" he asked. I leaned down to embrace him. He embraced me. I tucked my head close to his, then pressed my lips to his ear and said, "Fight it." Brad could only nod as he whispered, "I love you." We kissed then, and in the moments following, I felt what was undoubtedly a tug of connection between us, of something more tangible than love, of need. What it was I couldn't be sure, but as I drew away, and as they wheeled Brad out of the hospital room, I looked to the threshold and saw, in the shadows beyond, a pair of white eyes looking at me. Mr. Michelson could only stare, and I, in response, merely watched and waited for what would come next. "Well," Robert said, as Harmoire turned and began to walk down the hallway, trailed by a miasma of black and purple fog. "I guess we should go." "Yeah," I said, then took a step forward. "I guess we should." That was all there was that could be said. Chapter 81. I struggled to remain awake in the moments after Brad's departure. Unsure what would happen, or even how to feel now that he was gone, I settled into the chair beside Mr. Michelson in the waiting room and found myself trembling in spite of the hospital's relative warmth. "How was it?" Robert asked. "What?" I asked, startled. "I said, how was it?" How could I explain it to someone who had not been there? Could I say it was feral, hostile, completely and utterly maddening? Or could I simply describe it in its lack of color, and how with each step I'd seem to be falling even deeper into madness? That in itself would have been easy to describe, for it had felt... I paused, then lifted my eyes to face the man beside me. "Dean?" he asked. "Are you all right?" "Suffocating," I said. "What?" I said it was suffocating, like each step I took led me further underwater. The man sighed and leaned back to regard the ceiling, his gray eyes twinkling in the fluorescent light streaming down from above. "I'm sorry," he said. "I wish there was something I could do." "I don't think there's anything you can do, sir. Not here, at least." He nodded and closed his eyes. "If I'd have known it would go to her," he began, "and then, through her, him, I would have never done anything." "I know. And I know if Brad knew, he wouldn't have either." "You said you were in denial," I offered, turning my eyes toward the doorway. "Is that why you didn't tell him?" "Yes." "Would you have, if you'd had the chance to do it over?" "I don't know if he would have believed me. He was just a child when it all started, Dean. When he started talking about his friend, I just assumed he was going through a phase, that it was all imaginary. But when I realized what was going on, and after his mother died, He paused. "I lost faith in myself and the way the universe worked. That's why I threw myself into my work, why I didn't date, why I wasn't the best father I could be." "You're a better father than most are," I said. "I don't feel like it." I reached out to take hold of his arm. Robert, in response, stiffened, then said, "What was happening when you were in there, before you woke up?" "I was being chased by a dog." "A dog." "A dog, and then The man leaned forward. "You can tell me anything, Dean. You know that." "I know." "Then why are you keeping this from me?" "Because I don't want to scare you." "With what?" "The fact that I saw him, I thought, or what I thought was him." Instead of speaking my thoughts, I leaned forward, shifted my weight, then stood and turned to face the man after a moment's hesitation. It wasn't as if we were being bothered by anyone here, in this small room, in this quiet place. Not even a nurse had come in to check on us, and the small television where they streamed information about patients undergoing surgery had yet to even announce Brad's name. So why was I so afraid? You know why. I didn't want to give him false hope, or scare him, or even scare myself. Fact was, I didn't want to face it, not here, and especially not in there. Robert Michelson, though, was not a man who would take no for an answer. All he could do was lean forward, look me in the eyes, and say, "Tell me." I saw him. "Who?" "Brad, or someone who looked like him. He called himself Brady, and he said he was Brad's other half in that world." Robert Michelson sighed. "They say we each have two halves," he offered. "I just wasn't aware that it was more than a metaphor." I could only nod in response. With a frown, the man settled back in his seat and turned to regard the small couch beside him. "You should rest, Dean. I know you didn't sleep well, if you even did." "I'm scared, sir." "I know you are, but you have to face it. For him, for you, us." I nodded. With that thought firmly in mind, I wandered to the small couch, settled down atop it, then threw my legs up onto its plush surface before allowing Mr. Michelson to drape a blanket over my body. "I'll look out for you," he said. "Just remember, don't be afraid." I try not to be. I knew that was a lie even before I said it, but to hear it, I shook my head and closed my eyes. No, I couldn't be afraid. I just couldn't. So with that in mind, I burrowed into the blankets and slowly but surely descended into a world that was not our own. Chapter 82. I awoke to the sound of a crackling fire. Lying on a stone floor and nestled beneath what felt and smelt like some kind of fur, I opened my eyes to discover that I was curled onto my side before a freshly stoked fireplace, and that I was, at least for the time being, safe. "You're awake," a familiar voice said. It took me a moment to come to full awareness. As I did, though, and as I managed to clear the haze of doubt from my mind, I lifted my eyes and turned my head to find that the person who looked like Brad was sharpening a makeshift spear in the corner of the room, his eyes downcast and his brows furrowed with determination. "Yeah," I managed, and slowly pushed myself upright. I am." The man lowered a spear, and the knife he was using to sharpen its point, to look at me, and offered a slight nod in response. "You were lucky," he said. "The hounds aren't normally so slow." "There are more?" I asked. The sound of a low howl cut through the night and penetrated the small home. "There are always more," the man who looked like Brad said. "They rule these woods." "Who are you? And why did you help me?" "I already told you. I'm Brad's other half." "But you're real, then?" "As real as any of this is," he offered. I laughed, a cold, bitter sound that left a sore feeling in my heart. The man smiled. "I love that sound," he said. "It's pure, uninhabited, joyous, even if it was meant to be ironic." "So you mean to tell me that you're just like Brad?" I said. "I hold his memories, both good and bad, and have worked hard to fight back the darkness his entire life." "But you're failing now, aren't you?" Brad's other half sighed and said, "Yes, I am." "What do I call you?" "You can call me Brady. It's easier to separate us that way." I wrapped my arms around myself and shivered as the sound of howling continued to assault the night. "So, I guess the real question is, what do we do now?" "You wait till daylight and continue on." "Can you come with me?" "No." "No?" Brady shook his head. "I am bound to these woods. I cannot cross the river that runs north, nor can I go beyond the grasslands to the south. This is my home, and if I'm to be honest, I don't wish to go further than it." "So you can't tell me what's beyond the river?" "I can only assume it's the mountain." "Where the tree of life is?" He nodded. "Exactly." I pushed myself upright and wandered to his side, only to find that, in my haste for answers, I had completely ignored what he'd been doing. Arranged before him was a series of weapons, the first being the makeshift spear, the latter being two large knives, one of which resembled a machete. A thick cloak, much like one would expect to see in some high fantasy epic, lay beside it, as did 3 canteens of varying sizes. "What is—" I started. "You don't know what you'll need in this world," he offered. "I'm merely trying to provide." "I haven't been hungry." "But are you thirsty?" He lifted a canteen and extended it to me. "Drink." I did. "The water from the river I speak of is clear," Brady said. "It has not been touched by the darkness, and will compel you on even when you feel you can go no further." "It's magic, isn't it?" I asked. "This world, this place." "I don't know if I'd call it magic, but yes, it's something." He sounded unsure, though why I could not know. If he'd truly been in existence for as long as Brad had been, and had, most of his time here, been fighting back the perpetual darkness, then surely he would know this world's ins and outs, its ups and downs, right? No, I thought, and sighed. Brad, or more aptly, Brady, didn't have to know a thing, because to understand this world would mean understanding the madness, and to understand the madness, I shook my head. Brady lifted his eyes to face me. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I'm as all right as I can be, all things considering." "I ask because you will have to face more." "I know." "Do you?" I didn't, but I wasn't about to tell him that. Rather than say anything, I sighed, lifted my eyes to face him, and then asked, "Do you know?" "Know what?" "If he's going to live through the surgery?" "You fear his life is in danger?" "His life is in danger every moment the Watcher is allowed to exist." "To answer your question," Brady began, "no, I do not know if he will live. I understand only this world, this logic, this place. Anything out there," he nudged his head toward the doorway, "is It's beyond my comprehension."
"I see," I offered, then turned my head to look at the fireplace. Brady stood and set a hand on my back. I instantly found myself sinking against him.
"Do not fear what you do not know," the man beside me whispered. "You've faced enough to know that the darkness can only consume you if you let it."
Did I, though? I couldn't know, and with that in mind, I turned my eyes back to Brady.
"I should probably sleep," I said.
"Will you wake me when the dawn comes?"
"It isn't safe to leave until then," he said. "So yes, I will wake you when the dawn comes."
And with that, I settled myself onto the floor, covered myself with the furs, and closed my eyes. I wanted nothing more than to sleep.
I wasn't sure how possible that would be this night.
Chapter 83. A gentle touch was what woke me.
"Dean," he said, "it's time to get up." At first I thought it was Brad speaking to me, and when I opened my eyes and saw the man before me, I thought it was him. Then I realized where I was, and all sense of normalcy slipped away from me.
"It's dawn?" I asked. "Already?" Brady gave a sad but unfortunate nod.
"Yes, I'm afraid it is."
Sighing, I leaned forward and ran a hand through my hair, only pausing once to consider the armaments that were still lying on the wooden table before the wicker chair he'd been sitting in the previous night.
"Do you think I'm ready?" "I think you're ready as you're going to be," Brady offered. "Join me?"
I did. First I drank from the canteen. Then I pulled the cloak around my shoulders and secured it with a brooch. Then I armed myself accordingly, first with the knives, then with the spear. By the time I finished, I felt and imagined, looked, like I could face almost anything. For now, anyway, I then thought. Brady reached out to take hold of my upper arms and nodded as he looked over me.
"I would ask you to stay longer," he said, "but time is not limitless here. It passes almost as quickly as it does in the physical world."
"Can you tell?" I asked. "How long I have, I mean?"
"I do not know. All I know is that you must hurry. Cross the river before night falls, and you should be safe." Should was the key word here, and should was the only reassurance I was given.
With a nod, I turned toward the doorway, then stopped before I could leave. "What do you—" Brady started, but I stepped into his arms before he could finish.
"Thank you," I whispered.
"For what?" he asked.
"Saving my life, protecting me, protecting him."
"It's my purpose," he replied, and hugged me tight. We held the embrace only for a few moments. When it was time for me to step away, I turned to look at the door, then stepped toward it. "Goodbye," I said. "If this is the last time I see you, thank you for everything.
Good luck, Dean, and Godspeed."
Godspeed was the only thing I thought of as he opened the door, and the last thing I thought as I stepped out into the world beyond. Chapter 84. I felt naked, even though I was armed, and though shielded from the elements as I was by the cloak about my shoulders, I could not shake the cold that permeated the black woods. Remember, I thought, as I trudged onward, that they only have as much power as you give them. "Do not be afraid," I whispered, "of the things you cannot see, of the things you cannot believe." I stepped on a twig, heard its explosive crack, listened as above the birds in the trees disbanded. Then I looked down and found that the corpse of the animal Brady had shot was staring right back at me. Thankfully it was dead. That was evident enough by the insects swarming about its body, of the maggots that were taking hold. While it looked like a dog, it also did not at the same time. An elongated head and a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth indicated it was not anything of the natural world. Add the red eyes into the mix, and you got something completely nightmarish. There could be more, I was quick to remind myself. I had to keep going. And so I did, trudging through the first of the woods off the beaten path, then toward the stepping stones, which had remained regardless of the fact that I had diverted course. For some reason, I thought they might have disappeared overnight, such were the torturous rules of this world, and the animosity the Watcher and the other things held toward me. Thankfully, the stones had remained, and onto the path I could return. When I stepped foot onto the first flat stone, I thought for one hesitant moment that something would occur, that the wind would start, that snow would fall, that a gong would ring,
and thus draw forth the hounds of this world. However, when nothing did, I inhaled a deep breath of the cold air and rolled my shoulders before starting forward once more. The path was long and seemingly endless, and with no visible sun to indicate what time it was, I was left to guess how long I'd been walking. Seconds turned into minutes, minutes into hours. My legs eventually began to ache, and though I continued to sip off the water in an effort to stave off the physical pains of exertion, I knew that I would eventually have to stop. "You're going to be fine," I mumbled. "Just keep pushing yourself for as long as you can." Brady had said that I should, be safe if I was able to cross the river. But if I couldn't cross it, if it ran too swiftly or was too deep, what would I do then? Nothing, the devilish part of my conscience said. You'll do nothing, because there will be nothing. I will be dead. That much already seemed apparent. Frowning, I lifted my eyes to face the landscape before me and inhaled the woodland air, thankful that I had not encountered anything unstoppable. I was just about to reach down to grip the canteen once more when I heard it, the sound of running water. Already? I thought. The thicket of trees before me had thickened to the point where it was almost impossible to see anything. I could hear it, though, the stream or the river running in the distance. I could only deduce that it was slow-moving water, which meant that I'd be able to brave its depths, which meant I'd be able to pass, which meant I'd be able to continue on, just like they wanted me to. I considered this reality only for a moment before edging toward and then attempting to make my way through the thicket. The brush was thick, the bushes snarled with thorns that attempted to gnash and lash and grab and stab. Thankfully, the cloak adorning my shoulders protected me from any harm and allowed me to pass through unscathed. I anticipated something horrible come time I emerged on the other side. What I saw completely contradicted everything this world was made of. Before me ran a river clear and blue. Knee-deep and only 10 feet across, my passage would be offered by the stepping stones that rose smoothly from its depths. If I were lucky, the current would even cause me to get my feet wet. To say I was happy would be an understatement. I was just about to step forward and begin to cross when I caught sight of something standing on the other side of the river. What? I started to think. Then the figure, or more aptly the person, began to advance. I raised my spear. I cleared my throat. I said, "Who goes there?" And a young man lifted his head to reveal his ashen skin and hollow pits for eyes. The flesh on his forearms was pockmarked with weeping sores, from which ran black ichor. It didn't take me much to realize just who this was. It was Brad's ex-lover, Dominic. Chapter 85. The man whose mind and body had succumbed to the darkness before me stepped onto the first stone with ease I found uncanny for someone who was dead. Tall, lanky, and seemingly unsteady on his feet, he swayed to and fro as he maneuvered across the stones and offered a grim semblance of a smile as he came within speaking distance of me. "I see you've arrived," the young man said. "Stay back," I said, lifting my spear before me. "I don't want to hurt you." "You believe you can hurt me?" he asked, then laughed. The sound caused the hairs on my arms and the back of my neck to stand on end. "Nothing can hurt me here, McAllen. Nothing can." As he advanced, slowly but surely making his way across the river, the ichor that fell from his arms tainted the crystalline water beneath, leaving sickly trails that resembled oil spills in their wake. It didn't take much to realize that this ichor was the result of his illness, of what he'd done in his attempts to satiate the monsters within. I wondered, would I succumb as he did? Then I thought, what would happen if I did? Would I be trapped here, in this world, in this place, until Brad's demise? Or would I be catapulted into the nightmarish landscape that was my own dark subconscious? I didn't know, and knew at that moment that I didn't want to know. No, I would not die here, nor would I be gravely injured in body, mind, or soul. As Dominic crossed the waters, I mentally and physically prepared myself for the foolish thing I was about to do. The moment he stepped foot on the solid ground, I ran, full force, into him. I used the spear as a sort of battering ram and pushed him into the river.
Fortunately, my devilish plan worked. Unfortunately, I was propelled into the waters directly behind him. It was obvious from the way he fought the waters and the current that he was no swimmer. Gasping for air, he clawed at the surface for a foothold and managed to catch the tail of my cloak in the process. He sank. I was tugged under. I inhaled what I thought would be air, and instead it was water. My eyes bulged in response, and my chest instinctively seized as liquid was sucked into my lungs. I kicked and scrambled and thrust my spear back and forth, but found that no matter what I did, I couldn't shake his hold, which meant that I would have to do something dangerous. I had to rid myself of the cloak. To do that, though, I would have to relinquish hold of the spear, and therefore leaving me defenseless. The split-second decision to release my most valuable weapon allowed me the moments I needed to reach up and undo the clasp around my neck. I freed myself. I kicked to the surface. I gasped as soon as I managed to draw in air, then coughed as water was ejected from my lungs. But for all my triumph, for all my conquest, Dominic was not done. No. He grabbed my ankle and attempted to drag me back under. I kicked. My foot connected. I grabbed a hard edge of one of the stepping stones and hauled myself onto it, then seized as I coughed more water from my lungs. Dominic burst from the water like a shark and grabbed my pant leg. "We drown here," he screamed. "We drown here." I jerked my knee up, felt it connect with his chin with a jarring thunk, then cried out as he tried to take hold and drag me off the rock. That was when I remembered the knife. I drew the smallest and most nimble blade from my belt and slashed at his hand. He screamed. Black blood sprayed the air. I knew it wouldn't keep him subdued for long, though. He was already dead, and in that sense, I doubted I could truly kill him. So I stood, hopped to the next stone, then the stone after that, nearly slipping in the process. I propelled myself the last few feet and landed hard on the other side. Dominic, still scrambling to make his way through the waters, kicked and screamed with such force that it caused me to tremble. "You're gonna die here," he screeched. "You're gonna get chopped up and spit out and turned inside out and—" He slipped under, then emerged. "Become a husk of who you think you are." "I'm not," I said, tightening my hold on the knife in my hand. "I'm gonna survive." I watched Dominic get washed downstream and waited until he disappeared from sight to turn. Brady had said that I'd be safe once I reached the other side, but I was cold and I was shivering, and there was literally nothing I could do about it. A presence touched my shoulder. No, I thought, trembling, more from the fact that I was going to be pulled from this world than for the fact that I was soaking wet in a cold and inhospitable world. Don't pull me out. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't. Chapter 86. But I was pulled out anyway. Awakening in feverish sweats, I jerked upright and nearly collided with Mr. Michelson. "Are you okay?" he asked, steadying a hand on my chest. I gasped. You're sweating like crazy, Dean. I wasn't sure what was going on." "You shouldn't have pulled me out," I said, teeth chattering, limbs trembling. "You should have let me stay in. He said... He? Who? And said what? Him. That I would be safe." Robert Michelson could only stare. I turned my head to look at the television screen and saw the one thing I couldn't have anticipated. Brad was in recovery. The surgery was over. "Do you?" I started. "No," Robert said. "I don't know anything. No one's come in to see me." I exhaled and crossed my arms over my chest. "Here," the man offered, stripping out of his coat. "Take this." "But, sir—" "Just take it, Dean." I wrapped the coat around myself and settled back into my seat with the cruel knowledge that a part of me was still there, soaking wet and cold in that world, but freezing and feverish in the real one. I trembled as I struggled to gain my bearings, as I breathed through my nose, then out my mouth. I found myself chuckling, and Mr. Michelson, who had been watching me with curious eyes, frowned. "What's so funny?" he asked. "I could have died," I said. "In that place." "Do you want to tell me what happened?" I wasn't sure if there really was any point in explaining it. A part of me wanted to release the burden, if only in part, onto another person would have offered some measure of comfort. However, I was just about to open my mouth when the door opened and Dr. Alexandra Carmen was revealed. Robert and I stood. The doctor nodded as she centered her gaze on us. "Mr. Michelson," she said. "How is he?" Robert asked. "He's stable. We were able to perform the craniotomy and remove the tumor successfully. However, we will have to wait 2 to 3 days for the tumor to be biopsied, at which point we will then be able to determine whether or not it is cancerous." "But he's okay?" I asked, taking a gentle step forward. "Right?" "He's fine. You'll be able to see him once he wakes up." A sigh escaped my throat, and worse yet, the uneasy sensation that I was being watched crept over me. I lifted my eyes. I took a breath. I saw a armoire standing in the hall, wreathed in shadow. "Is something wrong?" the doctor asked. "No," I said, trying my hardest to remain stone-faced. "Nothing's wrong. I'm just scared, I guess." "If it is cancerous," the doctor said, "and we can only hope that it isn't, we can treat him accordingly. The tumor wasn't that large, which means that it was in its infancy. You came in at the right time." "He'd wanted to put it off." "I'm glad you were able to convince him otherwise." The doctor considered her watch, then said, "I have other patients to attend to. A nurse will be in once Mr. Michelson wakes up." "Thank you, doctor," Robert said, and nodded as Dr. Carmen turned to take her leave. As the door was shut behind her, I exhaled a long pent-up breath, then closed my eyes. 2 to 3 days. That's how long it would take to determine if Brad had cancer. Would I be able to survive that long in the world that was not my own? The truth was, I didn't know. And that, above anything, was the scariest thing of all. Chapter 87. Mr. Michelson brought me a candy bar out of the vending machine, and though not hungry in the slightest, I chewed on it carefully, savoring the taste of chocolate and peanut butter as I considered the floor at my feet. Beside me, Robert sighed and leaned back to examine the ceiling, his eyes full of grief and the memory of destruction. "Are you all right?" I asked, lifting my eyes to face him. "I just realized that I haven't asked." "You don't have to worry about me, Dean." "But your wife?" "I'm holding out hope that this isn't cancerous, that maybe its influence hasn't extended that far." "So you think the monsters, or whatever they are, caused your wife's cancer?" "I don't think they helped it, if that's what you're asking." I wasn't sure what I was asking. On one hand, I wanted to know if there was an actual link, a tangible connection to the monsters and their influence on a human body. On another, I was terrified to think that Armoire, the entity called the Watcher, and the other monsters within him, had caused Brad's sudden turn of health. It said that this would be the beginning, my conscience offered. But did it mean the beginning of Brad's illness? Of my indoctrination? I swallowed. The end? I didn't want to think about that, and yet I found myself doing just that. If it really is the end for Brad, I thought, and he's been dealing with this since he was a child, then that means... I swallowed. It meant, I realized, that I would be next, and that my suffering, as much as I believed it would be only short-lived, would last for years, a decade, possibly even more. It had taken 17 years or more for the monsters within Brad to drag him down this far. If he were to pass away today, or tomorrow, or maybe within a few weeks or months, and I were to be their next victim, then that could mean I could live with this for almost 20 years before I finally succumbed. No, I shook my head. No, I would not allow that to happen. I would stop this in its tracks and prevent it from hurting anyone else, even if that meant sacrificing companionship. As I dragged my tongue along the bottom row of teeth, scraping away the last of the peanut butter within my mouth, I turned my head up to find that a nurse was considering a chart outside, then lifting his eyes to look into the family waiting room. I nudged on Robert's shoulder. The door opened, and in walked a nurse in scrubs, clipboard in hand. He asked, "Are you Mr. Michelson's father?" And Robert replied, "Yes." Then the nurse said, "Your son is asking for you." Robert stood. I followed suit. "How is he?" I asked. The nurse deferred to Robert and waited for the older man's nod before saying, "He's awake, talking. He's a little disoriented and a bit upset, but we think it's the shock of everything that's getting to him." "Obviously," Robert offered. The nurse turned toward the doorway and said, "Let me take you to his room." We walked for what seemed like ever, past a cafeteria, a number of rooms in which patients dwelled. When we came to a halt at the end of one long hallway, I thought we had arrived. Then the nurse turned and continued to lead us on. How big is this place, I wondered, but kept the thought to myself. Robert exhaled slowly and steadily at my side. A quick glance out my peripheral revealed the worry on his face, but I wondered what he felt like on the inside. A storm was what I imagined. A hurricane, the likely result. I could only imagine what he must feel like. For a man to lose his wife to cancer, then to have his son exhibit symptoms that would indicate the same, that had to be nightmarish. When it came time for us to stop, the nurse turned to regard us and said, "He's in here." "Thank you," Robert said, then turned to open the door. I, unsure what to do, simply followed. Chapter 88. Brad was dozing when we entered. However, his eyelids flickered as the door closed, then opened as the nurse entered. "Brad," he said, "you have visitors." "Dad," Brad offered. "Dean." "How are you feeling?" I asked. "Like someone drilled into my skull." His father offered a small smile as he approached the edge of the bed. He turned to regard me, then the nurse, who offered only a small nod before he left the room. Brad waited until the man was out of earshot before turning to his father and asking, "Why?" "Why what?" Robert asked. "Why didn't you tell me?" The man sighed, then bowed his head and closed his eyes. "It was my shame," he said. "That was mine to bear. I'm sorry, son. I was in denial. I didn't want to believe that you were a victim as well." "So you leave me to infect someone else?" he offered. "You leave me to infect Dean?" Brad grimaced and reached up to press a hand to his temple. "Don't be upset," I said, stepping forward to take hold of his hand. "I'm going to handle this." "You?" Brad asked. "You're going to handle this?" "Yeah," I said. "I am." His mouth opened as if to argue. Then, it seemed, realization dawned on him, for he closed his mouth and said, You were already there, weren't you?" I could only nod in response. Brad slammed his fist onto the mattress and said, "Damn it!" "I'm okay," I said. "Really, Brad, I'm not hurt. I haven't been. "But you could get hurt," he said, and lifted his eyes to face his father. "God damn it, why didn't you tell me?" "I denied it for so long, Brad. When it became apparent what had happened, I thought it wouldn't transfer to someone else, especially not another man. And now Dean has to bear the consequences?" Robert closed his eyes. "Yes, I am aware." "I can fight this," I offered. "I can stop it." "I'd rather die than have you risk your life for me," Brad said. And that, above everything, pained my soul. Reaching down, I took hold of his hand, leaned forward, and pressed a single kiss to his lips. "I love you, Brad Michelson. You showed me the light at the end of the tunnel, and that love, as unbelievable as I thought it would be for me, was possible. I'd do anything to give you a chance." "That's what this all is, though?" Brad offered, turning his head to look at his father. "A chance, isn't it?" Robert paused. "I don't know." Brad directed his gaze out the nearby window, at the trees blowing in the mid-morning wind. "When will the biopsy results come in?" 2 to 3 days, I said. "Then I guess all we can do is wait." "Yeah, I guess." And so, that's what we would do. Wait. Chapter 89. Mr. Michelson left the hospital to get the three of us some lunch, which left me and Brad to our own devices. Still cold and shivering despite the relative warmth in the room, I snuggled into a chair beside Brad's bed and watched the world outside the window, all the while wondering what would happen come time I re-emerged in the one within him. "Something happened in there, didn't it?" Brad said. "Yeah," I replied. "It did." "What?" "I got wet." "How?" There was a path of stepping stones above a river.
And you fell?
I nodded. Why?
Brad. Tell me, Dean, I can take it.
I swallowed the lump growing in my throat and said, Dominic was there?
Dominic, Brad asked. Dominic Matthews. How could he?
He paused and closed his eyes. All he could say was,
Oh, damn.
Your father said he died on Christmas Eve.
Oh, Dominic, Brad whispered, then bowed his head. I'm so sorry.
Wasn't your fault, Brad.
No, it wasn't. It was theirs.
Brad lifted his eyes to face the window.
Because of them that my life is falling apart.
We're going to try and fix that, but I need you to be strong for me, okay? I reached out and took hold of his hand. I can't have you believing that something bad is going to happen.
Something bad is happening, Dean. I'm in the hospital. You're seeing things. Brad exhaled. We're living in an absolute nightmare.
They feed off your fear, Brad. That's how they get you.
I know.
So don't be afraid, okay? Just have faith in me.
I do, Brad said.
He tightened his hold on my hand and stroked my knuckles with his thumb. It took a moment for the whole spell to end, for the silence permeating the room to build to a crescendo and then dissipate. When finally he was able to speak, it was to say,
When are you going back?
Tonight, I said. All Brad could do was close his eyes. Chapter 90. Darkness fell, and with it, a land of shadows beckoned. Lying on the couch, trying desperately not to fear the time I would fall asleep, I listened to the sounds of various machinery that was hooked up to Brad and tried not to wonder what he was thinking. Is he asleep? I thought. Is he awake? It was impossible to tell, and unless I asked him, I would have no way to determine whether or not he was. Because of that, I simply sighed and considered the ceiling above.
I know you're awake,
Brad sleepily offered, tilting his head to the side so he could look at me. Why aren't you asleep? I asked.
Can't, he said. I'm scared.
Of what?
Of what I might dream about.
Did you think they were just dreams when you were growing up?
You mean that place?
He waited for me to nod before continuing.
Yeah, I thought they were just bad dreams. Recurring bad dreams, but bad dreams regardless.
I'm sorry, Brad.
For what?
That I couldn't finish this before you got out of your surgery.
You should apologize, Dean. This thing, he waved his hand in the air before him, is terrible. It's my worst nightmare come true. And now you're living it too.
Still, I sighed. I just wanted this whole thing to be over. Gone. Done with.
I don't think that's the way it works, babe.
I don't know how any of this works. Brad remained silent for several moments. During them, I contemplated what I would say if he were to suggest that this might never be over, that regardless of whatever I did, the monsters within had planted and dug their roots, and nothing could be done. However, he didn't say anything of the sort. He merely leaned back and closed his eyes.
You're my hero,
he whispered. Don't call me that. I haven't saved you yet.
Still, what you're doing is beyond anything anyone should ever be asked.
I'd do anything for you, Brad Michelson.
You've said that before.
I know.
And you still mean it?
I do. Brad smiled.
Yeah, he mumbled, closing his eyes.
He went silent. Brad? I asked, lifting my eyes to face him. Are you? The steady drum of his heartbeat monitor confirmed what I'd suspected. He'd fallen asleep. That familiar tug began to pull at me. Well, I thought, and closed my eyes. I guess I'm going back. Moments later, I blacked out. Chapter 91. I woke on the riverbed. Damp, but no longer freezing, I opened my eyes to find that the world was growing dark, and with it, my sense of safety. A small part of me wanted to simply lie there, but I knew that I couldn't. No, I had to keep going. So I rose and gathered my things and drank from a canteen and prepared myself for the worst. Then I started forward once more. The lands beyond the Black Forest were daunting. A rocky cliffside rose abruptly behind a tree line, and beyond that, a simple path that seemed to have been carved by the hand of God wove along the cliffside, rising ever so higher until finally it reached the top. Well, I remember thinking, this is it. This is finally it. The final frontier. I tightened my grip on the knife in my grasp and trudged onward. The jagged incline was meant to be arduous. This, I realized quite frankly, for with each step I took I felt the sensation of weightlessness grow. It was like I was gaining altitude in a plane and lending faith to the pilot that commandeered the vessel. Except in this case there was no pilot beyond myself, no vessel other than my own body. In fact there was little I could do to stop it. All you can do is put one foot in front of the other, my conscience offered. Still, putting one foot in front of the other was not the easiest task. I was cold, I was tired, I was weary, both mentally and emotionally. And most of all, I was scared. Scared of what would happen if I failed, if I could not do what it was I'd set out to do. If I, with lack of clarity or an error of judgment, made a mistake that would cost either my life or Brad's, or worse, our souls, it had quickly become apparent that they were things beyond the mortal coil, and for that reason, I knew that if I failed, I would be left to wander, morose and corroded and tormented by the things that make all men so. Darkness. I stepped onto the first semblance of the cliffside path and then began to climb. Guided by the stepstone path, it seemed like nothing would stop me. Nothing. That was until I saw what lay before me. Coiled upon the path was a single mass of writhing tissue. At first, I thought I was hallucinating, because for there to be a black mass of something before me seemed impossible, given that I had managed so far on my own. However, the closer I looked, the clearer the mass became, which is when I realized what it was. Snakes. Lots and lots of snakes, all waiting for me to pass. Okay, I thought, taking a long, deep breath as I considered what I might do. How do I get by them? The most logical answer was to try and jump over them. It wouldn't be impossible, considering that they were congregating in only one spot. But if I were to fall, I would go plummeting into the trees below, possibly breaking my ankle, or leg, or even back or neck in the process. The alternative was to climb, which, though not preferred, was likely going to be my only shot at getting free. I frowned as I considered my options. They feed off your fear, were the words that kept repeating in my head. They can only hurt you if you let them. Did that mean I was like a saint of this world, pure in heart, body, mind, and soul? Did that mean that, should I want to cross, and should I be willing to brave the vipers and their many fangs, I'd be able to do so without harm? They're rat snakes, my conscience offered. They might bite, but they're not poisonous. Venomous, I whispered. Snakes are venomous. I heard Brad laugh in my head and found courage in both myself and my choice. So with that in mind, I stepped forward. The first of the snakes did not pay me any mind. As my shoes came down, however, they began to realize that there was an intruder in their midst. They hissed, a sound that cut through the silence and caused every hair on my neck to rise, then began to strike. The first one sunk its teeth into the cloak. The second hit my jeans. The third struck my shoe, and though I tried as hard as I could not to flinch, I did so anyway. I am not afraid, I said, more to myself than to the denizens of darkness before me. I am not afraid. I'm not afraid. I am not. The snakes shifted before me in one great mass, as if advancing for their final attack. Then slowly they slithered into the cracks of the mountain and down the hill at my side. A cautious exhale left me. An equally concerning breath took its place. Had it been that easy to be rid of them? Had my strength in the face of adversity done something, such as scare them away? No, I thought. It couldn't be. It just couldn't. And yet they were gone, all of them, just like that. Regardless of whatever had happened, or even how it had, I knew I had to push onward. So I did. Chapter 92. Climbing was a skill I'd never learned. Never had I scaled a tree, a mountain, or even a jagged hill. For that reason, the effort it took to clamber up the mountain burned into my muscles and eventually caused my bones to ache.
I found myself breathless many times, and as a result was forced to stop and recover. But with each sip of river water I took, my energy was revitalized, and my will to go on restored. So, continue on I did. Minutes passed, then hours. By the time I reached the first of the tree of life's roots, I felt as though it would never end. You can do this, I thought, pushing myself onward, one foot in front of the other. You know you can. But could I? A flicker of doubt crossed the surface of my mind, tantalizing me with its desire, its want, its need. I thought, how could I do this? How could I climb this hill, brave this world, kill its master? It seemed impossible for me, a young man of only 18, to do something so awe-inspiring. Yet at the same time, I'd faced my own monsters, as inconsequential as they happened to be in comparison. You can do this, I thought. You know you can. And yet, that same doubt haunted me, ever so quick in its effort to attempt to tear me down. I found myself reaching out to touch the root, hoping in that moment that I would glean something from its surface. The moment my hand graced the bark, I was struck with a stupendous vision of darkness absolute, of warmth infinite, of a single heartbeat thrumming to the beat of an unimaginable drum, then soon after, cold and light. It cascaded over me like water, and slowly I heard a cry. "Congratulations," I heard someone say. "It's your baby boy." Then I opened my eyes and witnessed a place and time I could have never experienced. Above was a woman, and beside her a man, and who, with adoring eyes and loving hands, took into their arms the son that they had wanted for so long. "Isn't he beautiful?" the woman asked. "He is, Claire," the man replied. "Our sweet little Bradley." Bradley, I whispered. His name was a beacon, a shining light at sea, a testament to the days and times when, in a dark past, I had lain in bed and longed for something more. His eyes, even as a baby, were storm gray, impenetrable in their task of commanding the attention of any who looked upon them, and they were what spurred me to look deeper into the ever-expanding universe that was unfolding before me. At first, I saw nothing but that baby, of his first true cry, his first real meal, his first real experience in the cold and unforgiving world. Then the vision shifted, and days went by with people moving, people talking, people laughing, people loving. It moved so fast that I could not keep up, and with each passing motion, I saw the child grow. Then, come time he aged to 4 years old, I saw the darkness materialize before him. "Hello, Bradley," the rabbit said from within the darkness of a closet. "I'm your friend." "Friend?" the little boy asked. The rabbit nodded and seized life as I knew it. More days passed by, years in the blink of an eye. A woman stood in the kitchen, doing dishes while her husband played with the baby. She swayed slightly because she had been so tired. Then she dropped a plate, and with its magnitude came the realization that something was wrong. "We need to take you to the hospital," the man said. "This has been going on too much." "Hospital?" the toddler asked. More days passed by, a series of tests, a diagnosis. Cancer. Radiation could save her, but chemotherapy would kill her, and through it all she tried her hardest, fighting with tooth and nail to cling to life as she knew it. But the creature said that her time had come, and from her it pulled the essence of life and everything it meant. Then, 3 months later, she was dead. A cold, cloudy morning greeted the boy's 7th year. The earth smelled of dirt and decay, and into the ground a woman was being lain. The little boy cried for seeing so much, whose heart was broken, and his mind in pieces, but in the distance he could see his friend, and he knew it would be okay. As his father wept openly at the graveside, the rabbit beckoned hello from the shadows of the nearby woods, and simply said, "I'm your best friend now." I opened my eyes then, and saw before me the creature whose eyes had haunted Brad for so long. All it could say was, "Hello, Dean." Chapter 93. Its eyes were madness. In them, there was nothing but light, cascading ever so softly over the surface of my skin. Then, slowly, darkness overwhelmed them. It began like a fog rolling in from the ocean, slowly, effortlessly, with a tangible essence that I felt I could reach out and touch. It started from the sides of both lids, and then rolled into the centers of its eyes, were pure black. I heard barking, distantly, then the sound of something hissing, of Dominic screaming, "You're going to die here." Die. Die. Die, I whispered. "That is its ultimate goal," Armoire said, and took a step forward. I reached down and freed the machete from the sheath at my hips. "Stop," I said. "Don't come any closer." "Do you not wish to know what it does?" "Who?" I asked, brandishing the blade before me. "What are you talking about?" "The Watcher sends a message." "Why can't it tell me itself?" I asked. "Why is it sending you?" "I am its envoy in this world, and those beyond." "It's a coward," I said, and laughed, cold and bitter, long and hard. "I knew it was." "Do not test the Watcher's forgiveness. It is offering you a chance at redemption." "Redemption? What are you talking about?" "It is offering you a chance at freedom, one you would be wise to take." "Freedom?" I frowned. What was it talking about? Armoire stepped closer. I, in response, extended the blade. "Tell me," I began, "what it is offering." "Your life, your freedom, your existence, devoid of the darkness. For Bradley's." I exhaled. No. Surely it couldn't have just said that. Could it? Armoire took another step forward, and slowly but surely came to stand at the edge of the machete's blade. "So," it said, its voice calm and deliberate, cold and filled with indifferent malice, "what do you wish for me to relay?" "I'm not doing it," I said, holding the weapon as steadily as I possibly could. "I'm not giving him up in exchange for my so-called freedom." "You would be wise to take what is offered. There is no guarantee that you will gain it otherwise." "I'd do anything for him." "Such is the curse of love." Armoire turned to regard the world above. The broiling storm began to deposit rain upon us. Armoire lowered its gaze to me. "I will give you one last chance, Dean McAllen. Your answer decides your fate." "Fuck you," I whispered. "So be it said. I slashed the monster's form. Armoire burst into smoke. And I, left alone in a world that was not my own, reared my head back and screamed. "I'm coming for you!" I yelled at the top of my lungs. "I'm coming for—" A dark sound rumbled from the sky. Then slowly, I began to climb once more. Chapter 94. The rain buffeted me, freezing in its intensity and malevolent in its force. It did everything in its power to stop me. "You can do this," I told myself, as through its hellacious downpour I walked. "You know you can." Still, something, I'm not sure what, was attempting to wear me down, not just mentally and emotionally, but physically as well. My lungs burned. My heart ached. My legs felt like jelly. But most of all, my brain felt under siege. With each raindrop came the most devilish of thoughts. "He's going to die," the first one claimed. "You're going to go through all of this just to lose him." "He's going to suffer," the second intoned. "It'll be cancer of the brain, malignant and untreatable. First he'll lose his sight, then his smell. He won't be able to eat, and eventually speak. He'll cry out for you, but you won't be able to answer. You'll be mad at him, frustrated, angry, mostly at yourself, but also at him. You'll lose something here, Dean McAllen, and it won't just be him." What sounded like a gunshot echoed throughout the space before me. "I'd kill myself if it weren't for you," my mother's voice said. I paused mid-stride.
What? I asked. What did you?
Stupid faggots, my father breathed. I'd strangle my kid if he ever turned out gay.
What are you? Two figures appeared through the darkness, grappling at each other, hitting, striking, fighting. The forms that were my parents in the past life turned to face me and launched themselves into me. You have to stay here. No one's ever going to accept you the way you are.
You're nothing but a stupid faggot.
You're nothing, Dean. You're never going to amount to anything.
Don't leave, Dean. Don't leave.
Stop, I screamed. Stop it! Stop it! There once was a boy who knew nothing of love, who would one day run and get his gun, who'd put that barrel in his mouth, and then... Another gunshot echoed into the darkness. I opened my eyes and saw someone just like me standing before me. But it wasn't me. I knew it wasn't. It was who I could have been, had I not gotten out of there. I tried to look at him. I really did. Yet somehow, some way, something compelled me to do so. And what I saw horrified me. The top of the young man's head was gone. Rigor mortis had set in, and around the gun his fingers had frozen. Maggots ate at the fleshy parts that hadn't been destroyed by the force of the bullet, and though try as they might, the parents could do nothing. He was dead. I swallowed the lump in my throat and reached up to feel my neck, my cheeks, my face. All was still there. And yet, the headless being that was not me, but was at the same time, was still there. I'm not that little boy anymore, I whispered to the entity before me. My name is Dean McAllen, and I'm stronger than you think I am. The image faded. The rain continued. I trudged onward, around the bend in the path, where the stepping stones began to end. Then, slowly, I realized what had occurred. I was my final test. Before me lay the last stepping stone, and beyond that stood the tree of life. Chapter 95. It was old and gnarled, towering and spiraling, rooted to the ground by the framework that made up all great things. Worst of all, it was beneath of the eye of the storm. "Watcher!" I called through the grim and unsettling rain. "Show yourself to me!" The dark rumbling in the sky came again. I tilted my head, looked up, and saw that the storm was not necessarily a storm. Instead, what met my eyes was a vision of the impossible. Some looking upon it would not have been able to describe it. Madness was the first definition I was fit to use, chaos and hellish the second and third. It writhed and fluctuated like a mass of gelatinous tentacles in the sky, all emerging from a dark nexus that bore no interior from which to emerge. In that sense, it resembled a black hole, ever-expanding and all-consuming. But as I gazed at it and wondered what in the world this could possibly be, I realized deep down that this was what all men feared. It was darkness absolute, but most of all, this was the being that Harmoir served. The Watcher. The entity in the sky rumbled once more as I took several steps forward. Several languages were spouted at me in the span of moments. Some were mathematical and resembled that of Morse code. Others were a series of varied clicks that could have been replicated by modern-day tongues. I heard French, Spanish, and Asian dialect, and even something that could have been described as Old English, pulled straight from an ancient translation of the Bible itself. But as the creature in the sky began to realize that I was merely human, and as such could not communicate with it beyond my own dialect, its rumblings began to make sense, and through my ears was processed the language that I could most easily.
McAllen,
it said. I shivered as its voice enveloped me, as toward the tree of life I stepped. The luminescence pooling off the pearls was the only thing I could see at this point. Darkness was beginning to encroach all around me, and though I wanted desperately to make out the tentacles in the sky, to keep alert of my surroundings and of any possible dangers, I knew that was impossible to do. As I stepped beneath the massive and gnarled branches of the tree, I lifted my eyes into the darkness and said, "Watcher."
McAllen,
it repeated. "Release him,"
you dare defy me?
it asked.
The Creator.
Creator, I thought. What was it talking about?
In the beginning, there was nothing, and then suddenly, there was light.
Light. I shook my head. No, that couldn't be. It just couldn't. It was attempting to confuse me. That's all it was doing. That's all it wanted to do. Surely this thing could not be God, or a God, could it? No, I whispered. You're lying.
Why would I lie?
The Watcher asked.
I am the Creator. You would bow before me.
I won't, I said. I can't.
Would it not be easier to lay down your weapon and let this whole thing end? I would grant you eternal sleep, Dean McAllen. Freedom of the pain of life you suffer through.
I don't suffer, not anymore.
But you do, don't you?
I grimaced as a bombardment of images assaulted my conscience. My birth, my childhood, the names, the laughs, the taunts, the threats, the gun. The gun. I shook my head as I struggled to fight back the imagery, cutting through the gray matter of my brain, but like before, found that they tried to linger, ever so swift in their attempt to tear me down. The Watcher laughed as I fought to stay focused.
You will pale beneath the High King. I am the Creator, and you are merely flesh.
I reached out and touched the tree. Light burst from the pearl's many surfaces. The Watcher's tentacles were revealed and writhed in what seemed like pain a short moment later.
No!
It said.
No!
I lifted my eyes to find that each of the pearls were glowing, each possessing a radiance within which there was a cause, a belief, a memory that made up each year. I traced each with my eye, from birth to childhood, to his mother's death, to his father's love. When I came to the glistening gold pearl that was still in its infancy, I saw, within its glistening depths, an image of the two of us. 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 I reached out and touched the pearl. A flash of light burst from the pearls once more. A feral scream erupted from somewhere above. You're not going to stop me, I whispered as I lifted my eyes to face the nexus of darkness. As into the depths of madness I looked. Do you know why?
Stop this!
The Watcher screeched.
Stop this! Now!
I'm not going to stop, I said, because I know something that you don't.
No!
And that's love, I said. I pressed my hand against the pearl and watched the world shatter. Chapter 96. The bright light that burst forth from the 21st pearl erupted from its depths with such intensity that I thought I would go blind. Crying out in surprise more than pain and lifting my arm to shield my eyes, I heard what sounded like the screech of an exploding transformer, then felt the earth beneath my feet shake. What, I thought, is happening? I didn't know. All I knew was that one moment everything was too bright, too loud, too chaotic for me to even comprehend. At one point I fell to my knees, then curled into a ball as the world around me trembled. Then, all of a sudden, everything stopped. I opened my eyes. I found that the darkness in the sky was gone. The sky was blue. The grass underfoot was green. The pearls on the tree of life glistened with untold radiance. Birds sang as they disbanded from what was once the blackened forest below and took flight into the endless sky. I realized then that I had won. Won. A tugging sensation lit my conscience. Well, I thought, this is it. I closed my eyes as the world around me was ripped away. The last thing I thought I heard was a little boy's laughter. Chapter 97. I opened my eyes to find that bright sunlight was streaming in through the nearby window, and that Brad, who was still asleep, was bathed in its light.
Resting contentedly the early morning away, he breathed in, then out, slowly but surely claiming the life that he so rightfully deserved. As I sat up, and as the couch beneath me creaked, he stirred. "Dean?" he asked. "Is that you?" "It's me," I said, taking a few steps forward. I stepped up to the bedside and leaned down to take hold of his hand. "How are you feeling?" He opened his gray eyes to look at me. "I feel fine," he said, though his voice was weak. "Just tired, honestly." "You just had a pretty major surgery," I offered. "You're bound to be feeling out of it." "Yeah," he said, then closed his eyes. He tilted his head to the side so the light wouldn't shine directly in his face, then sighed. At first, I wasn't sure what to expect out of him. I wanted him to say something, anything, that would acknowledge that something within him had changed, that regardless of the fact that the darkness had touched him, I had rid him of it. Come on, I thought. Please, just give me some small indication that you... He hummed slightly. "Brad?" I asked. He asked. "Are you..." I paused. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Why?" I just... He opened his eyes to look at me. Then he asked the one question I wanted him to. He asked, "Did you win?" And I, breathless, could only say, "Yes, I did." Chapter 98. Brad's father arrived later that morning with breakfast sandwiches and hash browns. His eyes bright, yet weary, and his lips pursed, yet frowning. He immediately set his gaze upon me as he entered, and almost dropped the brown fast food bag as he did so. "Dean?" he asked. "Are you—" "Shh," I whispered, looking to Brad. "He's sleeping again." Robert Michelson set the bag of food on the stand beside the bed and looked at me with hesitation in his eyes. You're awake," he said. "I am," I replied. "Does that mean you defeated it?" I asked, then offered a slight nod. "Yeah, I think I did." "You think you did?" I could only nod in response. "You had no indication that you did?" he asked. "The Watcher, the Creator, whatever it wanted to call itself, is gone. I don't know how far its influence extended." "So you think there might be repercussions from this?" "There's repercussions from everything, Mr. Michelson." "I know, it's just..." He paused and looked toward Brad. "I just don't want to see him suffer anymore." "I know." Robert sighed and reached out to take hold of my shoulder. Then he simply said, "Thank you, Dean, for saving my son." All I could do was smile. Chapter 99. 2 days later, Dr. Alexandra Carmen appeared with a manila folder and read us the result of the biopsy done on Brad's brain tumor. "Mr. Michelson," she said, as she directed her attention on Brad, her eyes set and her gaze determined, "I'd like to inform you that the tumor we extracted from your brain is non-cancerous." And then we wept. Chapter 100. We went home, or more precisely, to Brad's father's home. Told in no uncertain detail that Brad was to rest so he could recover, his father and I arranged him on the couch and made sure he was comfortable before we gave him his pain pill. As Brad fell into a deep sleep, his father pulled me outside and asked, "Are you all right?" I wasn't sure how to respond. Given everything I had gone through, it was hard to say that I was all right. But somehow, though, I was able to nod and say, "Yeah, I think I am." "You never did tell me what happened in there." "Does it matter?" I asked. I guess not," Robert Michelson said. "It's just, I don't want you to bear the burden alone." "I know you don't, sir. Thank you for your concern." He offered a small nod and turned to look out the sky beyond his home. "It's a beautiful day today, isn't it?" "Yeah," I said, turning my head toward the shadow created by the tree at the far edge of the lawn. It is." "Is something wrong?" Robert asked. "No, sir. Nothing's wrong." He patted my shoulder,
drew me into a one-armed hug and said, "Let me make us something to eat." "All right," I said, but continued to stare into the darkness at the edge of the property. I thought I'd simply been seeing things, that what I laid my eyes on was merely a trick of the light, or my subconscious getting the best of me. I mean, I had gone through something very traumatic, and as a result, was apt to be seeing things. But no, what I saw in the shadow of the tree should not have surprised me, yet somehow it still did. "So," I whispered, so low that even I could barely hear it. "You're still here." Armoire didn't respond. It simply stared. Epilogue. Things returned to normal shortly after that. Thankfully, life, as a wise man once said, goes on. The world still turns, the sun still rises, then falls. Brad recovered quickly. His hair grew back. His spirit for life returned. He wasn't afraid of the things in the dark, at least not anymore. And me? Trauma, unfortunately, is forever, and regardless of the fact that I saved Brad, I still had my own monsters to deal with. Sometimes in the middle of the night, or in the darkest hours of the morning, I still see him in the corner of the room, watching where he thinks I can't see. But I know he's there, waiting for me to notice. But I'm not afraid. Not anymore. Armoire doesn't speak to me. I imagine it's because he has nothing left to say. Either way, I'm okay with it. So, as this story comes to a close, and as everything I've gone through is laid bare for the world to see, I close one chapter of my life and look forward to another. Some people ask me if, after everything I've gone through, I'd do it again. I say, yes, I would. In a heartbeat.